Live and direct, ladies and gentlemen, live and direct. Welcome to the official Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. I'm very excited to be here, and I want to kick it off by giving Michael Silvers the floor to chime in a little bit about how excited he is and how excited we all are about this year's official Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. Michael Silvers, please.
It's great to be on here today. And, Mo, what a great experience for day by day, you're going to get these tremendous learnings from hundreds of years of information. But at the same time, people that have done it, lived it, and been out there creating, making a difference, and this legacy that we are going to bring to you today, this legacy that have brought many of us to this industry, for thought leaders, to major stages. This is going to be just a great day, and I'm very excited to be here. Being part of this transition. Some people are transitioning right now. Some people are making a change in their life. Some people are taking their businesses to a new level. Some people are stepping into the world of podcasting, speaking, training, small business, entrepreneur. This is where you want to be, because these are the thoughts and the concepts that have brought a lot of us here, have made a difference in a lot of our lives, and will continue to move forward. And Mo, it's going to be an amazing 4 days. Stay with us every bit that you can. Comment, share, and share this out to everybody you know.
Absolutely. And right now we're broadcasting live to hundreds of people from around the world. And I know thousands of people will be watching on the replay. And of course, this whole event, the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit, is centered around the Think and Grow Rich Institute. And dozens of people have been working behind the scenes to promote this. We've invited some of the top thought leaders from around the world. We have literally the best-selling author of all time, Mark Victor Hansen, who's a part of this program, one of the greatest speakers of all time, Les Brown, who's a part of this program, the author of Think and Grow Rich for Women, Sharon Lechter, who's a part of this program, as well as so many other incredible thought leaders that are going to contribute to this conversation. This is a 4-day conversation. And so you're going to see speakers speaking with speakers with the intention and purpose to uplift your life and your business. And it's all thanks to the Think and Grow Rich Institute and Satish Verma, who we're going to chime in with in a moment here. But before we do that, Sherry Gideons, one of our co-hosts and part of the team here, how excited are you about this transformational online experience? Please, Sherry Gideons.
Very excited. As a licensed coach for Think and Grow Rich myself, I've used these principles for almost 30 years now. My own life has been transformed, and I'm really the intention for me is for each of us who are speaking and sharing on this 4-day summit that we touch people, that we help people to tap into that greater power within them so that they can live their highest selves. Because really that's what it's all about. That's what we're here for. We're here to live eternally inside with that power that is available to all of us. So I'm really excited.
Thank you, Sherry. And let's go to Rex Sykes, a very familiar face here in the Los Angeles Tribune community and a familiar face for folks that are fans of personal development, self-help, Think and Grow Rich. Rex, how excited are you about this program, and what can people look forward to?
Well, I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled to be here with Satish. As many people know, I started reading Napoleon Hill when I was 6 years old and read it all of my life on my own since I was 11. My mom read it when I was younger. But I've made a study of all of his works, and to be here with Satish, the Think and Grow Rich Institute, and so many fine colleagues and friends to not only celebrate the work of the Think and Grow Rich Institute and Napoleon Hill and his legacy, but to carry it forward. So some people are going to be introduced to Napoleon Hill today. They may never have read anything or heard anything, and this will be their first introduction. So what a thrill. And for those who have spent their life or many years studying Napoleon, you're going to learn more. You're going to do another deep dive and have all sorts of fantastic opportunities through the different presenters, the panelists, the hosts, the speakers. What a thrill. And I want to thank you as the Los Angeles Tribune and Satish Verma, my friend Satish. Thank you so much, Mo, so much. And all the people you're looking at right now are incredible people.
Well, I'm very excited. There never happened before where a institute in the personal development teams up with a newspaper company, and together they create this program. It's the first time in history. So I'm very excited to do that alongside Satish Verma. Sandy, how excited are you, and what can people look forward to in this program, please?
Oh, thank you, Mo. This is just such a pleasure and an honor. And I'm so grateful to you and everybody else that I'm sharing this event with. These next 4 days are meant to just really uplift everyone. And, you know, as Michael was saying, there's so many different topics that are going to be shared today. And it's all about just raising that consciousness, right? Happiness is a choice and the choice is yours. And if you really want to get and dive into mindset and really create that life and the richness that we're all given at birth, this is where it's at, because the wisdom that you're going to hear here is just off the charts.
Thank you for that, Sandy. The editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune newspaper, Ava Manuel. How excited are you, and what can people look forward to the next 4 days, please?
I am absolutely thrilled. We have, are you ready for this? Over 100 speakers over the next 4 days, including a 4th day bonus day. And it's going to be a ton of wisdom, a ton of knowledge that's going to come out of this through the generosity of Satish Verma, the CEO of Think and Grow Rich Institute, and the Los Angeles Tribune putting this together, and all of our co-hosts and partners, all of our speakers who are generously just pouring in on these next 4 days. Very, very excited. Back to you, Mo.
Thank you for that. And I actually didn't even realize that it's over 100 speakers. That is actually incredible, which means we're reaching people from around the world, because all of the speakers also have their own ecosystem of supporters that they're bringing along. And we have 100 speakers bringing their own ecosystem to have this huge 4-day dialogue on Napoleon Hill, on success principles, and on what these speakers are doing in their own lives and careers. And so I'm very excited. Again, we at the Los Angeles Tribune, we like to constantly do things that we haven't done before, that the industry has not seen before. We're all about changing the status quo. And so with that being said, I would love to give the floor now to the CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute, Satish Verma, for him to share his thoughts on what we're doing, what we're seeking to accomplish the next 4 days by, bringing our organizations together and forming one, joint cause, one joint venture, and also a little bit about Napoleon Hill for those that may not even know, because we know that there are some that are tuning in for the first time being exposed to these principles. Satish Verma, the floor is yours, sir, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, everyone. I'm really excited to be here. I have been involved with Think and Grow Rich philosophy for over 35 years now. And I want to bring to the audience something that went behind the curtain. Nobody knows, or not many people know what really went behind when Napoleon wrote Think and Grow Rich. It'll be a great enlightenment for everyone to see the things that Napoleon Hill had to do to bring this philosophy to us. When he wrote Think and Grow Rich, and he started getting letters from commendation from people who read it, publishers. In first week, they sold about 5,000 books. And so far, 125 million copies have sold of this book. Imagine how did that happen without spending a penny in advertising this book? How did that happen? So Napoleon Hill himself was very confused about this. He said, what is so special about this book that people are calling me, writing comments about this book? I don't think there's anything special about this book. And he himself was very, very confused about this. And most of you who have read Think and Grow Rich, this is one of the most popular book ever written on personal development. So he kept on thinking, what is so special? What is so special? He could not figure out anything. So I'm going to bring that to you. And then he discovered one day why it is selling like hotcakes. When Napoleon Hill wrote Think and Grow Rich, he wrote during the time of Depression, when President Roosevelt was in power. The country had very high unemployment, and economy was at the lowest. And there was nothing to do in the White House. He said, before I go crazy, I better write something. He started writing. He wrote about 6 books while being in the White House at that time. And his publisher called him one day. He said, Napoleon, I need the manuscript of your book. And he would not send that manuscript to the publisher. He said, no, I'm not sending it. You know why? He discovered that there was something radically wrong with Think and Grow Rich philosophy. Look at this. Listen to this very carefully, what I'm telling you. He thought there is something wrong with this book. He felt that the tempo in the book was very slow. Somehow he felt that way. He thought that book was written with the tempo of fear, because everyone in the White House was negative, including the president. The general atmosphere was very tense and stressful everywhere. And that's why he said the spirit of fear has gone into this book. He said, everyone who is involved with this, there's some kind of fear here in this book. He felt that millions of people releasing those thoughts of fear, and he didn't feel good about writing this book. And that is the reason he didn't send the publisher this manuscript. Now, there's a great lesson to be learned in this, what I'm going to talk to you about. And you will know why we cannot sell 125 million copies when we sell this, when we publish a book. So what he did, he went away to change the state of his own mind. And he sat down on his typewriter. He rewrote the book in its entirety without changing a word, with a different mindset, with a different frame of mind, with an absolute positive mental attitude. And now he thought this is the magic touch this book had. 233 pages in this book. Every word speaks volumes. Every word has those positive vibration. And this is the reason he figured out that this book is selling like hotcakes. There is a great lesson to be learned here. If we do anything with that kind of vibrations, it will have as powerful results as Think and Grow Rich had on the general public. So what was the magic ingredient in this book that had gone in? Because every word resonates that positivity. Every word, like when you read this book, or when you begin to understand this philosophy, you will realize that every time you read, you grow with the book. Every time it makes a different sense altogether for everyone whosoever reads. The second time you read, it makes different sense. Third time, different sense. I don't know, I have probably read hundreds of times, and now every time I read it, it makes a different sense altogether. How did that happen that there are 130,000 words which he put in this book with vibrations you can't even think? Imagine bringing those vibrations to yourself. If you're a positive human being, how much you are going to draw to yourself. There's a great lesson to be learned for all of us. So this is the reason Think and Grow Rich has sold over 125 million copies so far. So when I read Think and Grow Rich, I'll tell you, it was a transformation in my life. And I can't even tell you, every time I touch this book, something happens to me. Physically, emotionally, physiologically, psychologically, because I don't know what I'm going to read, and it's going to transform my life. And many people have very different notion about Think and Grow. Think and Grow is about making money. It's absolutely not at all about making money, I'll tell you. It has nothing to do with making money. People thought because we were written during the Depression time, everybody was looking for money, and that's the reason people wanted money, and it's for money. None of that. When you really I get emotionally involved when I'm talking about Think and Grow Rich, because there's not a single philosophy in this world, I'll tell you, other than Bible, that has impacted so many people. And only difference is it doesn't talk about any religion. It only talks about the religion of mankind. That's all it does. So my first thing that we teach at our institute is this, that you have to have absolutely very high standards of integrity and positivity in life to succeed. If you don't have it, you're really fooling yourself. And when I read this story about this book, that how every word resonates with so much positivity, it tells you the truth. Always, truth doesn't have to be advertised. It advertises itself, right? So first thing, when I got involved with the Think and Grow Rich Institute, I took a course on science of success through Napoleon Foundation. And then I bought the rights to this course. It taught me one thing. Actually, 4 things I'm going to share with you, which are going to be, hopefully, is going to help you to navigate through your life with peace, harmony, and prosperity. Okay. Number 1 thing I learned was success in life is a game. And any game that you want to win, you must know the rules. If you don't know the rules of the game, what's going to happen to you? You're going to be kicked out of the game. Simple. Or you're going to lose the game. And no high school, no middle school, no college, university will ever teach you those rules. No school teaches you how to handle adversities, how to handle failures, how to set goals, how to motivate ourselves, how to inspire yourself and others, how to develop a positive mental attitude, how to accumulate wealth, how to handle stress, okay? And so much more. No school teaches you. And we are pushed aside by those who know those rules. And they become the players in the game of life, and we become the spectators in the game of life. And we buy the ticket to watch those players play. Think about this life, that every time we watch those players play, we pay for it, and they become richer. Why don't we learn the rules of the game? And Napoleon Hill teaches you those rules one by one. And they are so interconnected, you can't miss it. There's no way. If you miss one rule, your success is going to be in direct proportion to the number of rules you know in life. It's that simple. So you need to learn all the 17 principles of success. You can't say, well, maybe can I skip this thing? Can I skip that thing? It's not going to happen. People ask me this kind of question in my seminar. Satish, which principle you can teach us? One principle that can really transform my life. I say, you want to be a great writer? Suppose you want to be a great writer. Don't you need to know all the alphabets of the language? Okay, you can't tell me, oh, you know what? I'm sorry, I don't want to know the consonants or vowels, but I want to be a great writer. So you can't do this because everything's connected. Suppose there is an orchestra that has 17 instruments. You say, well, let me take one out and maybe the sound will be really as good as with the 17 principle. It doesn't work that way. So you have to know all the rules, all the principles, which it teaches you step by step, and each principle is stacked on one over the other. You can't miss it. So that's how beautiful. It's a science. It's not an art. This is a science of success, we call it. Okay, and the rules, I'll tell you, rules are as accurate as the rules of mathematics. When you plus 2 + 2 is 4. That's exactly what it is.
Hey, Satish,
Yes,
I got a question for you, or a comment. This is really beautiful, and this is stuff that I'm sure a lot of people do not know or did not know. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
when it comes to the rules, is there a first rule that people should know who are, if they don't know anything about Napoleon Hill, or even if they do, that they should understand that will help them get the most from this program?
Yes, we are going to go through some of them today or tomorrow or day after, whenever time permits. See, a lot of people have read this quotation: whatever the mind can conceive, the mind can believe and achieve, right? Everybody has read it. But if you ask them, explain to me this quotation itself, they can't. They can't. And when I go through this, you will know exactly how far study we had to do, going through all the works of Napoleon Hill to really understand the meaning of whatever the mind can conceive and believe the mind can achieve, what this conception really means. Oh, mind can conceive, oh, I can think about it. No, that's not the case at all. There's a lot more to this than what we really understand on the surface. So I'll go over all this. It will make things very clear, certain things. And people say, wow, I didn't think it has to be that way. Because if 125 million people have read this quotation, whatever the mind can conceive and believe the mind can achieve, don't you think 125 million people will be successful? Why aren't they? Because they really don't understand its meaning. They don't know what it means to how I'm going to conceive and how I'm going to believe and how I'm going to achieve. See, achievement is not the issue here. It's the conception of the idea, how I'm going to conceive the idea in my mind.
Beautifully said. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Beautifully said.
No,
I'm excited because Rex, Satish, we're here alongside the CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute, Satish Verma. We're live right now, broadcasting internationally. In a couple minutes, we're going to bring up one of our next speakers, and Satish Verma is going to be joining us through 4 days, consistently chiming in, teaching, educating, showing us samples, showing us what it's like to work with the Think and Grow Rich Institute. And so sometimes we're going to have Satish say something, and you might be excited to write down the answer, but we're going to have another speaker come. So you just have to stay tuned, keep watching, keep participating. Satish Verma has put aside a lot of his time the next 4 days for this broadcast. And so, Satish, just some closing words to finish up your thought, and then we're going to bring in one of our next thought leaders to also join the conversation. Satish, please.
Sure. In a nutshell, Think and Grow Rich is not about making money. See, most humanity is looking for two things in life. One is material wealth. Second is peace of mind, right? And most of the people don't have both. So I'm going to give you some tips that how you can have wealth and peace of mind at the same time. And you can really live a very happy and very prosperous life. So stay tuned, and I'll be joining you as well.
That is wonderful.
Thank you so much, Satish. We will be having a lot more of Satish Verma, the world's foremost expert in all things Napoleon Hill and Think and Grow Rich, Satish Verma. And I'm excited because next we're going to have someone join this conversation, and Satish will put you in the green room just for the time being. But folks watching, I know a lot of people want to hear more from Satish. He'll be joining us soon again to continue this conversation. But I'm very excited, Rex, Sherry, and Julie, because Lori McNeil, who's going to join us in a couple minutes, was really one of the rock stars of our last virtual event. I mean, she just blew everyone away with what she contributed. I'm so excited. We're going to be able to shine the spotlight on her wisdom, her guidance, her teaching, and she's going to be joining this conversation now. And with that being said, Lori McNeil, a friend of the Los Angeles Tribune, a supporter of this community. I'm very excited that you're here. And Lori, I know you were in the green room listening to Satish, listening to the wisdom of Think and Grow Rich. You yourself have taught so many people how to be successful in life and helped guide people as a mentor. I'm curious what's on your mind right now with what you just heard Satish share, and what's in your heart to share with our audience. Please, Lori McNeil.
Thank you so much. What an incredible opportunity that we all have, whether you're familiar with Napoleon Hill or you're not. We all have an amazing opportunity to learn together over the next 4 days. And what Satish just shared with us, so many golden nuggets in just a few minutes. And there's one of the things I want to point out that's the basis for everything that we're going to be talking about over the next 4 days, which is the importance of the mindset, and how really having the right mindset allows everything else to flow from that. And really understanding what that means to have a solid, healthy positive mindset at all levels, so that you know exactly who you are, you know exactly what your desire, where your desire in your heart is taking you, you know exactly who you're going to serve, you know exactly the impact that you're going to have on this world, so that when challenges come, when influencers, positive, negative, everything in between, come into your life, you know exactly what you're doing, you know exactly the direction that you were meant to go, and that you are able to stay laser focused on what it is to carry out your true legacy to impact the most people. And if you really back all of that up, there's so much about mindset, like Satish was sharing, that people don't actually fully understand, or all of the readers that have purchased the book, that are teaching it, that are speaking it, that are believing it, if they implemented it to its fullest, the world and the impact on the world would be a very different place. So he made a very interesting point, which was that there must be something within that foundational understanding that people still need to do a deeper dive into. And it's one of the things that I am super passionate about in the work that I do around the world, is digging deep into that, so that all of your actions can flow in the direction that they're supposed to go.
That's so beautifully said, Lori. Thank you so much for sharing that. Something that it's good to see you again, by the way.
Good to see you.
Something that I was thinking about is this idea of mindset, and how a lot of people, they think that all the doing this, doing that will get them exactly what they want, but they don't realize how important it is, the intentions that they go in with that, how that will affect everything that they are doing and the choices that they make. But do you think that people's choices change when they can see bigger and brighter?
So absolutely. So several things came to mind when you were speaking just now, and it's a principle that I call the flashlight concept, and that is that, you know, I hear from people all the time that tell me, well, I want to know all of my options. I'm not ready to make a decision yet because I need to know all of my options. And what they need to understand is that it's not possible for you to know all of your options unless you take that next step. If you are in the dark with your flashlight, and as you take each step, your flashlight shines just a little bit further and a little bit further, and your desire and that you have to move in that direction becomes stronger the more faith and more courage that you have. You have that faith over fear, and you know what's in your heart, soul, and mind, that no matter what obstacles might come your way, you know the direction that you're going. So when you have that flashlight in the dark, your options and your perspective and your vision becomes bigger and bigger and bigger with every step that you take. You don't know who you're going to meet. You don't know the resources that are going to surface. You don't know the opportunities that are going to surface. So when you take that next step, that flashlight in the dark actually shines in the direction that you're supposed to go and that next step that you're supposed to take. So when people tell me I'm waiting to where I have all my options because they're in a fear-based mindset of scared and fearful of making that wrong decision, what they don't understand is that it's actually not possible to know all of your options.
I love that so much. That's so powerful, especially because it was foggy here this morning. So, Rick, did you want to ask something?
Yeah, I got a great, I love the flashlight analogy because it does highlight the room in the darkness. And so you can see where you're going and what's there. But also, what about turning the flashlight back on the person holding it so that they can examine what's going on inside of them and find those resources and those opportunities that they can develop? What would you say about that and personal awareness?
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very good question. So as a leader, whatever level that you're at, and the next level that you're trying to get to as you continue to impact the world in greater and greater ways, that self-reflection piece is essential. So adding those resources to what I call your internal toolbox that help you solve external problems in only a way that you can is an essential piece to understanding who you are, who you serve, the problem that you solve. And in order to get to that higher and higher level of impact, that higher level of leadership on a regular basis, It is vital that you are turning that flashlight inward in order to level up your internal resources, and self-reflection is a huge part of that, so that you can identify what the missing tools are in your internal toolbox so that you can continue to solve the bigger and bigger external problems. Part of leadership is identifying and being very, very truthful with yourself on what is missing, what needs to be fixed, what needs to be changed, how you pivot, what you need to do in order to get from wherever you are to where you want to be, so that you can then reach that greater level of impact and that ripple effect of helping other people get from wherever they are to where they need to be.
Thank
I
you.
love that. I love what you just said with that, because it has so much to do with our own journey of self-mastery and the willingness and the desire to be present. And so when we start to ask ourselves those internal questions, like, what's seeking to emerge from me? What's in the way? And then that willingness to just be silent and allow and listen. And I know from my own journey, a lot of it is getting out of the way of my perception and being willing to really get clear about what it is I want. And from that, just like what all of us have said on the panel, it's the flashlight. The next step will be shown. One of the things I wanted to mention is I had a near-death experience. And in that, I was told that I never had to worry, that all the right people would show up at the right moment to help me move forward. And I don't have anything that each of us or anyone, the viewers watching this today, doesn't have within themselves. Where did that aha moment start for you? I mean, to where you're able to teach at this level now as what I would like to say, standing above, observing your success.
Yeah, great question. We all have a story. We all have a journey and things that got us to this point that we are right now this morning. And there are so many different pivotal points in my life that allowed me to shift my thinking, my behavior, everything to whatever that next level was. There were several things. I actually grew up very, very poor. And some of you maybe have heard bits and pieces of my story. There was always a desire within me and this thought within me that I was created for more than just the life that I was living at the time as a young girl. I didn't know how I was going to get out of poverty. I didn't know anything. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew that there was something out there. And so I attached myself to people at the time that my mind and my heart was allowing to influencing me through different coaches, different teachers, things like that. As I shifted up, then I learned to understand the power of understanding more who I was and basically not listening to all of the naysayers and all the people that were trying to keep me, in that certain culture that they were used to me being in. As I shifted into higher levels, I then was able to understand that I was able to get out of, the world, the poverty world that I was living in. I was capable. I was smart. I was able to add tools to my toolbox, and other people then saw that belief in me, right? They saw the different things in me. And so then I began to trust the right people with every step of the way until I was able to be the leader and step into the greater greatness that I was able to. The other part of my story is a lot of people don't realize, because I have a lot of formal credentials. I have a lot of degrees. I have a lot of certifications. And a lot of people don't realize that my academic journey was very challenging because of the poverty that I actually grew up in, because I was, the poor girl that wasn't really expected to do much in life. And when I got to high school, I actually then, from my high school counselor, bless her heart, she was trying to help me, which was not coming from a negative space. She called me into her office and told me one day that, Lori, we need to talk about where you want to go in your life, because I really don't think that you're meant for college. I really don't think that college is meant for you. I want to help you. Let's have a different conversation. And I remember at that point thinking, wow, really? Okay, maybe I'm seeing something. Maybe the world is seeing me in a different way and I'm just in denial. Like the things that are going on in my heart and soul and mind, maybe I'm not seeing myself in the way that I need to be seeing myself. But after that conversation, even though I was crushed, I still had that desire in me to do something bigger, that I was meant for something more. I was meant for something bigger. So I didn't know anything about applying for colleges. I didn't know anything about that. I applied to one college, filled out the application to the best of my ability, got in on contingency. And the whole rest of the story is I went on to graduate. I was the first person in my family to graduate from college, completely changed the family tree just on what I believed in myself. And I was persistent in doing that. Napoleon Hill talks about persistent and being consistent in your persistence. And in doing that, I not only changed the trajectory of my life, I changed the trajectory of my entire family's life by doing what was in the desire of my heart. And I had that faith over fear, and I took that chance. I not only graduated from with my undergrad degree, I since then have I have a Bachelor of Science, a Bachelor of Arts, 3 master's degrees, 2 PhDs, and over 25 certifications. I actually retired from Oregon State University as a business professor of MBA programs across the country. And now I'm traveling the world teaching people how to not only implement the right business strategies, but get to that deeper legacy that they are truly created for, that only they were meant to do in this world in a way that only they can. So I am super passionate about what I do. I love what I do. So those pivotal points in my life helped to shift me to that higher level of understanding, that higher level of leadership, with every single opportunity that came along that created me to be uniquely, qualified to do what only I can do. And I love teaching other people to do the same thing.
Lori, that is fantastic. What a path and trajectory and so many of accomplishments. What I'd like to do, I want to ask Satish to chime in with you here. Lori just shared some important background information about herself and her life path and how she changed it and how she's helping other people. Now, you've been involved for, over 50 years with Napoleon Hill, the Think and Grow Rich philosophy, the formula. Do you find this as something that is, say, common or something that's exceptional? I mean, how do we understand when somebody has this degree of success as Lori has, how can you put that into the Think and Grow Rich or the Napoleon Hill kind of mindset, and how in your experience, if you find that it's something that happens for a lot of people?
Not really, Rex. She's just amazing. She has done such a stupendous job with her own life. And I'll tell you what really I was very impressed with. When she used the torchlight, a flashlight analogy. There's one thing about Napoleon Hill when he talks about confidence. Yeah, a lot of people have confidence, but still they are failures in their lives. Understand this thing. But you need that flashlight. Understand this thing. When you're confident, if you don't have the flashlight, let me put it this way. Confidence without clarity is a disaster. You can have as much knowledge as you want in life, but if you don't have that flashlight with you, you don't have clarity. You don't have clarity where you are going to go. You can have all the knowledge, all the wisdom, all the university degrees, but there's no flashlight to take you where you want to go. You will always be stumbling in the dark.
May I just ask, is this why Napoleon Hill encouraged people to do a self-analysis at least once a year?
Absolutely. He wants you to do analysis on a daily basis.
Yes.
Where we are going, how I'm spending my day. But what Lori has, that flashlight analogy, she's very focused. She knows where she's going. For example, let's say in this room, for example, I have so much confidence that I can walk to this room, but turn all the lights off. There's no flashlight, no man. And no matter how confident I'll be walking through, I'll be stumbling through the furniture. I'll be hitting this light, that shelf, because I don't have the clarity. Right? The minute she said about this, I said, wow, this is really amazing. And then she talks about her degrees and all that she did. No wonder a lot of people with a lot of education are miserable failure. As Lori, you know that very well, and I know that very well. And a lot of people don't have any formal education, but they are very successful because they have that flashlight. Okay, they clearly understand where they are going to go. Rex, I hope I answered your question. And Lori, my hats off to you. This is amazing what you are doing. and keep it that way. Girl, you're going to make tremendous difference in the lives of other people.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think what you said, Satish, is very important because, stepping back, going back to the present moment. I mean, no one can change what they're not aware of.
Yeah.
And it's in our willingness and our desire to wake up in the morning and make a decision to sit still with ourselves. And, example, I write a journal every single morning. I'm so happy and grateful now that. And as I'm aligning with the things that I'm grateful for, I'm feeling that vibration within me. The clearer I get in that journal in the morning, the stronger that vibration is becoming. It's turning into a frequency. Before I know it, somebody's showing up in my life that I might have written down in my journal. So it's that willingness and that desire to spend that time with yourself daily that is the cause of what we would call manifestation, the things that are beginning to show up in the outer world as form. And so I love what Lori's sharing here because, I can attest to what you're saying. I'm an overachiever. All these degrees and certifications and all of these things I have achieved as well. But my journey has brought me back to understanding that at the end of the day, what I really want is that internal love, that internal connection, and to shine the light that's bright so that, all of us can help and affect other people to tap into that in themselves.
So can I ask, that was wonderful, Sherry. I appreciate that. Can I ask, Lori, do you have some tips or suggestions or methods or strategies or approaches that you would like to share for people to do what we're now talking about, self-reflection and being able to not buy into what the world tells them they can do, but to, like yourself, do what you know that you can do?
Absolutely. There's a couple of things that come to mind. And I want to start off by just kind of off of something that Sherry had mentioned a couple of different times. She talked in this self-reflection piece that's so vital in shifting yourself to that next level. The not getting caught up in the busyness and the habits of being busy. There's so many people out there that are busy being busy, and they're doing all of these amazing things, but they're not able to really shift to that next level that they're trying to be or accomplish that next level that they need to get to. Maybe they're not getting enough clients, they're not having a greater, whatever it is. And what I found is that people get so caught up in the busyness culture that they're not taking the time for that self-reflection and that quiet space that needs to happen for the amazing things to surface and to be at the top of your mind. It's this really the negative piece of being busy and getting caught up in the wrong strategies of just doing what I call throwing spaghetti at the wall, which is you have kind of almost the spaghetti approach of, I'm going to put my time here and my resources here, and I'm going to do this and just hope something sticks. Because you get caught up in being busy, but you're not focused. You don't have that clarity. You don't have that deeper understanding. And so without that, you don't really know the direction you're going. And I want people to understand that if you don't know where you're going, you can't be too upset about where you end up.
Beautiful
if you don't
point.
know where you're going, you can't be too upset about where you end up. So part of that self-reflection piece and part of that piece of getting to where you want to go is doing exactly what Sherry has so beautifully spoken to us about, which is whether you journal, whether you have quiet time, whether you meditate, whether you pray, whatever it is, you have to shut out the noise and the busyness of what's going on around you and be very intentional with your time. Be very intentional with your peace and with your energy, and take that time every single day in order to allow the goodness that's in your heart, soul, and mind, that desire that you know is within you, in order to surface in a way that you're not going to be listening to, that you're not going to be paying attention to when you are caught up in all of the noise and all of the negativity and all of the busyness of things going on around you. So one of the tips I have for you is actually off of what Sherry was saying when it comes to that self-reflection piece. The other piece of that then flows as the ripple effect, that the more that you do that, the more that you will be laser focused on what you're supposed to do. And even if your family and your friends and even your mentors are leading you in a direction that's not in alignment with what you think that you need to be doing, you need to, again, go back to that deeper reflection piece and make sure that what you're doing is actually what you need to be doing, and make sure that you have the discernment that you need to be influenced by the right people, and be prepared to sit at the table alone, right, as a leader, and know that your circle has to stay small in order to protect everything that's going on in your life, everything that's going on in your mind. And sometimes that does mean actually kind of standing alone with what you know your purpose is, your desire is, and go full force ahead of that, and not get in the competition mode and not get in the people pleasing mode. Because a lot of this stuff people really, really struggle with, and it keeps them from actually stepping forward into that next level of where they want to be. So I want to encourage everyone, do a deeper dive into that self-reflection piece, do a deeper dive into where your mindset is in building those foundational pieces needed to get you to that next step.
Can I ask?
Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. One second, Rex. Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. We're live and direct broadcasting worldwide alongside some great thought leaders: Lori McNeil, Rex Sykes, Donna Campbell, Sherry Gideons, and of course, the CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute, the world's foremost expert when it comes to all things Think and Grow Rich and Napoleon Hill, Satish Verma. Satish, you've been listening to Lori, and I know you've been taking a lot of mental notes. And not much gets past you when it comes to the field of leadership and personal development. Our audience is very curious about the thoughts you have in this conversation, because this is not just a program. This is not just a show. This is a conversation of 100 leaders from around the world. We've invited 100 leaders from literally different countries from around the world to join us in one long conversation, Socratic style. So Satish, I'd love to invite you back to the forum so you can share your thoughts on Lori McNeil's incredible words. Please, Satish.
Yeah, Laurie just said something very, very important, which is so crucial for everyone to understand. Pleasing people. Think about this. We keep on doing this for all of our life, which means we are not living our own life. We are living somebody else's life so they can be happy with what we do. And we are never happy doing what we do. I think this is a great stigma on every child who's trying to do this, pleasing his parents trying to please this person, that person. Why can't we live our own life? What's wrong? What's wrong in liberating yourself from this kind of slavery or this kind of prison we set ourselves in? Okay, what if, I don't want to set high goals, what people will say. I don't want to get this thing because what if everything is what if. And we are trying, as if in our body there's somebody else's mind that's controlling us all the time. What a terrible way to live for every one of the person who is trying to always please other people, See, as long as, let me share something with you. Napoleon Hill talks about something very important. He says there are man-made laws and mind-made laws. Let me explain this to you, what he's talking about. He says man-made laws are, when you breach man-made laws, you may or may not get punished. For example, let's say you are driving at 40 miles in a 60 miles in a 40-mile zone. You may or may not get the ticket. There's a good possibility because it's a man-made law. But if you ever breach the mind-made law, you will always be punished. And living somebody else's life, pleasing somebody else is a mind-made law. Understand this thing. Because you are breaching the liberation, that freedom that comes to you when you are living your life on your own terms. Man, you are going to be punished for this, no matter who you are. So, and Napoleon talks about something very serious about this. He said, if you ever, he said, mind-made laws always supersede man-made laws. Always. It doesn't matter what it is. And when he wrote this, let me share a personal example of my life on this. When I read this line that mind-made laws supersede man-made laws, that was transformation in my life. And what Laurie talked about, what other people are going to say, and you're living their life, you're not living your life. About 35 years ago, I had gone bankrupt. I had lost everything what I had at that moment when I was introduced to Think and Grow Rich. And now I had options. I had many options in front of me. Oh, what people are going to say I went bankrupt. Oh, what this is going to happen. Oh, I'm doomed. This. I'll tell you, I didn't care at all. I didn't care if I had gone bankrupt because I was not living somebody else's life. I had to live my own life. And when I read this thing from Napoleon Hill, that mind-made laws always supersede man-made law, and he writes this thing afterward. He said, whatever the mind can conceive and believe the mind can achieve, it's a mind-made law. Mm-hmm. Now, I just want to share something with you guys. Man-made law was that I had just gone bankrupt and I will be no banker is going to give me money for 6 years. My credit is not going to be repaired. All this nonsense. Man-made law. I said, but if my mind says that I can be out of bankruptcy in 6 months, then I'm following this mind-made law. So I decided to get out of bankruptcy in 6 months, not 6 years. And I followed this. I'll tell you, I was out. Let me share that with you. I was out of bankruptcy in 6 months. My credit was all wonderful. Everything was wonderful after. How did that happen? Just like what Rory said. If I was worried about what other people are going to say, what's going to happen in my life, I'll be living their life, not my own life. Mm-hmm. I said, there's a formula here Napoleon is giving us that you follow the mind-made law, whatever the mind can conceive. Whatever the mind can conceive and believe the mind can achieve. I believe that I'll be out. Right? I conceived the idea because he taught me one thing, that the mind-made laws supersede man-made laws. So we keep on living mind-made laws all our life. We keep on living man-made laws, and we don't live the mind-made laws. But if we live the mind-made laws, we always have in reverse gear those mind-made laws. Oh, what if this thing happened? Or it's never going to work. It has never worked for anybody. Look what we are thinking. And we're living that life. Why the heck we can't absolutely believe in the statement, whatever the mind can conceive and believe, the mind can achieve? How beautiful that is going to be. So it's all the power is within you. Nobody has put what you should be conceiving in your life. Who's stopping you to conceive big? Tell me. But you don't know how to conceive because of all the garbage we are carrying from our childhood with us. Oh, I'm not good enough. I'm not smart enough. I'm not talented enough. What nonsense.
So Satish, I have a question. I'm just curious, when you made up your mind, for example, to be out of bankruptcy in 6 months, do you think that because you had that clarity and that burning desire to do so, that you were able to focus your flashlight on different options, which made it possible?
Absolutely. Because I was not seeing any darkness. I didn't say, oh, nothing is going to happen. Nobody has ever gotten out of bankruptcy in 6 months. How can I be? I was not thinking about that. I was reading those books where people have actually gone bankrupt and got out. That's what my focus was. That's why the flashlight for me. Understand this thing. I was not listening to people. Oh, it has never happened. It will never happen to you. See what we are clouding our mind with something, such a mystical statement, whatever the mind can conceive and believe, the mind can achieve. Why I'm clouding this statement when it's true for every human being? And when Napoleon explains to you this thing, that we are conceiving all the time wrong ideas and believing those wrong ideas, and they are manifesting in our life. Isn't it equally true if I conceive the good things, believe in good things will happen in my life? How difficult it is for whether you have an education, whether you have a degree, whether you have gone to university or college, it doesn't matter anymore. What kind of sex you have, are you male, female, doesn't matter who you are, which religion you belong to, which country you come from, what the color of your skin. This statement has nothing to do with this. It all has to do with our 32 billion nerve cells that we have in our brain. If I can conceive the idea, damn it, I can believe in it and I can achieve it. Tell me how difficult that is for any human being on this planet.
Well, I always think too of the 4-minute mile. It was impossible until somebody did it. Then all of a sudden, not everybody, but a lot of people could do that and beat that record. So why not be the first?
It doesn't matter whether you're first or last. It has nothing. All is concerned is that what do I want in my life? Am I really clear about what I want in my life? Do I have any confusion about this? Am I laser focused on exactly, and I'm not looking at anything else? So think about, even when Napoleon talks about whatever the mind can conceive and believe, he's not talking about belief, I have a belief. No. He's talking about the faith. He's talking about he's talking about the feeling that you feel, whatever the mind can conceive. I feel that I have it already. Understand this thing. And once you have it, nobody is going to take away from you. And this is the law of the mind. And the law of the mind will always supersede law of the man.
I think a really important piece to this that I just want to kind of draw out just a little bit more that both of you guys have mentioned so far is there's an aspect of the influence of the outside, people and things going on outside of you. And then there's the other aspect of the negative self-talk, that's going on inside of you. And I think that it's really important that when you understand that with the clarity and with the direction and with the right mindset and desire and focus that you're moving forward in, that you're literally, your mind is in a different state to where you are seeing possibility. You are seeing opportunity. You are almost hyper vigilant in seeing it and understanding it and recognizing it in a completely different way when you are laser focused and moving forward in that, where it's the same thing that Satish was saying just a few minutes ago, where when you're in that negative mindset, then people tend to get into they almost expect the negative to happen, or it's almost like there's this magnetic attraction of negativity, or they're drawn to negativity, or negativity is drawn to them. And so then it becomes this loop that they kind of get stuck in. So I think it's important to understand both aspects of the internal and the external components to this and how they fit together, and to understand how your mind literally is different when you are in that positive trajectory where you're in alignment, living with your true self, your true desire, and that passion of where you're going, because your mind will see different opportunities. They will see, even if other people don't see something as an opportunity, you will. And you'll figure out how to turn that negativity, let's just say, into a positive. So when you're moving forward in that direction with the right mindset, the right clarity, the right direction, opportunities are limitless. They are all around you because you have that different foundation that you're moving forward from foundationally. And I think that that's really important, because a lot of people will get, caught kind of in the negative thinking, and some people tend to have great things happen to them all the time. And there's a reason for that. Things don't just happen, so to speak. You do the internal work that you need to do to attract the right opportunities, but then you also take the responsibility to create those opportunities along the way. And so I think that there's kind of that internal external component that both of you were sharing that's also really important to really dig deeper into and understand.
Yeah, Laurie, you're right. It's what you're talking about, having the success consciousness within you.
Yes.
Right? If you develop that success consciousness, then all the opportunities will be in front of you. You will not even see any obstacle. You won't see any difficulty. Even if something happens that you don't feel, and you will know how to overcome that, because you don't consider as a difficulty or problem on your way, because you're success conscious. Yeah, I know how to navigate through. I can take a detour and still get to my destination. So creating success consciousness, when you talk about internal and external, that's what happens to human beings. They develop a kind of success consciousness. They 100% start to believe whatever I conceive, I'm going to achieve. Simple. They don't talk about, oh, what if? They don't, because there is no internal, external in them. The success consciousness has already come into them. And that's the whole key. If we can teach human beings how to be the kind of person who's always has success consciousness, I'll tell you, it's so easy to navigate through life.
Mhm.
You're so right. Internal, external, when you conquer both, nobody's going to stop.
Unstoppable.
Yes.
You're unstoppable. Yeah.
And what I'm curious about, Satish, is that we've been having this discussion. I've been listening here for a little while about the internal and the external, but there are so many people who are clueless out in the world to what's really going on the inside. And for one person, they might see it as positive, but for somebody else, they're like, "Oh, wow, that's pretty negative, and you're kind of blaming me for this over here." And you talked earlier about how every word resonates with positivity in the Think and Grow Rich book, which it does. So, how does a person create an awareness of what's really going on with that internal dialogue to make that shift to have that success consciousness?
Sure. No, I I coach a lot of people, like individual coaching and group coaching as well. I'll tell you, I'm very blunt and very clear about how I'm going to change their lives. Let's say somebody comes up with a problem. Okay. I said, do you want to fix this problem? My first question, do you want to fix this problem? Yes, I do want to. Will you do exactly what I tell you to do? Yes, I will. I say, if you don't do what I tell you to do, don't come to see me next day. I'm not seeing you. Now, you see what I'm trying to do? I'm going to break the barrier. I said, I don't want to live them the life that they have been living before.
Mhm.
And I understand where they are coming from. See, all those impressions they have gathered from their childhood is causing them to be feeling failure consciousness. They have been criticized. They have been condemned, right? They have never been encouraged in their life, right? And their family situation, or Napoleon talks about 4 things that really destroy your mental chemistry. Number 1 is your family. Number 2 is your education system. Number 3 is the media. And 4th thing he talks about is your religious beliefs. He said, if we can change all those 4 things in human beings, they will have a different consciousness altogether. So our failure consciousness was developed not today. It started the way back when you were a little kid. Understand this thing. Somebody got, for example, a rape when they were 10 years old. And now they are 30 years old. They are living with the same idea what happened to them 10 years, 30, 20 years ago. How do you fix that problem? The person has been tortured. They have gone through this trauma. Answer is very simple. Do you want to live next 50 years like this? Because the person who did something you 10 years ago, they don't exist anymore. You are helpless at that moment. But now you are not helpless physically, but mentally we can transform you. So depending upon how strongly you want to bring that change in you, depending upon how strongly you want it, do you want to remove all those impressions, or you want to slowly do it? Ask them this question, and that will remove only how strong your desire is in exactly what you want to achieve. If your desire to achieve what you want to achieve is strong enough, which overtakes all your impression, then it will happen quickly. Otherwise, you will slowly remove all those mental blocks which have been holding you back, and then it'll take a while before you really get to where you want to go. So if I went bankrupt, I made up my mind. I said, that's it. I'm going to get out of this. I'm not going to worry about how much money I lost. Oh my God, this person robbed me. All those impressions, I had to take a transformation.
Mhm.
It wasn't a change in my life. It was a transformation. Transformation means when you change something, you still remember the past. But when you transform, you don't remember the past. See, when the seed is planted in the ground, and when they grow into tree doesn't remember the seed at all. Tree only knows that I'm tree, right? These are
Yeah.
2 different things. So when you transform yourself with that kind of thinking, I'll tell you, you don't remember the past. The success conscience will come to you how badly you want the success to be in your life. Can it happen overnight? It can happen. It has happened with a lot of people. But depending upon how strong your impressions are, which you have gathered in your mind, how quickly or how easily you want to get rid of them. And that will happen only how strong your desire is. Is it really obsessional desire you want to make it in life? Is it really that badly you want it? Then the transformation will be very quick then. That's what happens.
I love that and all of that. A follow-up question here is, when people say, yes, I want it, I'll do whatever you say, they don't always necessarily take the action steps, but they still want it. How much does their personality play a part in it?
The personality was built because of all the impression. Understand this thing. That's what we want to change, right? At one point, Napoleon talks about this. He said the ability to influence other people is the most valuable currency you will ever have in life. Listen to this very carefully again. It's something very mystical. Ability to influence other people is the most valuable currency you will ever have in life. The more people you are going to influence, the richer you are going to be in life. So no success in any human being will come if they are not able to persuade or convince other people or have a harmonious relationship with other people. Understand this thing. Success will not come. They'll be very frustrating. And Laurie, also you do a lot of work around the world, right? And think about this. The more people you can influence, the richer you are going to be. Wouldn't you be? How simple that currency is. Mm-hmm. So if I know how to influence other people by learning certain principles of magnetic personality, how you develop by Napoleon Hill, I'll tell you, you won't have any difficulty. That's number one. And secondly, coming back to your question again, and people don't want to take the action. Well, they really don't want it anyway. If they're not willing to take the action, then why they are here coming to me for coaching? But we make that coaching easier for them. There is a system we teach them in our courses that they say taking action is a lot easier than not taking the action. The price of poverty is going to be very high than the price of richness I'm going to pay. See, once they become aware of this thing, then they start to take action in their life. Nothing has happened in their life. People go from one seminar to another, one place to another. I see them on the same place again. I say, why you are here? Or maybe they're looking for a quick fix. Mm-hmm. They are looking for band-aid solution. They say, well, make me rich overnight, right? Mm-hmm. How is it going to be possible? You tell me the person who's making $50,000, they say, I want to make $5 million at the end of the year. How is it going? They can't even believe that idea. Mm-hmm. They won't even believe that idea. So they can't believe it. They won't achieve it. Simple. I said, do you really believe 5 million you're going to have? So you have to be, as a coach, you have to be very blunt and because it's for them. It's not for me. Understand this thing when I'm coaching them. I say, are you willing to pay the price? People say, well, I have to have a deadline when I make for my goal. Yes, deadline is not to achieve the goal. Deadline is are you willing to pay the price for that, what you want to achieve? What price I'm going to pay to achieve a specific goal in my life? The day I pay the price, that's the day I achieve my goal. If I haven't paid the price, I'm not going to achieve my goal. The answer is very simple.
Satish, I don't want to interrupt you, but so please finish your thought. I don't want to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
This is such a brilliant point that I think I don't want it to be lost on people. The deadline is not the deadline to finish the goal. The deadline is to get you to commit the price to pay.
Yes.
What you're going to do. So many people think, well, if I don't make it by the deadline, then I'm a loser or something is wrong and I failed. But that is the concept of it. It's really the activity of it has a far greater purpose and need.
Sure.
For the person. Is that
very correct? Very correct. See, the goal is not the issue at all. I love my goal, achieving so much, having so much money, and having this thing. But are you in love with the process of achieving that goal? That's the question. Mm-hmm. If you're not in love with the process of achieving your goal, you will not achieve the goal till cows come home, I'll tell you. So you have to fall in love with the process of achieving the goal. That's where the issue is.
Can I ask how, Lori, how you help exemplify this, what you and Satish share in common regarding this?
Oh yeah, we share a lot in common when it comes to this, for sure. You have to. I love that. You have to be in love with the process. And you know, when Donna asked the question a few minutes ago about, you know, what do you do when people aren't willing to do the work? Like how do you work with somebody on that? And really, truly, in my experience, it's been that they know that they need to be in a different place. They know that changes need to happen. They want certain results, but they're more after the end result than they are the process. So they're not necessarily, like Satish then said, their desire isn't strong enough. Their desire isn't strong enough to dig deep to do that foundational work. They might be frustrated. They might be tired of being where they are, but that deep desire hasn't hit the depths that it needs to in order to move that needle for them to take ownership of their own process and understand the love for the process of what that looks like. So my experience has been that that's the reason why there's that desire piece, and people are wanting to fast track it. They're wanting the end result. They're wanting, you know, to sweep things under the rug and fake it till you make it and all these kind of things that we hear in our society, but they're not committed to the process, and they're not understanding how valuable that process really is in order that they need as a leader, that they need in that self-reflective piece and all the pieces that go along with that in order to develop into the person that they need to be in order to get to that next level and that greater impact. It's not just about the result. It's not just about the goal. It's about understanding all of the pieces along the way and how you have to be in love with the process. Even if you don't hit your first million, your first 5 million by a certain date, you've already impacted more people, shifted into greater leadership, learned so much along the way. Have you failed? No. You've just learned about what works and what doesn't work, or what you need to do to shift, to change, to whatever, in order to keep going. And I think that that goes back to that mindset, right? That mindset of understanding what's needed, the understanding where you need to be and how you need to approach the entire process, you know, looking from the micro and the macro and, you know, all different levels in order to really understand what it means to get out of your comfort zone, to do things differently, because you don't know what you don't know. But when you take the time to do that deeper dive and you know it, then you have a responsibility of what you're going to do with that information. And the excuse does not excuse you. So once that actually is learned, then the excuse does not excuse you. So then it just becomes, you know, how strong is your desire to dig deeper and to actually do in this world, again, what only you were created to do. So all of these pieces together is it's one of those things where it's not difficult, but it's not necessarily hard. It takes you digging into the deeper time and understanding of what it means to, into each of these principles, put these pieces together so that you're not in the same place a year from now and 5 years from now. And unfortunately, in our busyness society, it's really difficult for a lot of people to understand that when you back way up and you take the time to dig a little deeper, it can actually catapult your success, because so many people are not understanding this and so many people are not doing this, that you can actually get to where you want to go faster if you actually back up. And I think that that's a really important point that people need to understand.
Well, you know, let me ask everybody on the stage at this point. You know, I say, if you want to be able to manifest things easily, it's not what you manifest. It's become the kind of person for whom manifesting is simple and easy. In other words, you transform yourself, then your goals are a given. You know, if the concentration is on your goal, then you may struggle to get there, which is what I hear essentially, you know, both of Satish and you saying, and I want to extend it also to each of you. And what say you in terms of the importance of personal transformation? Because it goes back to the notion of the deadline. The deadline serves to get you invested, not because the deadline itself is important. So your ability to manifest is directly tied to who you are as a person, of capable of manifesting versus the person who struggles to do these things and doesn't. Am I making myself clear?
Absolutely. Something that what I keep hearing, and I just want to reiterate too, it's who we become in the process. It's who we're being. And if we own our lives, own our choices, our emotions, our thoughts, our feelings, we can start manifesting everything that we want and dream of. Mm-hmm. And, for those of you who are watching and you're saying, yeah, but I can't help if somebody does this to me. I can't help. But you can help how you feel about it. You can help what you think about it and the story you're telling yourself in the process. And Lori, I'm just curious what your thoughts are on the importance of telling yourself something that will serve you, since you're telling yourself a story anyway.
Yeah, that internal positive self-talk, if you want to put it in simple terms, is so important. But in order to get to that point, not only does your desire have to be strong, but you do have to pay attention to your influence. Right. So it's the internal and the external. Again, that's that connection that one absolutely affects the other. And so that means, what are you watching on TV? What books are you reading? Who are you surrounding yourself with? I don't care if it's your best friend for 25 years. There's all of those different things that are those influence that absolutely affect your thoughts and what you're telling yourself. But I also want to point out something that's really important too, that was brought up a minute ago, which is understanding that you have that goal, and some people are so stuck on a certain date, a certain deadline kind of a thing, because they're not understanding the process. And what I teach every day in so many different conversations across the world is that you change the strategy, you never change the goal. If that goal is within you and that impact is within you, and you have that desire to reach a certain goal, be in love with the process, but understanding how the strategies might need to change in order to meet that goal. So it's really this is where a lot of people get really confused with, my goal must be too big enough. I might not be the right person, to carry out this dream, this goal, this whatever it is. And so understanding to not only the connection between your desire, but to be in love with the process, but to understand that you can pivot and change, add tools to your toolbox that allow you to make different decisions, to see things differently, allowing you the necessary mindset needed to change those strategies without changing the goal, because the desire and the goal is within you for a reason.
Incredible. This is the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. We're alongside the CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute, as well as Los Angeles Tribune bestselling author Lori McNeil. We're going to take a quick 1-minute break and be back to wrap up this segment. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original.
Okay, well, we're just going to keep moving forward then. Welcome back, everyone. In that case, this is live programming.
Oh, you're muted, Mo. We'll get there. This is what happens when we're live. Looks like he's frozen.
Hi, Lisa Nichols here. And I wanted to thank the Los Angeles Tribune for the Lifetime Achievement Award. I'm grateful. During my career of over 21 years, all I've ever wanted to do was to help transform, help impact, up-level, elevate the lives of those around me. When I started my career over 20 years ago, I never knew that I'd be here. I was a woman from Los Angeles, wanting to change my life and my son's life. And when I found that education, motivation, inspiration, and action led to transformation, And when I began to have my own transformation, all I wanted to do was to help as many people as possible to have the same experience or their own experience similar. I know that 2020 was a year of uncertainty, unexpected and unwanted change. 2020 was a year of unacceptable made polarized. 2020 was a year of release, relinquish, reset, recharge. 2020 was a year that we all navigated through, but we made it to 2021. We made it to 2021 still with hope, with dreams, with belief. In spite of global and national upheaval, we've pushed through it and we're here today. I'm honored by this award because it's an award that's acknowledging resiliency as well as commitment. And each and every one of us have that. I'm grateful that I can inspire someone else to keep getting up. I say oftentimes, I didn't avoid being knocked down. I simply was always committed to getting back up. And as I kept getting back up, I continued to have more faith in my ability to get up. And then I was able to strategize on how to avoid so many knockdowns. So I want to thank you again. I want to thank the LA Tribune for seeing in me something that adds value. I want to thank the Quantum Leap Forum for seeing in me something that adds value to the lives of those around me. I am who I am because of the energy that lives and the vibration that flows through Los Angeles. I am and will always be an LA girl, no matter where I live, where I am, or where I serve in the world. So it's an honor to be able to do good work besides good people like you. I cannot wait until I can turn a virtual hug into a physical hug. I'm your sister in prosperity and in possibility. And from my heart to yours, I say thank you. I believe in you and I love you. Be well.
Mo, you're on mute.
Awesome. And of course, that was a clip of Lisa Nichols that we wanted to share with our audience. And we're getting ready to go to the next segment. Julie, how excited are you for our next segment? We're going to wrap up with Lori and Satish, and we're actually going to bring up Sherry Gideons. But Julie, please kick it off for a minute.
I am so excited. This last hour and a half has been absolutely amazing. It's hard to imagine that it could get any better, but I know that it will. It just keeps building and building upon each and every guest that's been on and will be on. So I can hardly wait to learn some more and have some more inspiration.
I want to thank Lori McNeil for being so generous with her time. Satish Verma will be joining us again. The folks watching in the virtual auditorium have been told, and I just want to make it clear, Satish is going to join us periodically over the next 4 days and continue to share his wisdom and tie the thread of these 100 speakers back to the principles of Napoleon Hill. And I see the editor-in-chief of the LA Tribune has joined us as well. So Sherry, would you please be gracious enough to introduce the next guest? I know you and Chris are going to take the floor here in a minute or so. So Sherry, please go ahead and introduce our next guest.
Absolutely. So I'm honored to invite onto the stage Chris Nagel. He is a former pro snowboarder to a money Mongol, and he is here to teach America about #1 money mentoring, with a core belief that success is built not only by the resources you have, but by the resourcefulness you can be. And when I read that about him, I loved, it goes back to what Lori's been talking about all of us. It's about the resourcefulness we can be, that state of being. Hi, Chris, welcome.
Hey, how are you? Glad to be here.
Wonderful. Well, I've been singing the praises of just our friendship and the gift that you are and what you're going to bring to the stage. We've been talking about the foundation of Napoleon Hill's principles and the power that lies within that for all of us. I want to introduce you to my co-host here, Julie Ann Meyer, an amazing friend. if you haven't met her yet. But let's take this for a second into what we've been talking about here for the last hour, the principles of alignment. And so tell us a little bit how you teach in the Money Multiplier, how to align with those key teachings or that foundational side of tapping into the inside of yourself around money.
Yeah, you know, money's an interesting thing. People either embrace it or they repel against it. And I think one of the things, I mean, I was a financial advisor, a Wall Street guy for 16 years, and I thought I knew everything there was to know about money until I stumbled upon what we teach today. And really it all came down to controlling the environment in which your money is in. Okay. And that's what we teach. We teach people how to be in control of their money. And we do that by teaching them how to be the bank. So how does that fit into all these principles? It fits on almost every single one of them. Definiteness of purpose. I mean, if you can conceive it, you can believe it, you can achieve it. Because the one thing about money that a lot of people have been taught their whole life is they've been taught to make it by trading hours for dollars. And then they take the money that they've made and they give it away. They literally take this hard-earned money. Okay. And money can come in any shape and size. It's just an exchange. That's all money is, a means of exchange. And they take it and they give it away. They give up control of that money. They give up control to Wall Street, to banks. And that is the single thing we teach people not to do. We teach them to take that control back by applying the exact same principles that banks use to control your money and to make a really big spread between anywhere 400 to 1,300% more than you make on the money there. So that's what we do. We teach people how to become the bank, but that requires them to completely shift their way of thinking when it comes to money. It forces them to literally see a completely different environment where they have to learn a couple new things, be definite that this will actually work, and have an end purpose of where they're going to go with it.
Love that.
Me too. So I actually have a question about this because the first thing that comes to my mind is you worked on Wall Street. So you have these, or I'm curious if you had to unlearn some of the things that you were taught working on Wall Street, because it just seems like
I'm laughing, and you know, anybody that's watching this or listening to this, you know, I'm literally probably flush right now because I had to almost unlearn everything that I learned, and that was one of the most difficult things. Let me sum it up by telling just a quick story. We all have learned how to ride a bicycle, right? You remember when you first stepped on a bike, it had training wheels. Your parents, you know, said you push the pedals down, the bike goes forward. You turn the bars to the right, the bike will go to the right. Turn them to the left, the bike will go to the left. Then our parents took the training wheels off, and some of you fell, some of you actually mastered it right away. But the fact of the matter is you learned how to ride the bicycle a specific way. Okay. In money, I learned how to ride the bicycle of money a specific way, the way that Wall Street wanted me to learn. But then one day, around a really wealthy individual, I just asked him a question because he was lending me money. I said, how do you lend all this money? And he says, I have my own private bank. Now, to me, I thought that meant he literally had a bank, but he didn't. He said, I don't have a bank. I literally have mastered the art of mimicking a bank and doing exactly what they do. But I changed one thing, and that was where my money went first. Now, going back to the bicycle example, what if all we did on the bicycle that all of you learned how to ride is changed one thing? What if we changed one thing that made it so when you turn the handlebars to the right, the bike went to the left? And when you turn the handlebars to the left, the bike went to the right. That's all we did. Changed one thing. But how many of you think you could ride the backward bicycle? Well, I'll tell you, there's a video on YouTube called The Backward Bicycle, and you will find out none of you could. But all we did is changed one thing, and no one could ride it unless you practiced. And unless you stayed on that pursuit, and unless you kept practicing and being consistent and persistent in your actions, that's the only way. So when I switched from Wall Street into this, to being your own bank and taking back control, I had to learn how to ride that backward bicycle. And I got to tell you, my mind kept shifting back to the old way. I just wanted to get back on the regular bicycle because that's what I knew. But I knew that that was always a trap. That would keep me in financial slavery. So I had to change my way of thinking, and I had to be very definite on that way of thinking and stay focused on it. And now the funny part about it is I can't go back to the old way. I literally look at the way people use money, the way that people, think about money and just the overall of everything that money is. And I just can't even comprehend it, which is why I teach people how to change one thing and how to ride the backward bicycle of money.
I love that. I love that. And I think too, because one of the things that Napoleon Hill talks a lot about is the fear of poverty.
Yes.
And, you know, what kind of advice do you have with your clients to overcome their financial fears, especially because a lot of it is attached to their parents' beliefs, like money doesn't grow on trees and there's not enough. And every time they want to think like what you're sharing here, they have that little voice in their head of what somebody else said.
Listen, I've been doing this a long time now, and I'm not going to lie. Sometimes I go back to that fear as well. Sometimes when, you know, things just are a bit weird, I always go back to the fear, but then I remember that the path through is not a path of fear. It's a path of abundance. So one of the things that I would tell people when it comes to fear of poverty, and that is a massive thing. People grow up. I grew up in a lower middle class family at a 700 square foot, 1-bedroom house. My mom raised me. My dad was an alcoholic and not around. It was a struggle. We've all heard it. Shut the door. We're not hitting the outside. All those things. I grew up like that. So I always had that scarcity mindset. But then when you started to get around the people and you know, you could talk masterminds, you know, I know Napoleon Hill talks about that a lot, but I started getting around people that had an abundant mindset. And I literally watched from the far, and I watched what they were doing, and none of them had a scarcity mindset. And they just kept giving and having more. Every time they gave, they had more. So when you think of fear, and when you think of fear around money, it's massive today, especially right now. But if you live in that state of fear, you'll never get out of it, because you're always going to be conforming to somebody else's failed realities, somebody else's failed financial plan, and somebody else's failed dream. And I always say, you know, Earl Nightingale talked about this a lot, and I know this echoes on Napoleon Hill. There's only one thing that makes a difference between success and failure, and that is creation. Because the only way you're going to fail is to give up or to conform to somebody else's failed reality. And I think that's the saddest part, is when people listen to someone that isn't doing what they want, and that's their destiny, because they literally followed the path of somebody that never followed their dreams. You want to succeed? Create it.
Well, I'd like to ask you a question, Chris. I'm so glad that you're here. And I want to go into your background a little bit as a pro snowboarder. Yes. And let me just set it up this way. My son was about 8 years old, and he was snowboarding, and I grew up on skis. And so he said, "Dad, will you go snowboarding with me?" So I said, "Okay." And I go in and I say, "Hey, I want to rent the snowboard." They said, "Have you ever snowboarded?" I said, "No." They go, "Have you skied?" I said, "Yeah." They go, "Then you want the skis?" I said, "No, I want the snowboard." They said, "No, you want the skis?" I said, "No." We had this huge kind of disagreement at the rental place, and I said, "Give me the snowboard." I went out, I fell over, couldn't get back up, didn't have a clue, rolled around on the snow like a fish in the bottom of a boat, because the core strength wasn't there. I'd never used those muscles the way that, I needed to use in order to snowboard. After trying 3 or 4 times, I said, "Okay, fine, I'm going to go ski." And then my son was impressed that I could ski, not so impressed that I couldn't snowboard. My point is that your conditioning as an athlete, your ability to navigate the conditioning and the muscle building and the sensibilities that were required for you to succeed as a pro, you parallel that to the same kind of conditioning that people need to have when it comes to success and money consciousness. Because some people just think, well, I'll get in a quick rich scheme or something like that. But you know the difference. You know the difference physically and mentally, financially as well.
Well, listen, you don't become a pro snowboarder quickly. You don't become a pro snowboarder without, practice and literally conditioning and never giving up. So how do you become wealthy? The exact same way. You never give up. You learn from your failures, and you be consistent and persistent in everything you do. But you also have to push through the pain. And there's a lot of pain, whether it's snowboarding. I mean, I have broken so many bones, torn so many ligaments. And you know what? In my contract as a pro snowboarder, I had 6 months. So when I tore my ACL and MCL, I had 6 months to get back on the hill and start winning and filming again. So I could have just said, "Oh, there's no way." The doc could have said, "Oh, there's no way, Chris, you're never going to make it back on the hill and be 100% in 6 months." I could have conformed to that and listened to what they said about, "Hey, I'm not going to do it. Hey, guys, I'm not going to be able to do it. Doc said I can't." Or I could say, "I appreciate your opinion, but I know I can." And that's exactly what I did. Every time every day. And what a lot of people don't realize is, when I was a pro in the late 90s and through the 2000s, and it was different then than it is now. But, there's lifts, and a lot of people, they'll take the lift. But to me, I never took the lift. Okay. I'd get to the top of the hill, so I took the lift there, but then I'd go to the jump or the handrail or whatever the feature is that I wanted to learn, and I would hike it. I would hit it, get comfortable with it, get an idea. I'd hike back up to, which is exhausting. You're walking up a hill or a mountain, okay, to the top of it again, which exhausts you, but it allows you to think. So that whole time you're hiking up in exhaustion, you're also thinking of the next trick. What do I got to do? How fast do I got to go? How am I going to leave the lip? What is my shoulder going to do? Like, you're thinking it through. So you're visualizing it. You're conceiving it, right? And then when you're up at the top and you're strapping in, you just got to believe you can do it. And what happens? You do it. But then you just go again and again. Now, I don't want to take much time on this, but this is so important. I'll never forget this moment. It was New Hampshire. It was my very first pro snowboard contest. And I'm at the bottom. I was the first one there because I wanted to be the first one on the lift. It was a rainy day. And I remember I got on that lift. I'm going up, and it was kind of foggy. And I came over this knoll, and I looked to my left, and there was this ginormous jump. I mean, a bigger jump than I'd ever hit in my life. And instantly, that excitement I had at the bottom was gone, and I was engulfed with fear. So I get to the top of the hill, literally thinking I might just stay on this lift and take it all the way back down and pretend I never made it to the contest. But I didn't. I got off. And I'm sitting at the top, and fear is just scaring me. I'm just building up all this stuff. If I go too fast, I'm going to overshoot it, and I could blow out my knees, break my back. If I go too slow, I'm going to slam into that. It's a knoll, because it was back then the jumps had a takeoff, and then they had a big almost wall that you'd hit if you didn't go fast enough. So I'm thinking that through, and all this stuff's going through your head. But as a snowboarder, we always had to have somebody that went first. We called them a guinea pig. Well, because I was the new pro, all the other pros were like, you're going first. It was a game of Rochambeau, as a matter of fact, which was fun, but not fun at all when you lose. So I'm sitting at the top, and I'm just, again, all that fear. I got to be the first one to hit it. I don't know how fast to go. Nobody's hit the jump. Nobody can give you any advice. So you're just filled with the most terrifying fear of just the unknown. And then a starter comes up and he says to me, Chris, you can go at will. I didn't even hear him until he said it a second time. Now, at this point in everybody's life, right, you can kind of hear where I'm at in the story. I have a decision. I can just say, no, I'm not going to do it. This is too dangerous. A lot of bad things can happen. Or I can rise to the occasion, and I can believe that I can do it. And I can believe that I can do it because I've done it consistently and persistently hundreds, if not thousands of times. So I leaped. And as I'm going down that in run, it felt like forever. It was probably a few seconds, but it's completely quiet. You just hear, and then you're in the air. But you see, the second you leave that lip, all the fear is completely gone, because that's when instinct kicks in. All the times that I'd practiced, it just kicks in automatically. Didn't have to think about it. It happens. It's like a bird. When the mother pushes a baby bird out of the nest, does the bird fall to its death? No, instinct kicks in and it flies. Well, I just started to fly because of instinct, and because of practicing, conditioning, and because of believing in myself. Listen, I know that's snowboarding, and I'm sorry I went a little long with that, but that's life, folks. If you don't leap, you're never going to fulfill your destiny. You're never going to be the person you want to be, and you'll never, ever realize the dreams, and you'll never do the things that you were put on this earth to do. But that leap always comes with a high level of fear. All those things that hit you, they want you to stop. But you got to go that extra inch, that extra mile, and you got to push through it. Otherwise, you'll never realize who you could be.
Can I just take a moment for one follow-up comment and question? That was absolutely beautiful. And I think also we can get the parallel of how important it is in people's financial life or in any aspect of their life. But all of what you said, where you said the fear is there, but then the instinct, the conditioning takes over. How can and can't, or let me ask it this way, can people condition themselves to be successful as you have demonstrated that you are?
It's yes. And here's the sick part. It's so easy. Okay. I didn't come from a different place than anyone listening. Some people are here. I'm living paycheck to paycheck. So was I. I can't do it because I don't have any money. So I didn't either, but I did it. Look me up. Like, I'm doing pretty freaking well. But what's the difference between me and you? And what I would say to people is, I wanted to create, and other people just want to live in fear. But here's the reason why it's so simple. And I'll never forget it. I was at a mastermind that I couldn't afford to be at. I swiped a credit card for $5,000 to go to this individual's house for a mastermind. I don't even know why I'm there. I'm amongst greats. Okay. I'm amongst a whole bunch of just superstars. And I'm just this guy that's nobody. I'm a financial advisor that doesn't even know where I'm going. And I remember just sitting there, and I went to the guy that was putting the mastermind on, somebody we all know. And I just said to him, I said, I need the best advice you can give me. He kind of knew my circumstance. He put his hand on my shoulder. He leaned into me and he said, I'm going to give you the best advice I can give everyone. And you know what he said to me? He said, give your best stuff away for free. Now, I was pretty upset when I heard that because that wasn't the advice I wanted. I wanted a quick fix. But he said, give your best stuff away for free. And what do you think I have done ever since that day? That would have been 2014. I have given my best stuff away for free. Look it up. Go on my YouTube. Go on anything. I give it all away. So when people are saying they want to be successful, they want to do what I've done or what any of the other folks that are on here that are successful, great. Give your best stuff away for free. So what do I mean by that? I mean that you must, if you're going to be successful, you must take yourself out of the equation, and you must realize to be successful, you have to solve other people's problems. There's not a business in the world that's successful that doesn't solve a problem for somebody else. But yet in life, we think that we're different. We think we should solve our problem first, which is backwards. You go out and you solve somebody else's problem. Okay. And when you solve somebody else's problem, the universe takes care of the rest. Your problem has to be solved. It's not automatic. It's not fast. Building wealth is a marathon. It's not a sprint. But not only that, okay, one of the other things I think a lot of people make the mistake of with building wealth is they think that they got to take a lot of risk. They think that they got to give up control or go into this high risk thing to get ahead. And that's always a trap. You see, the fastest way to wealth is through your own debts and expenses. I teach this all the time. And this is the recycle, recapture, the being your own bank is look at how much money you give away every single month in your car payment, your credit cards. And then I want you to just visualize, okay? I want you to visualize if you were to have written those checks to yourself. All the checks you write to somebody else's bank. Imagine if you wrote those checks back to yourself. What would that look like? What would your life be? How much more money would you have to save and live the life you want? Most people would say a lot. So why aren't you doing that? Oh, that's impossible. Oh, there's no way. Nonsense. I got videos that show it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Beautiful. Well, let's go back to fear just for a second and talk about the subconscious mind, because we know that the subconscious mind plays 95% of the role that is what's manifesting in the outer world. So how do you think the principle of programming the subconscious mind that Heal talks about can be utilized to maximize the benefits of what you teach in the money multiplier?
You know, we talked about this last night, you know, in our conversation.
Yes.
You know, sometimes there's just some things in life you're just never going to understand until that day where you actually get the download or you get to actually stand in front of God and you're just going to know. But there's some times where I'm asked to speak at an event and I'm up on that stage in front of hundreds or thousands of people. And, you know, of course I'm scared sometimes, maybe not anymore, but early on I was. And you're sitting there and you just go. You stop thinking. And you just go. It's almost instinct, like we said, subconscious. Okay. And what only thing I can describe it as, and this is what I said last night, it's almost like you just step aside and you just let another power flow through you. Because sometimes I get done with a talk, I walk off stage, or I get done with a virtual and I'm done with it. And I'm just like, where did that come from? Well, maybe it was there all along, but you were so in your head, you were thinking about it too much that you didn't allow that magic to come out. You didn't allow that greatness to come out of you. Sometimes it's just shutting off what you think you know and allowing it to just happen. You know, I tell people a lot, I recite Will Rogers' quote, and he says, one of the biggest problems in America is not what people don't know. He said, one of the biggest problems is what people think that they know that just ain't so. And I think for most of my life, I thought I knew what wasn't so. Like when I was an advisor, you just think you know everything because of preconditioning or just everything you've learned. And sometimes that's not the issue. Sometimes it's just that the magic is just allowing yourself to continue to keep learning, allowing yourself to just continue accepting, and allowing yourself to just shut off and just let things happen the way that they're supposed to. Now, that might not be the best answer for the question you asked, but that's just the only one that I could think of that really relates to what I do day in and day out.
All right.
I love that answer. I think it's really eloquent and it says a lot about what we can do and how we can be and show up. And it sort of takes a little bit of the pressure off too, in a way, and still have that ownership. So one of the things that I'm thinking about as this idea of the fear, and it's going back to you going to this $5,000 mastermind. Yeah, I know so many. I've done something similar. So and it was worth every single penny. But going there wasn't what made it worth it. It was what you did with being there. And I'm curious how you got the courage to do that in the first place, because that does take that leap of faith. It does take that overriding. Is that something that comes from your background as a professional sports person, or is that just, I'm just curious.
It's a great question. And yes, I'm sure a lot of it does come from, very similar to that story, that leap, right? Just when you're an athlete, you just have to do sometimes things that put you in a very uncomfortable or very scary situation. But you also have to realize that sometimes you just have to have somebody in your corner that believes in you. I always loved the movie Rudy. Rudy had so many people betting against him to be that football star that he wanted to be and that he dreamed of being at Notre Dame. But then he had that janitor who believed in him and pushed him, and his one friend. So I could take all the credit in the world and sit here and tell everybody, I knew I had to be there. But honestly, left to my own self, I wouldn't have been at that mastermind. I'm honest. Even if I had swiped that card, I would have called and gotten a refund. But my fiance, who's now my wife, Larissa, she pushed me. She said, you have to be there. I know we can't afford this, but we will find a way. When you go there, you will figure it out. She said, go. And that's what got me there. That is truly what got me there. And she's been that guiding light for me. And, I've had two people in my life that have always been on my side, and sometimes rather difficultly. My mother, I call her my unconditional one. She has always believed in me, even when no one else did. She always did. And my wife, she's kind of a little bit firmer. She's always been that one to kick me in the butt and push me when I'm really uncomfortable or when I just don't want to do something. She is that extra nudge that I always need. So I can't take full credit for actually why I landed at that mastermind. A lot of it was her.
Well, and what it sounds like too is you were willing to take decisive action.
Yes, 100%.
That's what speaks to me in the message that you just gave everybody. And sometimes we have to step out of that, that level of fear within ourselves and be willing to just jump off the ledge and take decisive action and believe.
Yeah. And just if anyone's wondering what the cat's doing in the thing, he never misses a webinar, never misses a training. His name's Lazy Cash. So I just had to give him props. He's never missed a show. So welcome to Lazy Cash.
So your cat can meet my dogs who are sitting at my feet. So that's all. I wanted to ask this about you, Chris. You talked about fear on the mountainside, but there's also fear at the mastermind. Fear is something that we encounter all over the place. I mean, the average person has a lot of fears. Mastermind, you didn't stop. Mountainside, you didn't stop. Sometimes you just have to face your fears. I mean, we love change, but we fear it, and we fear change, but we crave it. So it, you've conditioned yourself. You've worked hard to have a professional sports career, and the career that you have now, you're helping all these different people. You've conditioned your mind so that instinct can take over. But for the average person who doesn't know yet that that's possible, what kinds of things can they start doing today that might help them either face their fear, get over their fear, or understand that they need to? It's part of life. It's just part of everything, and it's going to come up when you face new situations. So why not just get used to it?
Yeah, I think that would go into something that Napoleon said often, definiteness of purpose. You have to have a purpose. Like, what is it? What is your purpose? What is it that you're passionate about? I tell people all the time, like, they want to open a business, and I say, would you do what you're going to go in business to do for free? If no one ever paid you, would you still do it and put the same amount of energy, the same amount of passion into it? And if their answer is no, then I say that's the wrong business to go into. Because when you're going to go out there, you have to have that purpose. Because if without the purpose, there's no point. I mean, you're never gonna make it through those really hard times if you are not seeking, some giant purpose for yourself or passion, I think is what some people call. I don't always love using the word passion, but so when people are thinking about doing, whatever it is, or they just, they're on the pursuit to wealth and becoming, financially stable or free. I think the first thing to always realize is it's going to be somewhat of a long road. And when I say a long road, some people think, oh, 10, 20, 30 years. No. I mean, maybe 3-4 years, but those 3-4 years are going to feel like nothing happens. And then all of a sudden, it just starts to change and it goes faster and faster. And I would urge people to understand compound interest. I teach that all the time. I teach uninterrupted compound interest, but compound interest is no different than compounding persistency and compounding action, because it's the same thing. Money that grows, we all know Albert Einstein said compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world, the most powerful thing in the universe. And he said, those that understand it earn it, and those that don't pay it. Right? That's what he said about compound interest. But what he never said anything about compound action, because it's exactly the same thing. So if your actions compound and you continuously keep doing the same thing that you're, to push through to that purpose, that passion that you have, nothing else can happen. The biggest thing that stops everybody from Greg Reed wrote it in 3 Feet from Gold. It's the best way to call it, right? They stop 3 feet from gold every time because they think it's a waste of time. And usually it's not because of their thoughts. It's because somebody else gets in their head and tells them their idea is stupid. It's never going to work. You need to do it. And it's always somebody close to them. And they stop 3 feet from gold. All I did different than anyone else is I didn't stop, folks. I kept digging. I fell in love with digging. I didn't fall in love with what I was digging for. I fell in love with the act of digging. You want to be successful? Fall in love with the hard stuff. Fall in love with the digging if you can. If you're going to dig a trench, don't dig a trench because you want whatever the trench is going to give you. Dig a trench because you love digging, and you'll never stop.
Wow.
Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. I want to thank you, Chris, for sharing your wisdom. We're about to go into our next segment. And I hope the folks were taking notes while Chris was speaking, because there's a lot of great value added to this community. So thank you so much, Chris. We appreciate you and your time, sir.
It was an honor and a privilege. Thank you.
And with that being said, I'm really excited, Rex, Julie, and Sherry, because we have a powerhouse lineup that's about to join us in the next few seconds here. And I'm pumped up because I know that all three of them, in fact, we'll have probably more than 3 people join momentarily. But for now, let's get the ball rolling with Fred Moskowitz, Dr. Angela, and Muriel. And I'm very excited because all 3 of these individuals are truly incredible thought leaders, and they're looking at the world and they're looking at the principles of Napoleon Hill from totally different perspectives, totally different industries, totally different things that they do in the world to help people. So I'm excited because, again, this whole program is one conversation, a Socratic style conversation where we have 100 speakers invited from different parts of the world coming together with one common cause, working with the Think and Grow Rich Institute and the Los Angeles Tribune to transform lives and to make people's lives and businesses reach their potential. And so with that being said, I want to welcome the 3 of you to the program.
Can I point something out?
Hold on. Let me finish, please, Rex. Let me finish. Hold on. I want to start with you, Fred. You've been listening. You've been taking notes. Where is your mind right now as far as the summit so far? I know you've been paying attention. Fred, please.
Thank you, Mo. It's great to be here. So where is my mind right now? My mind is on gratitude. Gratitude for the opportunity to be among an amazing group of speakers and thought leaders and thinkers. And it's all around this common theme to celebrate and share all about the principles of Think and Grow Rich. The lessons we've all learned from Napoleon Hill. They're the same lessons. However, for each of us, the takeaways are different. The way we apply the principles in our own lives is very different. And the way we show up in the world, although they're very different, we show up in a very positive way.
I love that. And Muriel, what are your thoughts?
Well, I am also very grateful for being here and among all of you. And again, we all have different journey, different paths, but the way we are bringing ourselves and sharing our messages, our struggle, our success to help others is a beautiful thing, because we all saying the same thing, but we're saying it differently. So we can all combine, reach a bigger, large amount of people, so we can inspire them.
Love it. Love it. What about you, Dr. Angela?
Hello and good afternoon. I'm super excited to be here and so grateful for this opportunity to join all the masterminds. And I tell you, in addition to gratitude, I am excited taking the notes and listening to the stories and the inspiration and action and momentum and talking about alignment and vibration. I think we're all up here. So I'm excited to learn more. I'm excited about the panel discussion and to see where we go with this dynamic discussion.
Well, excited is good. Thank you.
I wanted to say before we begin that we've seen Satish and Lori and Chris, and we've had an amazing time with some amazing thought leaders. And now we've got 3 new amazing thought leaders who I can't wait to have you jump in and share your expertise with us. And I'm sure that the audience who's watching us now and in replay are got a lot of takeaways so far. I know that you've got some really good stuff. I've known Fred for a long time, and I love Fred. And I'm going to get to know both of you much better. So please enjoy. And I'm going to step back for a little bit, but we'll see you there. So who wants to start it off?
Well, I have a question. Actually, Ava's here, so let's hear from Ava.
Well, I'm gonna start us off. You know, one of the things that I'm really, really delighted about is this is our actually special Thought Leader Edition panel, the newspaper behind you. And so the experts that we have here have all been featured and will be featured in the special Thought Leader Edition. Dr. Angela's coming up soon in November. Fred and Muriel were just featured. And I'm going to bring one more person who will also be coming up in our fall winter edition, and that's Anna Lanier. When she's ready, I'll see which is ready. We'll bring her up, and also I'll bring up Donna. Donna was also featured in the last 2 editions of our special Thought Leader Edition, and I'm just really excited because our goal in the special Thought Leader Edition is to bring you the expertise that you get to see all of the experts from different industries. And so I want to tee this up with asking about, you know, the newspaper is all about generosity. You know, it's both in print and digital, and we always ask our experts to like give from a place of generosity, so that when people see it and receive it, that it transforms their lives. And so each of you, I would ask, like, what's that place that you can give from that you know transforms people's lives? Fred, let me start with you, and then we'll go around.
Thank you, Ava. Yeah, this is such a juicy question. It really is. Something that just came to mind right now is this. I, as someone who works as an investment professional in the financial area, I speak with investors every single day, right? That's part of what I do, the conversations I have. And something that one of the lessons from Napoleon Hill that really I've internalized and I live it as part of my life is this, that Think and Grow Rich, it's not just about money. It's not just about chasing after the dollar, which for a lot of investors, that's what they do. But what about being rich in other areas of life, right? Consider this. We can be rich in experiences. We can be rich in relationships, in family. We can be rich with friends. We can be rich in knowledge. And last but not least, we can be rich in health and wellness. And that's something that's very important. I'm very passionate about that. I'm glad to see that Dr. Angela is on this panel as well, because I'd love to hear some of her thoughts about this as a medical professional. But wellness and health, it's an investment. It's an investment we have to make. We have to invest time. We have to invest money. But the benefits are tremendous. What do we get for that investment? We get to have energy. We get to feel good. And I'll tell you what, As someone who is an entrepreneur, a business owner, we need lots of energy to do what we do. And so focusing on feeling good, feeling healthy, it's a priority. It really is. And the way I look at it, it's an investment we have to invest in every single day of our lives.
Well, thank you for that, Fred. And with that, I am going to transition with Dr. Angela. But before that, I just want to point out that Dame Doria just made a comment, acknowledging you, Fred, that you are going to be attending the Money and You in San Diego this November. Dame Doria we are both graduates. Me and Mo are graduates of the Money and You program, and it's happening again in San Diego this November. So check out, Dame Doria's Money and You program, because talk about money. That's really a powerful program about collaboration, like what we're doing right now, all about collaboration. So, Dr. Angela, yes, the wealth in health. Would love to be able to hear that, and the investment. I love how Fred put that up. The investment.
Yes, well, thank you so much. And this is my passion. This is my wheelhouse to talk about health and wellness. And as a physician and as a wellness lifestyle expert, emphasizing holistic wellness, it is so key. We are not just a body and we are not a mind, but in order for us to live life to the greatest potential and know that our potential is unlimited, we have to and we should connect, and we have to live life from the holistic point, making sure that we connect body and mind and making sure we connect with our creator. And one of the dimensions I focus on is our money. It's important that we have a positive relationship with our money. We have financial peace. And we also know that when we have a positive relationship with our money, it brings freedom, it brings joy, it brings a number of things. And in the book by Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich, in the subconscious mind section, he talks about our emotions. That's another pillar that I focus on, emotions. And he tells us that you cannot have positive and negative emotions simultaneously. The one will dominate. So we're going to thrive, and we're going to be financially peaceful, and we're going to have health and wellness, because when we have stress, it impacts our health. We need to focus on the positive. We need to make sure that we're optimistic, and then we can thrive and we can live abundantly. Thank you.
Absolutely incredible. I want to thank you so much, Dr. Angela, for sharing your time with this community. I want to personally introduce the next speaker, because Muriel is very important to the Los Angeles Tribune. She is truly one of the most gifted writers that I have ever read. And I mean that with no hyperbole. If you have not read her work, if you have not taken time to read her material, I highly encourage all of the folks watching to do it. She's truly a very, very gifted writer with a brilliant mind. And I encourage all of the folks to take time to read her work, read her material, and read one of her upcoming books that are going to be published by the Los Angeles Tribune Publishing House, where we specialize in nonfiction material for people that want to lead their life, lead their businesses. So Muriel, without further ado, I just want to give you the floor and properly give you your flowers for the brilliant writer that you are. Muriel, please, your thoughts.
Well, thank you very much. So I totally agree with Dr. Angela here, because we are more than just our finances. We are a combination of our mind, our body, our soul, our energy, our frequency. And what changed for me for the Napoleon Hill's information book was that we are the master of our destiny. We create our own life, and we are, if you wish, actor and player. So what are you deciding to create today? What is your vision? And at the end of the day here, we have to align our inner thought and our outer environment. Everything that you see outside yourself is a reflection of your inner emotion, inner thinking. So yes, if you're like a chef, if you wish, and you put a little pinch of salt and a little pinch of pepper and a little pinch of this and a little pinch of that, at the end of the day, you might be mastering something, but you're not mastering it all. So the beauty of it is that you need to create your own magic. You need to be believing in higher powers than yourself, and you need to connect internally first with your divine self and the divine up there. So when we're talking about wealth, when we're talking about finances, when we're talking about money, a lot of people have a negative concept about wealth and money. And when I'm working with my client, a lot of time if I tell them how do you see money, put it in a person, and they're representing like something evil from their programming from their childhood. So the first thing to correct is you need to think of something beautiful, something powerful, something that can help you create the life you want. And whether that life is to give to others or to create, inspirational books or songs or health and wellness courses or a mastermind, money is just a tool. It's an energy currency. And we have to match with our wisdom, frequency, and vibration the outcomes that we seek. Because if we're not matching what we're seeking and staying in that vibration and positive thinking, nothing is going to happen. And as the previous speaker was saying, they were actually saying, you can do this and you can do that, but they all had to learn what they had learned. Okay, and so that's the most important thing. So we need to always evolve and grow.
Thank you so much, Muriel. I love that you have really emphasized that we get to be in the same frequency and vibration, because money is vibration and frequency. And I wanted to be able to have the whole crowd chime in actually on this. And I want to bring in one more expert that's coming up in November. That's Anna Lanier. She is also I love Anna Lanier's focus. She is an anti-depression coach and teacher, and she has revolutionized the way we teach people, or she teaches people how to go through depression and how to overcome depression, actually is the right word for that. So it's a perfect match of different industries and fields in here, because our life is 360 degrees, right? It's not one or the other. But coming back to Muriel's, what Muriel was saying, Donna, I wanted to go back with you because I know you vibrationally kind of are coming from the same frequency, and I'd like to hear, what your thoughts are and what expertise do you bring on the table, and then we'll go to Anna Lanier after.
Yes, absolutely. I come from a background of financial planning, and I was a managing principal of an investment firm. So I was on the doing side of money. Do this with your money, do this with your money to create more. And I realized quickly on that we didn't necessarily would always need to do something, is that we have to learn how to be with money. And so a complete shift to the other side. So I actually love this entire forum, because underneath everything that we do is a thought. Underneath that thought, we have beliefs. But underneath that belief, just like what Muriel was saying, is there is a vibration or an energy or a frequency that drives us. It's like putting fuel into your car. If you have a gasoline car, there's different grades of fuel. But if you have a diesel, you better not put regular gas in it, because you're not going to drive that car very far. And now we have electric cars and hybrid cars and different types of cars. So we're always aligning how we feel in our heart set, which is over 90% in our subconsciousness, with what we're thinking up here. So when we do think the thoughts, I am rich and abundant, we really truly do feel it, rather than a lack energy, a less than energy, I'm not enough, who am I, imposter syndrome. And when you come into that vibrational alignment, which has been a theme throughout listening all day today, then you truly have the power for instant thought form energy healing or instant thought form creation. And it's all about how we're driving that mindset and that thought forward to obtain the results we're looking for.
Thank you so much for that, Donna. Very, very thorough explanation of how that all works together. Isn't it beautiful how it kind of like, it's not one or the other. It's a combination, like with Dr. Angela's field in holistic medicine, and Fred's investment, and Muriel's vibrational energies, and what Donna's bringing also as the mind whisperer, really reprogramming subconscious, which brings me to, and Julianne, please feel free to pitch in. It's just, I have an advantage in this forum, this panel, because everyone that writes in the Los Angeles Tribune Thought Leader edition, I have like really sat with and read as the editor-in-chief. That's kind of like my obsession. So I have a little bit of an advantage, Julianne, but please feel free to pitch in. But Anna, I'm going to bring it back to you, talking about that holistic side of being able to reprogram the brain. I would love to hear what your stand is in depression and how you do your magic in that arena.
Yes. So when we are talking about these kind of things, especially mental health, you are actually not afraid of what you want to create. You're afraid of what you can create. So I tell everybody that I create monster programs. And everybody says, like, what do you mean? Well, I got out of depression in 7 months, generational depression. I teach people how to do the same. I am today 5 days cancer-free. I beat cancer in 3 weeks. So now I actually created monsters that I didn't even know that they're possible. And as leaders, to put out there these kind of things, that I am not lucky for overcoming depression in 7 months. I'm not lucky for getting out of cancer in 3 weeks. The person who is going to learn from me how to do it, they're going to be the lucky one. And this is why we shouldn't be afraid of what we can create. We should be afraid of living mundane life, boring life, that tomorrow we ask ourselves, what did we live for? I haven't accomplished anything. And this is why it's important to Fred's opinion also, to master your mind at all levels, at emotional levels, at mental levels, at physical levels, at spiritual levels, right? Because you cannot complete everything one piece at a time. You have to make it all the pieces work together for you. If somebody would have told me 3.5 weeks that I can beat cancer in 3 weeks, I would have told them, you're nuts, go and see a psychiatrist, I can't help you. Today I've done it. During my recovery, I'm actually putting a program up of how to do it. Okay, so these are things that we shouldn't be afraid to create. We should be afraid to suffer and not accomplish anything. That we should be afraid of, not creating.
I love
Thank
that.
you so much, Julie. Let me give the mic to you. Yes.
So, Anna, congratulations, by the way. That, first of all, is in order. So I'm so happy to hear that. And she's actually been on my TV show, so I do know Anna. But she brings up this interesting idea that we haven't really touched on yet. And this is, being depressed. And when we are in a negative state of mind, I know that there's people who are watching who are saying, yeah, okay, think positive. But how do I do that? How do I go from feeling consumed by fear, by feeling consumed by shame, guilt, whatever these negative types of emotions are? How do I go from that to being able to focus on something positive? And Dr. Angela, you have such amazing energy. I'm going to start with you.
Thank you so much. Well, it's important. And I have to say that, of course, if someone's not safe, right, you have those instructions that you need to seek care immediately. We're not talking about trying to, do something that's not safe. But I think the next thing is take it one step at a time. In our society, so much is going on, and there's this urgency that we have to jump in and do 5 steps at one time and do everything and go from 0 to 60. One step at a time, and sometimes it's 1 hour at a time in that day. So surrounding yourselves with a positive thought. It may be your self-talk. It may be a word of encouragement that someone has given you. Maybe you have a poster or some kudos that someone has shared with you. Identify one positive thought, one step at a time. And sometimes you say that over and over. And sometimes from a spiritual standpoint, however you address your creator. We have different words and names. It may be a prayer, that's one word, and that may be help. It may be I'm here. It may be, Jesus, whatever that is, but one step, one thing at a time, and to focus on the positive.
I love that. And, something that I learned a long time ago is practicing tools and practicing things when everything is going well, so that they're just sort of second nature for you, or for me, when things aren't going the way that I would necessarily choose for them myself. Sometimes we can't control our outside environment, but we can control what we do with it. And Donna, as somebody who speaks about frequency and vibration, I'm curious, are there things that you do or you would suggest for people to do in order to maybe raise their vibration or be able to focus on something more positive in a more immediate fashion, even if it's just for a moment?
Yes, absolutely. One of the greatest tips is to pay attention and create an awareness to how you feel. Because if you don't know how you feel, you don't know what vibrational energy you are in. And so I often talk about setting a timer on the phone, have it go off every so often. And when it does, check in with yourself on the inside and see how you truly feel. That's the emotion. That's the vibrational energy you're sending out. So if you're in stress or worry or depression or anxiety, then it's time to make a change. And then think of the opposite of what that is. What state would you rather be in? Peace, joy, happiness, love, of course. And so we can just use our breath really quickly, because when we breathe in oxygen, all the good things our body needs. And we breathe out toxins, the carbon dioxide, all the things we don't need. So you breathe in peace, breathe out stress. And you do that for 3 or 4 minutes, and you will experience a physiological change in your body. You go back to your work, you have more focus, you have more balance, you have more clarity, and you just raised your vibration in 3 to 4 minutes by focusing your thought with your breath, putting yourself into that vibrational alignment.
I love that. And Fred, I want to hear from the male on the panel. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, this is a great question. So when it comes to fear, how to deal with that, consider this: fear cannot coexist at the same time when you have thoughts of curiosity. And so when fear comes on, shift yourself and get into a mode of curiosity. Start asking questions, because when you get curious, then it can't coexist with the fear. It dispels it. And so ask questions when something you don't like happens to you. Okay, well, start to get curious about it. Why is this happening? What's the lesson for me to learn and grow from this experience? What kind of person am I going to become after I surpass this and grow from this experience? So getting curious, asking questions, it's one of the fastest ways to dispel the fear. And now your mind is on a different track and you're in a different frame of reference. And that can be very powerful, especially when it's a strong emotional feelings. Get into that curiosity, ask the questions, and embrace it. And think about what's the good in this for you, because with every adverse situation that we have, it's an opportunity for us to learn, to grow, and evolve. And in the end, that's part of the journey of who we're becoming.
Beautiful.
I love that so much. Thank you so much for sharing that, and that seems like an easier step than trying to do something sort of going from completely negative to so positive. It just doesn't feel possible sometimes when you're in those emotions. So I like this idea of just switching to the idea of curiosity and asking questions. Anybody can do that. That's a doable sort of thing. And Muriel, this is your wheelhouse. I would love to hear what your thoughts are.
So I agree with all of you, and it's very interesting for me because we all have our own different techniques that we teach. So I'm going to go very simple. First of all, we do have to acknowledge our negative thoughts, because if we repress them, they're going to come back with a bigger vengeance. Okay, so we cannot just be like, okay, I'm just going to shovel you down and then just think positive for the rest of my life. It doesn't work that way, okay? So first of all is recognizing the emotion, what is causing it, and trying to detach ourselves from that emotional response and having a more detached approach, okay? Think in terms of I am not a third party looking into this emotional aspect. Now, the second thing is you can create a gratitude journal. You can have a grateful sentence that you wish to say. I am grateful because today I'm breathing clean air. I have a clean water. It doesn't have to be all about money or anything like that. We have to be grateful for everything we have in our life. Now, breathing is very important, like Donna is saying. For me, I just say you need to breathe 7 times. And most people in the world do not know how to breathe correctly. So when you're supposed to be breathing, you need to inhale through your nose and exhale very slowly through your mouth. Now, as you take the next breath, each breath must be deeper. When you do that 7 times the correct way, your mind is going to calm down. And you can then embody the positive aspects, the higher frequency. And you can also use a mirror technique. So if you go in the bathroom and you look at the mirror, the person, is your reflection smiling or is your reflection not smiling? So to boost you up, you can just start to smile and then the reflection is going to smile back at you. So this also helps raise your vibration. Now you can pray, you can meditate, you can go in nature. It's all different things. But at the end of the day, it's very, very important that people acknowledge their inner thought and inner emotion. And if I can conclude with this thought here, there is an Indian knowledge, native Indian knowledge, that talks about the 2 wolves that we feed within ourselves. The one that is full of anger, regret, guilt, and the one that is filled with love, peace, and joy. So which one wins? The one we feed the most. So what you're paying attention to, what you're looking into the news, what you're listening to, is what you're feeding in, which is going to bring your vibration up or down on a daily basis.
I love that.
Wow. Oh, can I give a couple examples and then open that up for question or for comments? Because I love what you said, and I love what Fred said, and I want to kind of give an example of each. EMTs are very aware that when somebody's gone through a catastrophic incident, like a near accident, that what oftentimes happens is that when adrenaline is released, they start to hyperventilate. If they're hyperventilating, it's very difficult. If they sit down, they're still going to be hyperventilating. So what the EMT will do is have them walk it off. They walk off the adrenaline, or they breathe into a bag so that they can shift their state using normal physiological processes rather than trying to stop them. You try and stop something, it's like trying to dam a river. It takes more energy to dam the river than it does to redirect it. Fred, with your questions, you said, direct your mind. So, a lot of people go to sleep at night after watching, say, a scary movie, and then they're lying in bed going, oh, I'm scared, I'm terrified, I'm terrified. And they try and put those images out of their mind. Well, the easiest way to get rid of those images is get back up, watch a funny movie, a rom-com, watch something else so that the images in your head are no longer the scary images. And what both Marie and what you have done is both showed physically by either breathing or by directing your attention through questions, you can more easily and more naturally shift somebody from a less than glorious place to a better place. So for each of you on the panel, do you have a special means or mode or method that you like to share? Like Fred said, questions, or Muriel said breathing, that you share when push comes to shove and someone needs to make a rapid change but doesn't really know how they can do it more naturally and effectively?
May I start? So the first thing that I tell people is don't listen to other people worse than you. Okay? If you're broke, don't listen to broke people. If you're depressed, don't listen to other depressed people. If you are single and you can't find a relationship for the last 30 years, don't listen to somebody who's single for the last 50 years. Okay? So here is, you need to understand that listening to yourself, as you have been maybe conditioned by 5 people around you who barely knew how to read and write. I'm not, talking about factory workers and things like that, where they were more abused than anything else. If you start listening to that conditioning, or you start listening to people with the same type of conditioning, you are going to end up in a vicious circle where you can't escape. You think that anything that happens to you is meant to destroy you, to kill you, to take you down, and you're not going to be able to escape. You need to find people who have done it, who have walked the same path, but doesn't enable you to stay in the same position. Because today we have more kids suicidal, depressed, and anxious than the previous generation, which means we as parents are responsible for raising more depressed and anxious children today than ever. And it's a responsibility we need to take. Okay, it happened on our clock. Now how do we change it? Right? So here is, do not go into patterns that are keeping you in the same cycle. You need to escape. You need to run away from there. And if that means to leave everything behind, like not talking to parents for 2 years, or not talking to brothers or sisters for 6 months, or whatever it needs to be taken for you to take your own power back. Maybe power you never even knew you had. Maybe you never even discovered it since you were 2 years old. Okay? But if that needs to be done, that you have to do, because it's your life you're living. It's nobody else's life you're living. You cannot stop, you have to stop living somebody else's life to start living your own. It's very simple. Because a lot of times we live a life of our parents, of our partners, what they want us to be, and we don't even know what we want to be, where we want to be at every moment of our life. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. I love that so much. And I'm just curious, Dr. Angela, is there anything else that you'd like to add to that?
I think the breathing, I think for all of us, we probably like the idea of taking those couple of breaths, because they do so much from a physiologic standpoint. It can be calming. What we do, or what we share with our clients, the next step will vary, but that breathing is so key, and it helps you to pause. I think that pause is important. It helps you to pause, and you can do that whether you're in the midst of a lot of people or whether you're alone. And those deep breaths, like Muriel demonstrated to us, a couple of those, we feel that calm, and then we can begin to take the next steps to evaluate whatever that means for us.
I love that. Fred, what about you?
Well, one tool that I love is to use music. Music is very powerful. It immediately connects with our emotions. And so if you want to change your state, put on music that resonates with you, something uplifting, something emotional or high energy, whatever it is that you're seeking. Put on music, have it handy. And I'd love to share this maxim. So many of us have heard this, but it's so true. And it goes like this: music is what feelings sound like. And so if you want to shift your feelings the way you feel, put on some music, some powerful music that resonates with you. Listen to it, internalize it, move your body, get your physiology into a different state, and you're going to immediately start to feel better. Your energy level is going to go up, and now you're going to be in a completely different place. And what does that do? That impacts the way that we show up in the world, starting immediately right now.
I love that. And Donna, anything that you'd love to add to this conversation?
Yeah, absolutely. I know often so many times we get caught up in those lower vibrational feelings of the fears. We've been talking about them all day, the doubts, the disbeliefs, but the opposites of those that really open up prosperity doors are faith, trust, and belief And so I think what I'd like to do is share a mantra that I wrote many, many years ago when I was going through a lot of hard and difficult times, because I know there's a lot of people out there that, struggle still, and we have the pain and we have the hurt. And it is trust and you will see, believe and you will know, have faith, all is well, follow your heart and spirit will lead you. And every day when you follow that faith, that trust, that belief, doors of opportunities open for you.
Wow. All right. Well, you know what? We're going to have to move to a new segment, but I want to thank each and every one of you, Anna and Donna, and Donna and Julie will be back, but Dr. Angela and Fred, so wonderful, so powerful, so much wonderful wealth, and Muriel, let's not forget Muriel, such a valuable contribution to each and every one of us and all of our viewers as well. So thank you each for being here, and
Thank
stick around.
you.
Stay through the summit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
So good to be back. I'm excited to see you, Rex. How's it been for you so far?
I think it's been fantastic. I have been thrilled with each speaker that we've had. We started with, besides yourself and the other hosts and everyone, we've had Satish, we've had Lori, we had Chris. Now we had the last speakers with Fred and Muriel and Dr. Angela and Anna. I mean, just amazing time, don't you think?
Absolutely. It just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it?
And so everybody stay tuned, because it's going to keep getting better and better. We got 3 more days than today to go.
and over 100 speakers already. So definitely a wealth of knowledge and wisdom. And we're actually planning putting something together in the Los Angeles Tribune where we will be able to offer something later on where all of the speakers are cut into segments and with key points, so that nothing is lost in the aggregate of all of this wisdom and knowledge. So watch out for that. Make sure that you register if you haven't registered yet, growrich23.com, because we have resources from all of the speakers that we will email at the end of the event. So make sure that you register. I'm going to go actually put that up. So register growrich23.com for free gifts and resources from all of the speakers, over 100 of them. You will be set to the end of 2023 and at the beginning of 2024 with all of the speakers that we have today generously brought to you, as a public service by the Los Angeles Tribune and Think and Grow Rich Institute. Thank you so much, Satish Verma and Mo Rock and the Los Angeles Tribune. So with that, let me bring our next speaker. Our next speaker is an international speaker, author, and family entrepreneur, and the co-founder of We Do the Impossible movement. She is an IT expert, and her husband do a lot of things in STEM. And so this is going to be a very, very interesting conversation. She's coming out on our fall-winter edition of the Special Thought Leader Edition. It is with great pride that I introduce to you Loretta Wetzel. Loretta, welcome to the stage.
Ava, thank you so much for allowing me to be here. I'm so excited. This is an amazing opportunity to share with others.
So I'm going to give the stage to Rex and Julianne to interview you.
Great. Thank you so much. Rex, you're on mute.
And thanks to Ava for all that you do. Thank you, Ava. And hi, Donna, and hi, Julie. Loretta, my friend. How are you?
Rex.
How are you? Where's your husband?
Oh, he's not with me today, but we are together in the We Do the Impossible movement.
Oh my gosh. What people don't know is Loretta introduced me to a restaurant. Chuck, said, hey, let's meet here. We went out. I discovered a restaurant because of Loretta and her husband. That was a really true treat. So thank you. I owe you. I'm indebted forever. It's great to have you here today. I know you as such a powerful, positive, wonderful person. That I could call you and your husband the dynamic duo. And but I do want to say, welcome. Now we're talking Napoleon Hill. We're talking Think and Grow Rich. So from your perspective, what do you think people really need to know? And because you're accomplishing, so many different things, and you're pursuing a passion and a purpose that you've put together. What takeaway? What can you give to our audience today that that if they're already on the journey, they can continue, but if they've not stepped onto that journey yet, they don't know what should they first do?
Well, one of the principles, the 13 principles that I focused on in Think and Grow Rich is imagination. Because it is harnessing that creativity and thinking of innovative ways to achieve success is really what's going to help people move forward. And it's particularly valuable for entrepreneurs, given that small businesses make up 46% of the America's private workforce. Small businesses represent 43% of the gross domestic product of America's economy. So imagination is critical for entrepreneurship. Now, with Napoleon Hill, there are two types of imagination. One is called synthetic imagination, right? And that's rearranging old concepts and ideas and plans into something new. And so some would say the New York taxi cab industry was decimated by synthetic imagination. You see, a taxi cab medallion is basically a permit in exchange for paying revenue to the city government, and then it allows you to pick up a passenger for fares. But in 2014, a New York City medallion was worth $1 million in 2014. Well, along comes a synthetic imagination, and you use the old concept of a cab ride, and then you apply technology to that. Hence, Uber and Lyft were created, and the e-hail cab ride industry was born. And today, that New York City medallion is worth 10% of its original value. So that's synthetic imagination. Now, the other type is creative imagination. So if you think of something, it can be done. Mm-hmm. This is what building a business really looks like. And I enjoy entrepreneurship. I am an entrepreneur. I have a successful real estate investing company as well as coaching. And I believe that you can use your imagination to create for the good of yourself and for your family instead of trading time for dollars. Okay. And so I will tell you, Fast Company's Innovative 2023 list right there at the top is OpenAI. And if you don't know who that is, well, that's the platform that hosts GPT, ChatGPT, right? And like Pandora's box, the way we work has changed forever. So synthetic imagination and creative imagination are hard at work today in today's society.
I love that. It's I think that creation is such a beautiful thing to talk about. I just want to talk about the title, Impossible, for a second, because it's I'm possible. And it's just like a play on words. But I love this idea of how you're creating this other concept. And I'm curious, what did you have to not listen to in the world and be able to believe in yourself to create this entire movement that you're creating?
Well, I've always asked myself, why do I believe that I can do the impossible? And truthfully, I did not always feel that way. You know, besides being designed as imperfectly perfect as a human being, I had a few additional challenges growing up in Black America. So I was raised in the ghetto. I lived on the south side of Chicago. Broken glass was everywhere in the streets in my neighborhood. And the alley that ran behind the two flat that I lived in, it was really controlled by the rats. So I tell you what, if I ever wanted to take a shortcut home from school to home, I had to make sure I had my baseball bat with me because I had to ask for permission. But seriously, what we didn't have in economic resources, really, it was made up with a lot of love in my family. And I will tell you that my parents actually planted the seed of entrepreneurship by having a side hustle as a newspaper distributorship. But it was really my mother who planted into me the seeds of imagination, and we do the impossible. You see, as a young girl, barely starting out in school, my mother sat me down in the kitchen on a four-legged wooden stool one day. And it was in the morning, I remember, because back then it was only a half day of school. I had just started. And she said, baby, you're going to grow up one day and you're going to have two strikes against you in the world. She said, people will hate you because you are female, and people will hate you because you are Black. And then my mother went on to say, you must be prepared to excel. You must be prepared to achieve higher than your classmates. You must be prepared to excel in all ways. So basically, she was saying, you must learn how to do the impossible in the eyes of society. And she planted that in me in a very early age. But there was something that happened to me as a young kid that most kids, I think, may have taken that for granted. You see, I went on a field trip to the Adler Planetarium. And when I went, the reclining chair was so big, I felt like I was going to get swallowed up. And then as I looked up in the sky and I saw the stars and I was hooked. I'm like, you mean that there are constellations in the night sky? The Earth has a moon? There are different planets? What? And then my imagination just suddenly took off. And I pictured myself being in the stars. Now, I wasn't sure whether or not I wanted to be an astronaut, but back then I knew that I wanted to be with the stars. And so my husband and I, we created the movement called We Do the Impossible. Our mission statement, it is a nonprofit organization, and our mission and statement is to inspire the next generation of dreamers to do the impossible.
Wow.
Why is that important? Because we want to focus these students on STEM education with an extra M, so science, technology, engineering, math, and medicine. And by doing so, you can prepare them for jobs in the private space tourism industry.
Wow. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Well,
yes, absolutely.
I mean, that's a marvelous opportunity for those people who are going through it, and for you to create it. But as a young child, when your mom, was giving you the downside of being female and Black, and now you're in a chair and you're visualizing yourself in the stars. Did you make a practice of imagining a better day, a better you, making success, or visualize or do something, to make it a habit, so that the success that you're experiencing now obviously came from somewhere?
Oh, Rex, absolutely, I did. The visualization was key to me being successful in life. Because you must understand, being Black and smart wasn't necessarily a good thing in my neighborhood. And so most people don't know I was actually bullied as a young child. I overcame that, and I use that moving forward to visualize achieving the next steps, the next goals, the next plan, the next step, to the point where when creating We Do the Impossible movement, it's not just about imagination and dreams. In fact, we want to lead by example. So we are on a mission and bidding to become the first African American couple to travel into suborbital space. And I invite all of you to experience what that is like, because we have a 0G gravity flight. You get to experience weightlessness, and it leaves from Long Beach, California. So if you want more information, go to 0gimpossible2024.com, because we are going to feel what it's like in space. That, my friends, comes from vision. It comes from imagination. It comes from actualizing your dreams.
Well, it sounds like it started way back when you were in that big chair.
Absolutely, it did. It was a pivotal time in my life, because first of all, I had never been to a planetarium. I didn't even know what a planetarium was, actually. I just knew we were going on a field trip as a kid. And then when they turned the lights out and I looked up in the stars on the ceiling, and I thought, one day I will be there.
Well, I want to turn it over to Julie in just a second, but I will say this. Being Black and a woman is no small thing. And there are plenty of people, who have grown up like you have, or Black men who have, in spite of whatever the downside was to begin with, and in joining us on the planet, you've done what you've wanted to do. You've made things happen. You've changed your experience. You've changed the circumstances. You haven't let people hold you. I mean, you may have encountered more than some other people would have, but I mean, there are plenty of people of all colors, of all nationalities, of all, genders, whatever gender, who have difficulty. But you're an example of someone who said, you know what, I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to make my life. And now you're talking about going into space. So, I mean, wow. What can I say? Julie, what would you like to say or add before we have to pass on the segment?
Absolutely. So I just wanted to say, or point something out in case it isn't already abundantly obvious. And that is that, the world has told Loretta what her limitations are or were. And she said, thank you, world. No, thank you. And we can all do that. It's such a shining example of looking at what reality is and then creating your own. And literally sitting in that chair, going from sitting in that chair, just having this knowingness, this burning desire to go into space, and then creating that. It started young and you're still doing that. And I'm just curious if, real quick, if there's any last piece of advice that you might give to somebody who's watching so that they can keep their eye on the prize.
Oh, absolutely. And I will share with you, while I have the inspiration and vision, all things are possible through creating relationships. I have not been able to get where I am today without people in all walks of life cheering me on, providing sage advice. Building relationships is the key to business and all business relationships, or all relationships actually, start with a shared experience. That shared experience could be over a cup of coffee. It could be a Think and Grow Rich event. It could be a stage presentation. It can be any number of things. But the key to that is building relationships and adding value to those relationships so that you give more than you take. And when you do that, the world will open up to you.
Wow. I want to give you both a mic drop because what you've said is so powerful. And I want to tie it back to Napoleon and saying, but Julie, and the life gave you these options and you said, no, thank you. That's like, boom, what a powerful statement. Should be a bumper sticker. But no, really. But when you bargained for life, when life bargained with you for a penny, you said, no pennies. I'm going to space. You set the terms. I love it. I absolutely love it. Well, Loretta, we got to thank you so much for being here. I love you. I miss you and your husband. I hope I get to see you and eat with you sometime soon. And if not on the planet, maybe up there somewhere.
Yes. Thank you both. It's been an honor and privilege today.
Thank you. And thank you, Julie.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right. I wanted to welcome everybody back to the show. My name's Michael Silvers. It's so great to have all of you on. I've got a great team. We've got a great segment coming up. That last segment, it is really about making a difference. Every single day, are you making a difference? Are you doing something different? And also, for my amazing team that's sitting on the line, we might need one or two of you also to move off as we bring other people on. So it's just great to have you on. It's great to have all of you really with us today. Make sure that you're sharing this. Share this out to the people that you know, because if they go to growrich23.com, not only can they register, but we're going to have some special bonus calls over the next couple of weeks. And that's the only way you're ever going to be able to find out about it. So make sure, and if somebody can also post in one of the banners, we'll post that soon, but growrich23.com. You absolutely want to make sure that you're going to listen to this again, take the information. We have an amazing rest of today with some huge special guests later. For those of you who really know it's mindset and it's the change, we're going to have a gentleman on later today that has been in about 80 countries, spoken on all the major stages, and he's creating a phenomenal movement with another very large gentleman for the last 30 years. So you don't want to miss that. We also have an amazing time. We have a gentleman he's a billionaire, but he's young and he's entrepreneurial, and it's going to be about that mindset and how to get there. And he's going to be one of the nicest people you've ever met. We have so many people coming on, but right now we're going to talk a little bit about podcasts, and I'm going to bring Sandy up, my co-patriot, on this too. And Sandy, if you still need to get some of the guests on, or we need more room, just let me know if not everybody's on. So how you doing, Sandy? You're on mute. You are still, there you go.
I'm doing great.
Yeah, it's a great day. And I want to make sure that people are sharing this. And that's that really incredible piece is, are you sharing, and are you making sure that you keep sharing this with your friends? So growrich23.com. The other thing too is we're going to make more official announcements over the next couple months. Time just goes so fast. But first of all, if everybody's listening out there, go ahead and put your arms in the air. You can sort of see my arms here, right? Just get a little stretch, get a little bounce. Maybe you've been sitting a long time. Now we know this goes to like 23 countries, and we know there's villages involved. So wherever you are, just get some movement, get some rock and roll, get some energy. It's all about how I can learn and move this forward. But we're going to officially announce, especially we're going to do a big show in January But really, if you think about what's been created here today with Think and Grow Rich, and for me, it was the mastermind section of the book that changed everything I did. But we are going to launch the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. So everybody give that a thunderous round of applause. So if you're a podcaster or a speaker or somebody out there that has a podcast, thought about really how to move that forward, you're going to want to connect with us. And we're going to give you a little bit later how to connect with us. But at the same time, what's really important is, remember, we're going to create a mastermind for podcasters, because a mastermind for podcasters means that we're doing this together. And we learned how important from Think and Grow Rich, and thank you, Satish, for just putting this amazing show on with us today, but how that will really make a difference in everything that we do. So Sandy, anything before I start bringing up all these beautiful people?
Well, I just want to say I am so grateful to be here. And when Michael first asked me to be a part of the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network, I had to pinch myself, and I still am, because it is so much bigger than my podcast, than all the other podcasts out there, because we're really putting together a group of very special people and expertise that is going to change the game for podcasting and the podcasting industry. So we're very excited about that. And yes, the mastermind is so incredible, because I know I've felt alone for the last almost 3 years that I've been having my own podcast, and it's just kind of me. And then I interview people. And now to have that community of other podcasters to kind of share lessons learned and all of that to help each other grow. That's what it's all about. And that's what the basis of this whole virtual conference is.
Every single day. It's just amazing. So I'm going to start bringing up these wonderful. So these panelists are podcasters who've been podcasting for days, weeks, months, years. They're new. They come from different backgrounds. And it's just great to have everybody on here. And I always forget how many we can have on, but keep moving them up. And if we get stuck, we'll do some bounce. There we go. All right, everybody, say hi to our podcasters. What a beautiful group. The other thing too is we're going to just start out as you do. Sandy, a panel is always, people want to have the information. Oh my gosh, I'm listening to another panel. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to start out with the big question. There's two big questions that always come with panelists, and I think this is the greatest piece about it. Hello, fellow podcasters. Thank you, Thomas Howard. So, Thomas, make sure that you register for this event. We're going to do a mastermind for podcasters too, for thinkers, thought leaders, and right off Think and Grow Rich, because that's an important piece here. So make sure that you do register, and we'll get you some information too, how you can reach to us. But it's that famous question that we all know. Now, first of all, you don't know who any of these people are. So what I'm going to do is we bring each of you up. Just let them know, my name is Michael Silvers of the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network, and I'm so excited to be here. Just one or two things about you. Make it quick and simple. And then also, when you run a panel, everybody, this is training moment. And from an educational standpoint, if your panelists run on for 35 minutes each, you don't have much time for panels. So you let your panelists know ahead of time, 30 seconds, clear and concise, get your message across. That's a really big, important piece. And that will keep us moving forward as we do this. So the question, again, don't forget in the beginning of the question, they don't know who you are, right? But I want to give them something right away. I want to give them something to hold on to really latch on to. What is one thing they could use right now? This is usually a question I hold till later, but I think this is the perfect time. What is one thing they could use right now if for any reason they had to go back to work or they had to re-listen to this another time, that they can move their business forward, their life forward, whatever that is, give them that one tidbit that they can all hold on to. And that's an important piece. And we'll start with Mr. And I'm not going to spotlight. We're going to stay as a group. I know spotlighting means that it brings them forward. You're listening to it. It's if you're on an iPhone, you're looking at all these little people, whatever that is. But we're going to stay together as a team and a group because I think that's critically important. Mr. John Terry.
Well, good morning, Michael. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Dr. John Terry, the Black Belt leader. I help people become world-class masters of who they are and what they do. If I could give the audience one thing that would help them move their life forward, I would remind them this. Life is a series of choices and consequences. Every day we get to choose our choices. The consequences happen automatically. If you don't like the consequences of life you're experiencing, re-examine your choices, make better choices. You'll experience better consequences and more success in life.
Awesome. That's, it's such a great piece there. And also John, who's invited me, and I got to make sure, runs the Martial Arts Hall of Fame. So let's give that a round of applause. So I am doing my best to plan to be, not doing, that's like a half commit. Of course, I think I might be in South Africa next year, right when you have it again. But we'll work that out. If nothing else, I'll just beam in. We'll do whatever it takes. So thank you, John. Amber.
Hey, how are you? So, good. So am I. Hey, so, so my name is Amber Wynn, and my podcast is The Inner Love Diva. And the one thing that I could give you all is to, if you are not right where you feel like you need to be right now, give yourself a little grace. Give yourself a little understanding, a little bit of compassion. It's okay. It's okay not to be right where you feel like you need to be right now.
Awesome.
Just keep moving forward.
Oh, I love it. This is fantastic. What a great, and remember, anybody who just jumped on, or you're listening, they're telling you just a moment about themselves, because they're keeping that simple. And then they're giving you that one thing that you can use right now, which is usually for panels, a question we hold later. But knowing that you're a virtual audience, and you're also a TikTok audience, and you've all read Think and Grow Rich. I hope everybody's read Think and Grow Rich. We also know people like to bounce in and out, off and out. So I want to make sure you guys get this, no matter what else we do today, no matter what else happens. Let's take a pause. Kim, you're up.
Thank you for inviting me here, Michael. My name's Kim Groshek, and I'm happy to be here. I help those who feel stuck and want change to pause, unplug, and breathe, to find your truth again. I'm creating a pause power movement. We banter talk on Soundbits podcast, and the one thing I'd like to leave with you today is please pause, unplug, and breathe.
Oh, give that a round of applause. You know what's funny is, since I've also met Kim, it's not been that long. I've probably used that more often now, and I'm following you, and everybody. By the way, when you register, so make sure you go to growrich23.com. That's us, right? But when you register there, we're going to be having special calls over the next couple of months. We're also going to ask what all of you want to see and hear more of, because I think that it's that piece of, how do I take the concepts of Think and Grow Rich, but how do I move it forward? How do I keep it moving every day? Which is why you're also going to want to hear from Satish whenever he's on, and listen to what he says, because he's lived it and breathed it for longer than a lot of us have been around. But Satish doesn't mean you're old or anything. Okay, here we go. Let's give it up for Mr. Todd.
Thank you, Michael, and humbled to be here. My name is Todd Baker, and I am a transformation coach and the founder of Project 9 Life. And my podcast is called Personal Development Hacks, where I help people trapped in an ordinary life make progress towards their great life that they were created for. The one thing that I'll leave everyone with that they can implement starting right away is basically, if you want different in your life, do different.
I love it. I love it. That, the great thing about that is it's simplicity. It's like being clear and concise with our message keeps us on track, and that's just fantastic. All right, because we are international, and we do have speakers coming in from all over the world, but we have one right now coming. Are you down in Mexico at the moment, Jocelyn?
Yes, I am.
All right, Jacqueline Witt, you are up.
Thank you. And thank you for having me. I am originally from Canada, but I do live in Mexico at the moment. My name is Jacqueline Witt. I am a professional screenwriter, and I have now started a business recently with my husband where I mentor other screenwriters. And my big takeaway that I would give you right now is embrace every step of the process, because every step is valid. Whether you're in development, pre-production, production, post-production, or distribution and marketing, which is what we always love. And we're like, oh, I want to have that. You may not be there yet. Whatever stage you're in, embrace it. It is valid and necessary.
Awesome. I love it. Give her a round of applause. And when you all get to know her more, and we'll be doing a lot more around this, in the concepts and the mastermind and Think and Grow Rich and podcasting, is how much of service she's been in her life. And all of you here, I know what all of you do and how much of service every day. But Jacqueline's story is amazing, and you'll all be hearing that in the future, because you'll be listening and diving in and really getting to know more. And Todd's going, yep. Getting to know more about what she's about. All right, let's give it up for Chris.
Hi, I'm Chris. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so grateful to be here. My podcast is called Change Your Mind with Chris Ashley. I explore the intersection between personal development, spirituality, and science. And if I was going to leave anyone with anything today, it would be say yes until you have a really good reason to say no, aka jump at those opportunities.
Oh, I love it because that's what I lived, right? That's we were told that a long time ago by another big speaker, and it is because every time you say no, you close in, right, Chris? Every time you say no, you sort of lock the world off.
Absolutely. I said yes to joining the LA Podcast Network, and here I am at the Think and Grow Rich Summit.
I know, like a month later. Isn't this amazing how this works? And some of you actually were just like a week later. So thank you, Chris, for being on. Alana.
Hi, thank you. It is awesome to be here with you, Michael, and everybody. Learned so much already today. My name is Alana Cahoon. I'm a mindfulness coach, and I like to think that I help people to access their inner wisdom. To me, all of the answers are within us, and it's quieting the mind and entering into that, as many people have mentioned, the subconscious self to really tune into what you need. Then you're clear, and you can move more easily upon your path. So trust in yourself, take the time to quiet your mind, go within and seek the answers. They're there for you.
Fantastic. Give that a round of applause. You know, the great thing too is for everybody out there, if you just listen to what Alana said, and you might go, okay, I want to hear it again. Make sure that you register at growrich23.com so you can hear this again. You can hear the broadcast. You can follow. You can look at the feed again, so you can dive deeper into what she just said. Actually, so and look, some of your people out there are saying hello to you on our feed, so that's fantastic. Sandy, you're up. Your turn.
Hello, Sandy Scarlatta here. I am the host of Happiness Solved podcast because happiness is a choice and the choice is yours. And so thrilled that I am ranked in the top 0.5% globally. If I can leave everybody with something that hasn't already been said, I would say listen to podcasts, because if you want to grow, think and grow rich, right? Well, I'm not saying it. If you want to think and grow, you need to have resources, and podcasting is the best resource out there, and it's free, and there's so many experts. I know with me, I'm releasing episode 250 next week. I've got 250 episodes to choose from of experts. So listen to podcasts, especially everybody that's on here today.
Yeah, it's great that we all do this together. And Sandy, thank you so much. You're such a, we're all family. We talk about team and how we're a team together, but if you look at everybody on here, we're all becoming a family, because we're becoming a family because we're going to be out there to make a difference. We're going to be out there to show the world really what it is we can change and how we can change it together. It's like, and we're not there yet, but one of the next speakers that we're going to have come on eventually, and I didn't know this because I knew about him, but he was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize for his humanitarian work. So you never know who's going to be on next. So make sure you all stay, because then the next speaker is going to just be amazing, just like this panel. So Sandy, I'm going to let you now take it. What's a question you'd like to ask all these panelists as we do this next round?
So what I really love to hear from people, in just as briefly as possible, what is it that your audience is going to expect from your podcast? Like, what golden nuggets are they going to take? And just keep it very brief. Dr. John, you're to my right. So yeah.
Sandy, every week when I share my podcast, the goal is this: to give everybody tips, tools, insights, and resources to help them lead themselves well and make good choices, because you can't lead other people any better than you're leading yourself. And I teach them through my Black Belt Leadership podcast how to truly become the Chuck Norris, the Bruce Lee, the Jackie Chan of who they are and what they do.
I love that, because when I interviewed you on my podcast and he went through the 10 principles that he coaches on and shares about, every single one of them, from being a black belt, relates into life and your business. And it's just really brilliant. Amber.
Hey, so mine's a little directed towards women, but a lot of people, because I love talking about having anything that has to do with confidence and with self-love and self-worth, and also relationships, because all of that is intertwined. And so I will talk to you about things that I have learned. Sometimes I geek out about the brain because I love Think and Grow Rich because I love thinking about it. I love being being determined and just everything that the book's about. And so yeah, that's you'll get some fun things from me.
Love it. And confidence is key in any industry. I tell you, I work with elite athletes and professional athletes, and confidence is the number one issue that they all have in common. I'm just going around my box here. So Kim, you're next.
All right. So what you can expect from the Soundbits podcast is authenticity and real conversations. You'll leave with at least 3 gold nuggets because Soundbits is about little bits of information. Because you can take your nuggets and try them out and come back.
I love it because the attention span today is kind of limited. So that's really great. Thank you, Kim. Todd.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing just with the podcast is we talk about everything from kind of attitude before you start to the simplicity of going through your process. But the gold nugget is really kind of what we focus on. And it's take at least one thing that you hear either myself or my guests say, take one thing and act on it tomorrow. Don't wait on it, act on it the next day. And it could vary for everybody, but you got to take action or nothing's going to happen.
I love that, Todd. And to use a quote from my coach, Craig Siegel, he says, what is the cost of inaction? Because that's what we really need to be thinking about too, right?
Yep.
Jacqueline, thank you. You're up next.
Okay. Well, on our podcast, we are going to be geeking out on the film industry, whether you're already in the film industry or whether you want to be in the film industry, and mostly from the faith-based perspective, because that's an industry that is just busting wide open right now. That's where our focus is. So actors, directors, producers, writers, everybody involved for the purpose of connecting and showing each other what we're working on.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. That's so exciting because I think we all deep down inside have that movie just waiting to be made, right?
Oh, absolutely. Even if you're like a novelist and you want to write that into a movie. Yeah.
Absolutely. Chris.
Yeah, people can expect to walk away from my podcast with a new perspective and knowing that they do not have to be their past or their current circumstances unless they choose to be. They are powerful creators. Everyone is a powerful creator.
Oh, beautifully said. Love that. And last but not least, Alana.
Oh, thank you. Well, I truly believe that we create our realities. And this reminds me of one of my favorite quotes in the Think and Grow Rich book, which is, I am the master of my fate, the captain of my soul, because I have the power to change my thoughts. So if I can help people master that and believe in themselves and start to shift to the positive, I think that could affect everyone's health, wealth, and happiness.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Michael, back to you.
Yeah, it's great because it's all about it's how do we make a difference in the world. So we're going to have fun just for a couple minutes here. First of all, if you're one of the panelists, make sure that you take a screenshot. You should be taking a screenshot right now. So if you're one of the panelists, and everybody out there, if you'd like to take a screenshot, not only do this panelists, they're with you for their time today and they're here. Some of them just I said, hey, would you like to jump on this? You're part of the division. They're like, yeah, let's go. Let's do it. It's being willing to always say yes, as Chris said. It's always been, and here's the caveat I always say: make sure it's ecological, no harm to yourself or others. But if it fits within that caveat, rock and roll and make it move forward. Our next speaker I'll be bringing up in a couple minutes. I see him down in the green room, so that's fantastic. It's always a good thing. So what the other thing too is everybody right now, if you could, whether you're on Facebook or Twitch, if you're driving in your car, if you want to pull over, that's fine. But if you could share this right now to at least 10 of your friends, take the lead, take the link, take the feed, and share this with everybody you know. What it does is you're sharing information. And when you're sharing information, you're changing the planet and making a difference. Because the speakers we have coming up, and even this group right here, there's thought leaders on this call. There's there's guests here who have been on major shows, major stages. If you know what John Terry has really done, and they're so humble. They're humble and they're just here to be with you. And that's that big piece. So last question for this. This is like the best looking panel we've ever had so far. So you got to be careful, right? Because then the other panel, what do you mean? But, really from the perspective of everything that you've done and created in all of your lives, and you're all podcasting. Yep. Freeze frame. I love it, Robert, from the Jay Giles Band. With everything that you've done, really just what is one last thing you would like the audience? It's not the thing you have to tell them to do. We did that already. But what is one thing if you wanted the audience, if this was the audience and there's millions of people out there and they're going out to change the planet, what is one thing you'd like them to know? And it's an open-ended question. So it's really what comes to all of your hearts. And I'm going to go around the room, but I'm going to start in a different direction, which means Alana's in the corner. She knows it. She's smiling, right? And let this one come from your heart. Just let this spill. You get, keep it short and sweet. And Alana.
I think the truth is that we are all leaders as individuals on this planet. In every action we take, everything we say matters. People are watching and listening. And so be positive, make wise choices, and know that everything you do and say has value.
Fantastic. Chris.
Yeah, the way you heal the outer world and change the outer world is by healing and changing your inner world. And then you get to rise and be this beacon of light for everyone else. And you affect your friends, family, community. And it's this beautiful ripple effect.
Oh, awesome. Jacqueline.
Thank you. I would say that decisions have to be made. If you don't make them for yourself, someone will make them for you. And you might not like what they say or what they choose.
Love it. I love it. All right. No comment. Todd.
Great.
Yeah, I know.
I would say that everyone on this planet was built for greatness, and it is up to each individual to discover that potential and make that decision to follow that path.
Oh, fantastic. Just Kim.
You have time to reconnect with what truly matters, and you get to yourself inside and out, experience it, heal, and rise like a phoenix from the ashes.
Amber.
I love that. Listen, all of you wonderful people listening, you are all amazing. You are loved. You are worth it. You are needed. And you belong. You belong here. And you know what? Even though you're messy, sometimes it will all be okay. Love you all.
Thank you, John.
Michael, most people accept their life. Black belt leaders choose their life. So why just be a leader when you can be a black belt leader and choose to live the life you want?
Thank you. Sandy.
Oh my gosh. Going last is always the hardest, but I always have one thing in my back pocket, and that is forgive for peace. Forgive for peace. If you truly want to feel peace in your heart, which will translate to peace in every other area of your life, forgiveness is key, mostly to forgive yourself.
Love it. Let's give the panelists a thunderous round of applause, everybody. Let's give them, what a great job. I know. You guys were awesome. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to put you down back in the green room, but you spent your time with us, and I'm going to answer a couple of questions quickly and then bring up Bart, but you guys were awesome. Everybody, just have an amazing day, an amazing life. Keep it moving forward. They're going to be with you guys a lot. You're going to be hearing a lot from them because they're part of the network, and it's great. So the question came up, really, what's the mission and goal? And really what we're looking at is the Los Angeles Podcast network is a dynamic digital platform. We're curating collections of podcasts hosted by thought leaders. And you can look right on the site for the LA Tribune. It's right there. We're taking personal development. We're taking leaders. We're taking diverse topics, leadership, entrepreneur, personal development, music, movies, everything out there, and making sure that we help you get the knowledge, the wealth, the inspiration that leads you to a fulfilling and more impactful life. and all the time that you're being of service with everything you do to your community and those around you. The other question came up, are we going to have a private group? Yes, we are actually working on that. So that's a great question. But if you want to connect with us, I'm going to give you, if you're in the United States, I'm going to give you a text opt-in. And Sandy, if you can just type it into the bottom so it goes out to everybody. So just text, is it, Sandy, you actually did it. What is it again?
It's LA Pod, LAPOD. Text
Okay.
LA Pod to 26786.
What that will do is that will put you in touch with Sandy. She'll put you on the list and we'll add you into the private group that we'll be creating. So it's LA Pod. Text that to 26786. If you're outside of the US, what you can do is make sure that you register for growrich23.com, and we'll also pick you up that way. And there's a lot of ways to contact us. We're going to be building this. Listen for the information. Make sure that you get the repeats. There's a lot going on here, and we're having way too much fun as we do this. Just way too much fun. So for those
If I
of you
can
out
also add,
yeah.
Michael, just real quick, when you text the LA Pod to 26786, you're going to get a one sheet on how to make podcasting a part of your business and how to monetize your podcast as well. So.
There you go. There you go. I love it. There's always a gift associated with it, and that really makes a big difference. So, and I really wanted to thank everybody for being on for this part. And I'm going to bring up the next amazing speaker. He's smiling down there. That's always a good thing. It's good when they're in the green room, and it's good when they're smiling because they want to be here. And especially because one of my other business partners, he knows really well. That's Mary Glorfield. So, Mary said, "You've got to have Bart on." I said, "Yeah, absolutely. Not even a thought. Not even an issue." She said, "I've known him just a couple years." But it's the kind of thing that we're going to take this information and we're going to move forward in everything that we do. We're going to create that presence and we're going to be of service. So, Bart, I'm going to do the intro for you because I think people need to know not only who you are, but that we're doing a transition. And I think those transitions are really, important all the time. By the way, Sandy, you can stay up live on this. So stay with us, Sandy. You're great. So Dr. Bart Rademacher is considered a pioneer and renaissance man in regenerative medicine and health optimization. His vision of the future doctor is that they will not be prescribing drugs or performing surgeries. Rather, they will harness the potential of the body to restore form and function, thus preventing disease, cure cancer, reverse neurodegenerative diseases, and give people the quality of life, longevity, and happiness they deserve. Dr. Rademacher has a multinational background, has trained at some of the best institutions of the world, including the Mayo Clinic, and nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize for his humanitarian work. Let's give Dr. Bart Rademacher a big thunderous round of applause. How are you today?
I'm doing very well, thank you. And I have to honor both of you. What a great panel. What great information. I just loving every single second. And I was diligently writing notes as well.
Oh, I love it. It is, isn't it? You never know what you're going to learn from anything. And I always tell panelists or people coming on these, you came on early so you could listen to them. And it's like, everything's about information and how do we get that? But I always love people who come on early so I can soak up a little bit of what just happened. So I can actually use it, right? Work with it and maybe even put it into what I'm going to say. And that's always a big piece. So Bart, I know I read your intro and they have the overview. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Okay, so thank you for that. And just to reiterate what you said earlier, great questions, and hopefully we'll tackle that as well. So my story is I grew up in 5 different countries. I actually speak 4 different languages. And I went to medical school when I was 17 and trained for another 17 years. But my big decisions actually began when I was 21 years old. And so when I was 21, I made the most important decisions for the rest of my life. Specifically, it's that humanitarian focus and creating some incredible sort of organizations that would make major shifts. I didn't know exactly what that was then, but over the last 20 years in the world of personal development, that's really crystallized. And I've been actually listening since this morning when you guys started. And it's been an arduous journey. And if there's one message that I want people to know about, when you imagine something amazing, and what I was imagining was, how can we make it so easy and accessible and affordable to everyone, all these health optimization solutions? And that's my journey over the last 20 years. That's my mission right now, how to make that possible. It is now possible that we can actually do that. And I'm really excited that in the next couple of years, that will actually happen. So what I imagined then is now finally coming to fruition.
You know, I love it because I think that's a great piece. And you've created so much in your life, right? And what you've done. And sometimes, you know, and you're very humble. Mary's told me that. But, you know, just to be nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize, it means your work has changed lives out there and really made a difference. And with everything that you're creating and what you're doing, that little bit about you, if you were to take a time machine and put us out 10 years from today, where would you like to see us?
Whoa, that's a great one.
Uh-huh.
So my work is about tapping into that collective wisdom, creating generative collaboration, and creating the space for peaceful awareness. That's what I see. And what I see is exactly what you're doing on this platform as well, is tapping into all that collective wisdom and bringing it together in a format that's so accessible to everyone so that they can learn. Because it was said earlier today that, you know, this material needs to be taught in schools and colleges. We're not getting access to this information. And funny story, to be honest with you, I'm fully transparent. You know, I did train for 17 years. I read the Greek classics in college. I speak 4 different languages. And I was so unaware of the whole world of personal development. You know, I thought I knew everything. And, you know, then I was watching this guy, Tony Robbins, on the Home Shopping Network. And I thought, you know, what's this used car salesman can actually teach me? Only to find out he could teach me everything. And then everybody else out there, like yourself, I have so much to learn from all of you. So my hope is that we can reverse disease. We can have people get access to that information. You used a keyword earlier. You're creating, you know, what's out there. That's my job. So I'm no specific inventor on any kind of health solution because there's so many brilliant people out there. My job is to bring it all together, and so people know where to go.
Yeah, you know, I love that because it is about, you know, what we're curating. It's the word that actually everybody has trouble with. It's the funniest thing, but it is, and that mission you're on, and it is also who we don't know, right? You know, you saw Tony, and it's our preconceived thoughts that stop us from moving forward, right?
Right.
It's and you know this all, and being a doctor and everybody in the background, I was a nurse and actually a nurse practitioner, but and trying to get patients a long time ago, trying to get patients to move forward, and because they have their own preconceived, even though you're doctors still, their own, you have to get through their preconceived of, will you actually do anything I say? You know, can we do this as a partnership? And I think that's always really important. I love that you said that because we are doing this as a family and a team.
Yeah, it's also fear, by the way. And I think so many people stop because they're so stuck with certainty of what they do know that, you know, and they don't want to get out of that comfort zone, right? And so, but that's where that freedom comes, right? Getting uncomfortable, getting out of that comfort zone and finding out what's possible.
That's right. And I think that's a great point because it is that. Can you talk a little more about that in your own personal journey?
Absolutely. Well, the thing is that I'm, another word that you like is curiosity. I've been very curious about everything. And so I'm happy to get out of that comfort zone to kind of discover. But sometimes, you know, you have to take into account how this is also going to impact you. And again, you know, key point from Napoleon Hill is, you know, don't listen to those naysayers, right? And so you're going to you're going to impact the people around you, especially the people that you love the most, with getting out of that space because they don't know how to follow you there as well. So that's one of the biggest challenges, right? So, but you have to, so in a way, it's basically what Einstein says as well. I mean, you can't solve the problems with the same knowledge that created them in the first place. You have to go beyond. And the key distinction is when you begin to listen to all those people, like you said, the people you don't know, discovering the distinctions, that will give you that clarity to move forward. And again, that's that specialized knowledge. And so rather than just blind faith or rather than just being reckless, you know, do the hard work and clarity will set you free.
Oh, Michael, you're on mute.
all these years of interviews and they still missed the button. But it is that clarity. And for everybody listening to this and knowing that you want to share this with somebody, don't forget to share this, because it's about taking the information and moving it to others. And that's how you're being of service every day. A question that always comes up, because you have done pretty spectacular things, but what is one of your most joyous memories?
Joyous memories.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I have a bunch of them, and they're all related to my kids, by the way. And, for me, somebody asked me what's success for me, that's seeing my 3 kids excel, with a lot of the knowledge that I've been fortunate to impart to them, but they've done the work. And so just watching them grow and be mature and being intelligent and being responsible. And a beautiful moment I had recently at an event with my own son, who doesn't share much with me, but share the depth of his love for me was absolutely spectacular.
So having 7 grandkids, I'm right there with you. And this whole interview is now turning into kids and grandkids, and that's all we're but it's watching the next generation. It's watching there is that. And for those of you, whether you have kids, grandkids, nieces, nephews, cousins, it is moving that next generation and really showing them, being the light. I think that's always really being the light and sharing the light. Sandy, would you like to ask a question?
I do. Thank you.
I saw her
Thank
face.
You,
I could tell.
I know.
You're welcome.
Because I'm a podcaster and I love asking questions. And so I want to step back to what you were saying, and this does apply to today's youth. And as you all, anybody over the age of really 40 or 50 can't imagine what it would be like growing up in today's world, because we didn't have a computer in our hands 24/7. So with that comes so much fear. And as you know, fear is going to really debilitate you from taking action and moving you forward. Have you, along the way in your research or with your life's work, what advice can you give to people because fear can be paralyzing. What advice can you give to people when that fear steps in so that it doesn't debilitate you and you can move along with the fear and not have the fear stop you in your tracks?
So the idea of fear essentially is recognizing that there's a threat. And so our brain is actually wired for survival, right? And so, but the truth is that this is an imagined threat. We create this threat in our own mind. And so the idea then is, just be unattached to that. So don't detach yourself to the reality, but be unattached to the outcome. And then recognize, and essentially, I mean, this is also what, Napoleon Hill shares with us. You've got the genius within you. You've got that capability within you. You may not have the answers right away. You have to get that specialized knowledge to get to where it is that you want to go. I mean, the truth is, at times, the threats are real. Let's not discount those. But probably 99.99% of them are just constructs in our own mind. We just have to recognize that. And partly, it was discussed earlier, is take a breath. Take a breath, get some oxygen in your head, take a step back, and don't be so impulsive in needing to respond. We're so urgently wanting to give answers to ourselves and the world around us. Just take a step back and then recognize, oh, well, I can be unattached. It's a choice. You said it yourself. It's a choice that you have today.
Marry the process, divorce the outcome.
Yeah.
I have a friend that says that all the time. Divorce the outcome. Yeah.
And also not be attached to that identity. Yeah. Again, when we're so attached to a certain kind of identity and that determines us being okay, recognized, and we'll survive, well, not necessarily. So create that identity that empowers you. And we all have access to that with all these amazing individuals like yourselves that we all can learn from.
Yeah.
And Sandy, I'm going to actually ask you, because I can see your face, but I just wanted to make a comment. Bart, the people I've worked with, the mentors I've worked with, the people that I've surrounded myself with, I always say to everybody, like Mary Glorfield's been one of those mentors to me. She did 82 countries with Tony Robbins. You don't do 82 countries and not learn something in this lifetime. And then I got to spend 8 years with with Harv Eker at Peak Potentials and travel with him. And I'm like, it really is about those mentors and those people you surround yourself with, and how we make a change in our world. But being open and being willing to listen, I think, is always that. So I love this. Go ahead, Sandy.
Yeah. Everything that has been said thus far has been just absolutely phenomenal. And I'm trying to absorb it all. And my mind is just racing right now because it's just so many golden nuggets. So if you were to give another golden nugget to parents, people that have small children, what would you say some of the best things that they can do right now to help shift their kids' mindset and bring them into a world where they are open to possibilities and there are choices?
Very good question. And the one thing that I've said for years is that the education of our children has been so underserved. And if we just simply change that, then our whole world would change. And so it's having them get access to these brilliant insights, these brilliant memes that will absolutely positively direct us in the right direction. I mean, Napoleon Hill, that's all about being positive. And so fortunately, I had a lot of that. I had a lot of that positivism, throughout my life. But one of the key lessons that I learned with my own children is that my best guides were my children themselves. And so understanding their model of the world, understanding what frame they were in any given moment, and connecting with that reality that they have and helping them navigate the truth that's right for them, and then give them the appropriate nuggets. I mean, the absolute responsibility that we have today as parents is that we have to be actively and intently involved, with their growth, and making sure that they don't get this influx of negative thinking, into their heads. Because the truth is that we all want to belong. And if we're not belonging well in our family, we're going to go outside of our family to belong, to find that community. And unfortunately, that is so misguided today, with all the noise that's out there. And that's all I'm going to say about it. With all the noise out there that's misdirecting the minds of our children, that I fear for these children in the future. And fortunately, my kids, got a lot of that education because of all the work that I did, that I didn't know that I had to do 20 years ago, right? Which is exciting for me because that was the gift that I gave to them. And then, but we need to do that kind of work for them.
Yeah. It's the generational. I think it every single day. And I think we have to look at everything we do every single day. I mean, for those of you who read Think and Grow Rich and read the chapters in it and the different parts about it, did you just read it for yourself, or did you actually share that information? Have you moved that information on? When we first found the book, our kids would go, okay, what's this? But we left it out. And their curiosity started, of course, to look through it. We did the same thing with Secrets of the Millionaire Mind and Think and Grow Rich, and all the different things. But because they're going to know, okay, if you force it, that's different. But if you let them come to it, they always will. So one last question, but one thing I did want to say, you were nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize. And not a lot of people on this planet have been nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize. What was that like? And you haven't mentioned it once, so that's how humble and honorable you are. But what was that like for you when that did happen?
It was a great honor for me because that's the journey I've been on really since I was a kid, and clarified and crystallized when I was 21 years old that I wanted to be super wealthy so that I could embark on all this humanitarian work all over the world without somebody dictating how it needed to be done. And so fast forward to 2002, and I was part of a humanitarian trip to El Salvador, and I was essentially the executive leader at the time. And it was an incredible experience for me that absolutely motivated me. I felt I didn't deserve the nomination, which actually inspired me to work even harder to do things. And I'm still on that journey. So I've done a lot of work since then. And I just feel that I'm just getting started. So in a sense, my humanitarian work goes way beyond those kinds of trips. It's the entire focus on humanity. And as I like to put it, how can we help humanity if we don't know what it is to be human? And so that's all the work that I'm doing, collecting all this wisdom together. And I just get teary-eyed and goosebumps when I talk about this mission because it means so much to me. And it actually means so much to humanity. And so that's where I'm at with that.
I love it. I love it. We just have like 2 minutes left, but that really that's sort of where we should end. But I'm just curious, is there anything that we didn't ask or talk about that you just want the audience to know before we move to our next segment? And that just means transition, everybody. Life is about transitions. So anything we should know, Bart, before we let you go?
Well, we talk about the Socratic method all along this journey today. The Temple of Delphi says, know thyself. Lori mentioned that this morning. You got to know yourself, and you got to be clear where you want to go. And Chris said something really important, and it's be in love with digging, be in love with the hard work. This is hard work. There's no instant gratification. That's also something for our generation that they need to know. Success comes from a lot of failures and a lot of hard work. And you know what? I've been on this mission for 20 years, never decided to give up. And finally, I've got all the pieces together. The timing is right. The technology is there. I can manifest my dream because I never gave up. And it's just a lot of hard work. And that's okay.
I love it. Thank you for being on today and sharing your time. We are going to have you at, there's no offense or buts. So this has been amazing. For those of you that are in the chat and just listening and watching, if you want to put a 5 in the chat, yep, there we go. See, if you like to put a 5 in the chat as really an applause or a handshake. And I know a lot of people are moving around and they do different things, but go ahead and put a 5 in the chat. That would be fantastic. Bart, thank you so much. This has been, for myself and Sandy, an honor. And Mary always spoke very highly of you, and we have not met really, but I am so honored. I'm going to be texting her the minute I get an opportunity. And there you go. Here come the 5s. Here come the 5s. Here comes the applause. So
and I honor both of you, and I'm blessed and grateful. And my heart goes to you too, and everyone else out there.
Oh, fantastic.
Thank
Bart,
you.
thank you so much. And you just have a blessed day today, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. You too. Great job.
Thank you. Wow, that was amazing. So that was amazing. That's why we're here. That's why you're sharing the message with people out there. That's why, from what everybody just heard, if you just look at the day, what we've had. And did you hear something too that was really critical? And I think this is really important. He's been watching all day because he quoted from other speakers through the day. And what is it? Here come the 5s are still coming. Look at this. That all the time will tell you that this group is here to stay. They're here to play. They're listening to the whole show. They're not just coming on to give you, here's my 10 minutes. They're coming on because they're part of this team and this family. And that makes a big difference. And for those of you who want to make sure more people know about this, just go to growrich23.com. I feel like a broken record, by the way. When you cough, you should always... Yep, I was muted, I know. But it's one of those moments that really makes a big difference as we keep driving forward. So go to growrich23.com. Now, I've got 2 gentlemen. I'm going to bring one up at a time, so the other one gets to sit in the green room and watch these amazing, beautiful people. But I'm going to first bring up, and Sandy, you go ahead and you stay on this amazing, amazing.
I was just about to ask.
You don't go no, you don't go anywhere. So, all right. Whoa, there he is. So, this gentleman actually, did you see, by the way, Daniel, that little piece we did, my views hit over 1,000 views already in like a short period of time. That little thing you sent up on Facebook, that was fantastic. That was fun.
Yes.
It is the best. So Daniel Gomez not only is part of the LA Tribune Podcast Network, but he has his own amazing business. And really what he's created with his boot camps and his Millionaire Mind is just to move people forward, to keep them living their dream, to keep them really becoming successful, from a speaker, author, trainer, small businesses. How do I sell more but really make a difference with the people around me? And you've just been phenomenal what you've created. I know Sandy knows you well too, which is always great to have us here.
I know.
Yeah,
yes.
Isn't it?
And I'm going to be speaking on his wife's nonprofit event on October 28th. And I'm so honored. October 28th, San Antonio, Texas. Yes.
Oh, I love it. So Daniel, with the little bit of time we do have here, I'm going to just ask you a couple questions. And I think I want the audience to get to know you. So first of all, just tell us a little bit about you and really what your mission is in life.
Well, my name is Daniel Gomez Inspires, and I love people. And sometimes we make the mistake and we think we have so much time and we don't. My wife was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2017, and I thought I had it together as a grown man, and I didn't. When breast cancer comes knocking at your door, there's no answer for that. And I almost lost my wife, and that was really the realization of what opened up my mind, because my heart had to change. I didn't realize how much shame and guilt I was carrying, Michael. And just from that perspective, I left my job to take care of my wife because she got depressed on me. And that's where Daniel Gomez Inspire started, which was I came out as a speaker originally. And from there, our business just bloomed. And what we do now is we help people see their value. So many people don't realize how valuable they are. And 90% of the world undervalues who they are, Michael and Sandy. And what I like to do is help people realize they are worthy and deserving of success, because most people, they feel guilty when they achieve any level of success. We've all known them, Sandy and Michael, when somebody rises up to a level of success and then we're like, what happened to so-and-so from a year ago or 2 years ago? We self-sabotage, and next thing you know, because we don't feel we deserve it. And another thing is, right, I want to be honest, right? We just came from out of town right now. I drove 2 hours to get back to the house, to the studio, because my aunt passed away. And she passed away this morning. And I share that with you because we need to stop thinking that we have forever. We don't have forever, Michael. We don't have forever, Sandy. Like, yes, you heard me right. My aunt passed away this morning. We were on our way to go see her in the small town, about an hour and a half out of here. Came back fighting traffic. But as I was driving back, I said, what am I going to really talk about? And I want you to hear this, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have forever. We got this small window of time. And the more you procrastinate because you feel you're not worthy and deserving, somebody needs to hear your story. Somebody needs you, because you're the only blessing they may ever have in this world, Michael.
It is so true. And we know a lot of what we've both been going through, and blessings for your family. But it is about that. It is that part of stop. It's stop being the I'll do it tomorrow. I'll get it done next week. So can you give 2 or 3 tips of what they could use right now to make sure that they get it done right now, or at least put it into process?
Yeah, so the first thing I want you to do is this. I want you to make a decision. You have to decide, right? You have to make a decision today. Phenomenal speakers all day, phenomenal panels all day. But the thing is, it doesn't do you any good if you don't execute, if you don't do anything with all the information you got. So I want you to make a decision. And this is when you make a decision, you have to kill off something. And this is what I want you to understand is that once you decide, write it down. You have to write it down. What is that today that you're going to decide? What is that? Right here, I have this little, what are you going to give yourself permission to do? Today, I decide, I hereby grant you permission. Put your name there. And what are you going to give yourself permission to do? Just do one thing today. Don't think one thing that really spoke to you today and decide that you're going to make something of yourself. Decide that you're going to invest in yourself more. Decide that you're going to be more loving. What is that decision? What is the one decision? Don't think about 20 decisions. No. What is one decision? Because most of us, Michael and Sandy, we don't even act on one thing. We have all these notes right here, and then we put them in our file cabinet, and we do nothing with it. So I want you to make a conscious decision that you're going to change something today in your life and your business to do that. And then the second thing I want you to do is this is what I want you to do. I want you to go get yourself a journal, right? Get yourself a journal, and I want you to purposely get in the habit of writing down 10 goals that you're going to do every single day. Every day, write 10 goals down, the same goals. And what that's going to do is repetition is what goes into the subconscious mind. Repetition. As grown people, Michael and Sandy, once we hit 26 years old, our brain stops to grow. We are who we are. And the only thing that's going to change that is trauma, hypnosis, or repetition. And this is the mistake that some of us make. Well, I have it in my mind, right? I have it in my brain. I know what I want. No. Write it down. Something magical happens when you write things down. Write this down as a matter of fact right now, Dozy, right? Note takers are money makers. Note takers are money makers. And when you write things down, it registers deep into your subconscious mind and you retain the information, Michael.
Yeah, it's it's so brilliant because it is about that taking action, right? We used to say ready, fire, aim. It's how you move that forward. And I'll tell you, everybody, Daniel takes action. There is, and part of why we're here together and what you're going to learn more from him, you're going to get to know him. He's part of the LA Tribune Podcast Network. He's part of a lot of what we're doing, and you'll be hearing much more from him. But it's because it's stepping into those times when somebody's in need, and one day him and I will tell you the story about when he needed a speaker down right as COVID was really still happening. And I flew down just to be there, because you have to live your life like that. You have to live your life to move forward, keep going, say yes, for them to remember you forever, right? This is always so you guys are listening to Daniel Gomez. He's brilliant. He's got a podcast show. He's doing so much. But what is one thing? Yeah, I know. I love it. It's like I got two of you on here now. But what is one thing we should know about you? Or what is one thing that we should know so we will never forget Daniel Gomez?
Boom, baby! You gotta love yourself, you gotta believe in yourself, and you gotta take action. And stop worrying about what people say. So many things in my book, right? The Makings of a Millionaire Mind. I have this in my book. And I'm gonna ask you this question. Michael, does a Rolls Royce compare itself to a Toyota? Sandy, does a Rolls Royce compare itself to a Mercedes?
Not really.
No.
I don't think anything can compare to that.
Well, I want you, audience, to remember this. You are a Rolls Royce. When you realize that you are a Rolls Royce and you have no need to compare yourself to anybody, to anything, just the way a Rolls Royce has no need to compare itself to any automotive out there, because it is unique, it is royalty. And you watching this, you're not a mistake. You're watching this show for a reason. You're on this amazing podcast with us, Los Angeles Tribune, because God put you here because you needed a word of encouragement. So stop undervaluing who you are and realize that you're royalty, that you're a Rolls Royce. Stop looking to the left and stop looking to the right, because all you need is right in front of you. And even deeper than that, all you need is already inside of you, because you have all the gifts you need. So remember that you are a Rolls Royce.
Awesome. Give Daniel a big thunderous round of applause, everybody. And Sandy, we can hear you typing. So give everybody a thunderous round of applause. I love it. She was saying, she typed what you just said. Daniel, thank you so much for being on today. Thank you for taking your time. Thank you for driving back. You're absolutely a blessing. They're going to get to know you much more. We're gonna send everybody where they need to go, because you're always a blessing. You're always about, how do I make a difference and how do I make a change in the world? And you are a Rolls Royce. Everybody give Daniel Gomez a thunderous round of applause. You guys can put fives in there. We had so many, but you're amazing. Go take care of your family. Blessings for you, and love to everybody over there.
Thank you.
Oh, I moved him off too quickly.
Oh,
Oops.
you were fast. You don't mess around.
Sorry, Daniel.
She doesn't mess around.
Jeez.
Yeah, she's like, there's like, you're gone, you're out. Give Sandy a thunderous round of applause. So Daniel's like, whoa, whiplash, that's good. And Daniel's just amazing. He's going to get you, Sandy, next time there's on stage.
That's
So
right.
this next gentleman I'd like to bring up, and we have a lot of speakers coming up today. And let me tell you, we have Paul Finnick next, who's just amazing. There's so many amazing people coming up. Preston Brown, and then we do have from Tony Robbins, Joseph McClendon coming up, and Joseph has just changed the world. And it's been a great event so far. So, Sandy, by the way, since you're on there, by the way, everybody, when you're running an event, first of all, tell people how to get on the event. Tell people how to be part of the event. And Sandy, can you just text Joseph and let him know we're running on time? Mr. James. And at the same time, give them a way to connect with you. So we've told you several times, you guys have been doing great. The numbers have been bouncing up, and you're sharing it with people to make a difference. So our next amazing presenter, another podcaster to be, but really he's created quite the business all over the world. And so Tom, tell us a little bit about yourself, and then we're going to dive right in.
Well, really appreciate the opportunity to be on here. Thank you to Los Angeles Tribune for hosting this, and the Think and Grow Rich Institute as well. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I love business. I love people, love helping people create success and define success for themselves.
I love it. Oh, did not mess around at all. That's what I like to do. So Tom, when it comes to, the really Think and Grow Rich, what are some of the concepts you've used? And also, I've watched you in business, and I've watched what you do, and you're also a fellow rainmaker, and so is Sandy. But around leadership, can you talk a little bit about that?
Oh my goodness, that's a a lot to unpack. I would say that you have different styles of leaders. You don't have to be a type A personality. Leaders come from different walks of life, different personalities. I prescribe to, I guess, a servant leadership and leading by example. I told one of my business partners last week that I don't care if I have to scrub toilets, mop the floors, flip the sign from closed to open, and shut off the lights. I'm the last one leaving at night. It's the determination. It's leading by example. It's knowing that where your focus is, knowing how you define success, because success isn't always defined by big houses, flashy cars, nice clothes. Sometimes it's just helping somebody. You know, having a good success for the day might be I'm sharing a smile with somebody and making them smile. That can make all the difference in someone's world.
Yeah, I love it. Okay, I can see. Sandy, go ahead.
I'm just smiling because I love that. And I think that too often people don't look people in the eye and smile because you do not know what that person has been going through. You don't know what struggles they're having in their life. And by looking somebody in the eye and in the eye and giving them a smile could completely change their life.
Right.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tom.
I was going to say, and taking that a step further is really helping somebody, in my opinion, is giving them the tools they need to lift themselves up. A lot of times, if you give a handout versus giving someone the tools they need to help themselves up, is a big difference in mentality that they take. You have to have the desire to succeed, the desire to take the next step. You can't take that next step for somebody. So through online education, through these, podcasting, through forums like this, you're giving people the tools they need to actually succeed, to take that next step. But then they have to have the determination, the grit, the perseverance to stay on that track. Entrepreneurs, they fall into a trap of the first 30 days, their activity is up here. And then the next 30, they don't see the results. So they stop doing it. And then the work they did the first 30, when their activity was up here, they see the results 90 days later. And so the results are high when their activity is low, then their activity is up when the results are low. And it's just keeping the mindset, keeping that determination, keeping your goals in front of you changes everything.
Yeah. It does every day. And it's the kind of thing that it's because we do talk a lot about it. And we do talk about, your morning routines and things that you do. And then so many people, what you hear, and Bart talked about this on the earlier a little bit, is it how quickly it goes. Right. And that's what Daniel was saying too. It's life keeps moving on. So it's the decisions that we make, and the books that we read and the remember tapes, and the podcast we listen to and the live stream we listen to. What is a little bit of your morning routine? Sort of what gets you going every day? Is there anything you listen to? Is there anything you do in the morning? And what sets you in motion for this amazing entrepreneurial world you've lived in for a long time?
Yeah, I own I own currently 4 businesses. I've owned a total of 7, and I've seen ups and downs, learned from the failures. But my daily routine really starts with music that speaks to me. So the first few minutes, I hit the music, and that's actually how I wake my kids up. Is waking up with music, walk in the room in my back pocket. They hear it. It sets their mindset up for when they go to school, and then it helps their day getting started as well. So it's really, for me, it's about getting the energy going, the right vibes, making sure that I'm setting the tone for the day.
I love it. With that, and again, that could be that one piece of advice, but what is one thing outside of that you would love the audience in this next, let's say, 3 days? Because I know you'll be listening to all of us, but you guys still have the evenings, right? Make sure you're with your family and your friends and people after these events every day, because there are events. We're doing an event. But what is one thing, if I took away right now from listening to you, what is one thing I could do actively for my life, for my business, whatever that is, immediately?
I would say the biggest thing is define success. Because if you don't know where you're going, if you don't know when you said, I'm successful, I've made it, how do you know where you're going? You have to have a roadmap. You have to know when you've actually achieved your success. So I would say define the success, create that vision, create a plan, take the first step. Daniel did such a great job. And then you have Chris, when he said, I love the dig. And then Bart saying he's in the right place at the right time. But take that first step. And once you take that first step, don't stop. Keep your goals in front of you. But really, you have to have success defined.
I love it. And you know, something else you said that's really important. And by the way, everybody listen to what Tom said, because he not only told you what he was going to, but he then took everything he's learned from the day. So he's with us just like the rest of you. And again, oh, there's Mo. See, Mo, you just like to be center, and there we go. But he's taking all these concepts and really that learning and moving it forward. But he's listening to the whole show. You're part of the team and family, and you're part of everything we create. And just in the last minute, what is just, you know, you have your daily and your life and everything you do, and you gave us that one thing that you do. What is one word you would leave us for this day with?
I would say determination. Always, you know, once you start that journey, be determined. Don't quit. Don't stop. Be careful who you surround yourselves with. What you listen to.
Awesome. I love it. You know, it's been amazing, Tom. I want to thank you so much. It's great to have you. By the way, all of you, you're going to be hearing a lot more from Tom. He's part of the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. He's involved with a lot what we're doing. Him and his business partners have created some absolutely just amazing tools that you're going to hear a lot about. So everybody give Tom a big thunderous round of applause. Thank you so much, Tom. Thank you. I'm going to turn this beautiful show back over to
hang
you.
on there. Hang on there,
I'm not
Michael. You're
going
not
anywhere.
going
I'm
anywhere
chilling.
because
I'm not.
no,
I'm
no,
always
because
gonna be
we're going to need your support in introducing this next gentleman. You know Paul Fink, Michael, and you know the impact that Paul Fink has made in many people's lives over a course of many years. His dedication, his appreciation of the human experience, his ability to see the best in people, his ability to see the potential in others when they themselves don't even see the potential that they even have. And so I'm going to need your help in introducing Paul Fink, because I know you're a fan of his work. You've known him for a long time. So please, Michael Silvers.
Oh, awesome. So, you know, it's really funny. You know, when you're sort of like 6 degrees of separation, all of that. So it was years and years on peak potential stages. And there's this other gentleman Paul knows really well named Mark Uzak, right? And so Mark would talk about what he does, and Mark would do his show, and Mark's a hypnotist. He's seen 8 million people. And then he would say, as part of what you're going to learn from me in that daily habit is you need to know the business. You need to know how to move your business forward. You need to know the ins and outs. You need to know those little things you're not thinking about. And there's this gentleman out there who will not only take you from 0 to 1 million, but he's going to give you the tools and tips that you can use immediately, that you're going to understand in a way you never have. And he's part of my program. I'm actually giving it to you like a bonus. You're going to go meet with this gentleman. And that gentleman is standing right. Oh, I lost him there. He's not there. And that gentleman is Paul Fink. And he would talk about you, and we would just rock the house. And there you are. And thank you so much for everything you've created and you've done. And I'm turning the show over as I'm sitting right here.
Thank you, Michael. You did a great job with those panels, and Donna and Julie are going to assist with guiding this next segment along with Rex. We're here with the legendary Paul Fink, the Maverick millionaire. And, you know, he's quickly become a fan favorite here in the last few years of participating in just about every program we've done here at the LA Tribune. The folks here know when Paul speaks, there's a lot of wisdom, but it's not just wisdom in the traditional sense. And I know we're talking about success and a lot of Napoleon Hill's principles. And I know, Paul, you're a student of so many different great inspirational leaders. You were on here with Dennis Waitley a couple years ago. And I'm curious, just to get the ball rolling, what has Napoleon Hill's work meant to you? What has Think and Grow Rich meant to you? What sticks out to you when you hear the words Think and Grow Rich? And then my colleagues here will take it over, please. Paul Fink.
Hi, guys. And oh my gosh. So I almost forgot about the 6 degrees of separation and Michael's connection with Mark and all that. And it's so great to be here. It is, and Mo, and now Dawn and Rex and Julie, and it's great being with you, all of you. It's, this is so much of family, and Think and Grow Rich. One of the things that resonates with me and my work with LA Tribune as well is I've been studying this stuff for decades. And yes, I'm showing my age, but I've been an entrepreneur for 36 years. And early on, and I was studying, you know, the Millionaire Mind and Anthony Robbins and Think and Grow Rich and ongoing. And I even like my little book from way back when. This has got to be 25 years ago that I bought this book, and it's just amazing what it's created in my life. So often, and we've talked about this time and this ongoing, persistent, consistent behavior, and studying is part of, and education is part of that journey for me. That so much of the stuff that I studied way back in my 20s and even before then, I didn't know that it was going to change my life. I didn't know it was going to have an impact on my future. I just kept bringing in the information and wading through all the stuff. And it was the impact of the collaborative use of all those ideas over time that created all that I have now. It took about 15, 20 years in the molding. It was kind of like buying all the pieces of the cake and then finally baking it effectively is what my life journey has been. And then over the last 20 years, actually applying the concepts and putting it into place. And we've been talking on and on this morning about it all afternoon about this concept of persistent, consistent. And that's been everything that I've created. So thank you so much for being here. And it's a pleasure to get started and be a part of this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. You know, I was listening to this idea of this continuing education and that it never really stops. And I think about Bob Proctor, and I had the honor and privilege of meeting him in real life. And he, and anybody who's seen him knows he always has his Think and Grow, or had his Think and Grow Rich book with him. But how often do you reread or look at again these ideas that you've studied for years? How important is that?
Yeah, and so there's a couple different concepts in this that I want to touch on. One is absolutely go back and reread. However, I will say for me, I don't actually read from cover to cover. I tend to manifest the right information in front of me at any given time. I'm usually reading 5 or 10 different books at once. And I'll pick up a different book based on what is resonating with me and what I'm emotionally feeling at the time and what I'm looking for, what I'm going through. So there'll be different subject matters and different components. And I reread in the same way, picking up different books. Even while I was in the green room here, I was picking up a couple books, just kind of going back and reading some of my notes in the margins and educating myself, if you were, and helping to resonate with messages that were popping up in my head. In addition to all that, it's I had a major life shift, if you will. And most of us lived through 2020, and we know what that meant with COVID and the lockdowns and the businesses that I was mostly live, traveling all around the world and speaking and training, which I've been doing for 16 years. So I was really rolling, had everything set almost in autopilot when 2020 shut everything down in one day. Well, at the same moment, my wife was diagnosed with cancer. And for me, it was like a 1-2 punch. And to get real, and we've been talking a lot about different life shifts, if you will, in our world, and that it affects all of us. It impacts all of us. My wife got diagnosed with one of the rarest cancers there is. It has a 5-year mortality rate. It was one of the hardest things we've ever had to experience. And she went in, it was a sarcoma in her pulmonary artery. And we went into surgery the day before the lockdown for COVID in March of 2020. So this was definitely like not even the same time period, like the same day. I walked into the hospital where the world seemed to be fairly normal and walked out where craziness had started. And we've been through this battle 4 years now. And I'll tell you the end of the story is that my wife, as of yesterday, just got her first clean bill of health. and this has been 4 years of nonstop battle with chemo and radiation and surgeries, and so much going on where she almost died literally on deathbed, 0 white blood cells, 5 different times over the last 3.5 years. Wow. And now she's got a clean bill of health. And when we talk about it, we've talked about it. Daniel talked about it earlier, and so many people. This concept of time is short, and that it's that we need to get real with how we want to live our life, how we want to create it, how we want to be. And that's so much of what Think and Grow Rich is all about, is getting that clarity and then focusing in that persistent, consistent behavior to create the life that you deserve. And when my wife and I, unfortunately, God bless, one, that my wife is alive and well. And for all of you that know, my wife is my soulmate. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her. She is always the one that has saw more in me than I ever did in and of myself. And so it would have been just ripping out my heart, my lungs, my left arm if my wife wasn't next to me. So this is just an amazing experience. But one of the greatest things that this gave us, with all the hardship, is that when my wife was going in for the first surgery and we weren't sure she was going to survive, open heart surgery, she's done that twice now. When she first went in, we were able to look at one another and say, we have lived the life we wanted to live. We were able to look at each other and say we had no regrets. We've been on this journey for the last 20 years, God bless, making the decisions and stepping up and being the people that we wanted to be and living the life that we wanted to live. And it's because of those decisions that in 2020, we were able to look at each other and say, if this is the moment, if this is it, it's okay. And that's what everything that we're talking about today and over the next several days, and everything that Think and Grow Rich is all about, that's what it boils down to. The decisions that you make, the actions that you take to step into the life that you deserve. Recognize that the alternative is, I would have been at that precipice and been kicking myself that I didn't step up. That's what, and we've celebrated that for the last 4 years, and now, God bless, with the clean bill of health, it's a real celebration. Understanding that your life is short and that you have an opportunity to do anything. It's up to you to make it whatever you want.
Well said.
Love this, Paul. Love that. And congratulations to you and your wife.
Yes, and she is absolutely beautiful the day I got to meet her. So much gratitude for all of that. I know, Paul, your favorite phrase, one of your favorite phrases is persistently consistent. And I hear that often with you. And so what I'm really curious about is, what is one area in your life where you really wished you were more persistent and consistent?
Just
we got to open that can.
Go right to it. Yeah, I would say my biggest Achilles heel, and I almost joke about it to my own detriment, is health and nutrition. I'm very much focused on servitude, as painful as it is for me to say, and some people look at me and not necessarily go, oh yeah, that's you. However, my father and some of my background and my history and my story, my father was never the man that stood up and did the right things. He fooled around with my mom most of my life. He just never was the guy who was strong in his decisions and his conviction. And with that, I looked at that, and at some point in my life, I recognized I could either be that or the antithesis. And everything in my world is about taking care of my wife, taking care of my children. I've got 6 children, by the way. So no small little in and of itself. We have 3 sets of twins, which is also a big part of who I am, is that with having 6 children, having my wife, it was the dedication to be the best father, the best husband, the best business person I could be to help create their life to be what I thought I was lacking when I was a kid. Wow. And to give them the opportunities that they can have anything that they want, that they can have opportunities in a future, giving them all the love, the support, the security, and everything so that they can be nurtured and grow into the people that they're meant to be. Now the youngest is 22 as of the other day. So we've gone through the test of time.
Oh, you froze there for a second.
Sorry about that.
No
and so the key component for me is to realize that I'm always there for them, and now the extension, my family, all my clients, all my students that I train all around the country, is where a lot of my time and my focus goes. And so then when it comes to me and, oh yeah, well, I've got to make sure that I'm eating right or exercising, well, that tends to be the secondary. No. And like even the last 4 years, all the doctor's appointments, we've been traveling all around the country, taking care of seeing the best doctors in the world, and being turned down by some, and being persistent, consistent, and making sure that my wife gets all the best treatment in the world. And alive, I've taken the second seat. I know that, and that's probably my biggest Achilles heel.
So can I jump in just for a second and say much love to you and your wife and the story, and just highlight something that you said, and I'm going to revisit. And then you're busy, you're doing your thing, your business and everything, and then boom, something happens, and your wife has been diagnosed with a life-threatening illness. It's nothing light. It's a calamity by anybody's standard.
Yeah, this was stage 4 cancer for anybody that's doubting. Yeah, right. This was the big deal.
Well, one of the things that Hill has always said is, that inside of every adversity, there's a seed of an opportunity, but you have to find it. So, and what sounds so beautiful about this is that you got, not only is she healed, but you had a renewed, you went through all these different things for all the years in order to see her healed. But you found out that it's about the journey, not so much the destination. You've been renewed to come back to what's important between you and your family. And I would invite you to examine your health in the same way. But the point being is that what an incredible thing. And most people are scared. They're afraid of calamity or adversity or hardship or stuff. But it's really an opportunity to recognize our values and what's truly important to us in life.
Yeah, you got to step forward. Everything that you want is beyond your scope of imagination right now. Everything that you desire is beyond your comfort zone, the step beyond where you can naturally see. And so you've got to keep moving forward. You've got to step towards that adversity, towards those challenges. It's where the magic happens. Bringing it full circle and back, during that time of COVID and my wife being sick, what got me through it was Think and Grow Rich and a couple other books that I lean into, and the understanding that I went back to the basics. So often we see the journey of highly successful people, and isn't that great, and so great to be them, and well, it becomes something that we forget, like what got us here. And so when calamity happens or things shift in our world, oftentimes, and that's why we were talking earlier, and I forget who it was that was talking about kind of the ups and downs, and you see people that actually collapse, a great success, and then things collapse, is that they forgot what built them. They forgot what got them there. And I had to go back to the basics and remind myself of what my core values were, what my purpose was, what my focus was, and really build back the foundation that I had come to take for granted over the years, and been really focused in on that foundation over the last 4 years to make sure that we stayed the course, even with all these things shifting and changing and happening in our world. And that was a real lesson in going back to the basics. I've been on this journey 36 years as an entrepreneur and 20 years really in this journey. And I've been coaching at a high level for 16, 17 years. And so going back to the basics and really understanding what it means to create that clarity and that focus and that persistence and what activity is happening every single day that's moving me towards my dream life. These are the lessons that we're teaching in 100 different ways here and over the next several days that really make the difference for your life. So get clarity, keep it, stay close. I want to go and one step further if I have a moment. You get clarity and you get clarity on what you want. I want to have everyone write down, and we talked about this several different times already today, write down exactly what you want. Once you do, and you say, that's it, that's what I want, that's my purpose, I want you to do one extra little piece, because that focus creates the need for a commitment. And to stay consistent, persistent, and create that behavior every single day, you've got to have a commitment to make it happen. Like we could joke around. We were talking about my health and, I'll eat nutritionally. I promise. Yes, yes, yes. I know it's the right thing for me. I'll absolutely do it. Well, even in my voice, you can tell my commitment may not quite be at a level 10 yet on a scale of 1 to 10. That's what you need in every single goal you have. Every single thing you write down that you want, it's got to be a level 10 or bust. There's no 9.5. There's definitely no 7, 8, or 6. It's got to be a level 10 or scratch it, change your goal, change what you're saying you want, because that isn't it. Now, it means maybe adjusting it, maybe sidestepping it, but that isn't it. Unless you can say from your heart of hearts, I'm committed to do whatever it takes at a level 10. It's a level 10 or bust, absolutely. And that's what I've seen, and as I coach people around the world, that's what's missing. Is they say, yeah, I want to be a millionaire. I want this great life, only they don't actually commit to it. And they certainly don't commit at level 10. It's things happen in their life. Oh, well, and they'll come up with 101 excuses. I have, with my 6 children and my wife, and with all that we've gone through over the last 4 years, 101 excuses could show up. Or I could say, this is the world that I chose. I'm committed to keep moving forward. I'm committed to this journey, and I'm committed to doing what I do best and make that happen.
This is the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. We're broadcasting worldwide. We have the legendary speaker Paul Fink with us right now. And Paul, we've had a chance to highlight you the last 20 minutes or so. I'd like you to stick around, and we're going to switch gears and have you now be a part of a panel so we can have some bonus time with Paul Fink. And I'm going to introduce some incredible folks that are going to join the conversation. Again, we're having a Socratic style conversation. We have 100 speakers that are a part of this program over 4 days. 100 speakers from different countries, from different walks of life, all of them handpicked and invited to join us to have a conversation. What would it look like if 100 of the top thought leaders in their field joined to have one simple conversation over 4 days? In partnership with the Think and Grow Rich Institute. And that's what we're experiencing now here on the Los Angeles Tribune Network. So I'd like to introduce a few incredible folks that are going to join the conversation. I see Dr. Bill Janishak, who recently was ranked the top holistic doctor in Orange County, California. I see Dr. Michelle, who's also joining us here, who I recently found out has so many incredible businesses that she owns. I mean, there are certain businesses she owns I didn't even know it was possible to even own. And of course, Kenyelle Ash, who's one of the co-authors of an incredible book coming out that we at the Los Angeles Tribune Publishing House are doing with contributors like Joe Vitale and others. And so I want to welcome everyone here to the platform here. And let's make sure that the microphones are muted if we're not speaking. And Julianne, how excited are you to get this panel rolling, please?
Very excited. I mean, there just aren't words. Everybody has been so amazing. I feel like even thoughts that are ideas that I've heard before from fresh eyes and new perspective, it's just been amazing. I'm so excited for this next panel as well.
Absolutely. I want to kick it off with Dr. Bill Janishak, and then we'll go to Dr. Michelle. Dr. Bill, you've been listening to Paul. You've been listening to the program. I know you're very familiar with Think and Grow Rich. I know you are very familiar with the science of the mind. It's actually part of your practice. Full transparency, I'm also a patient of Dr. Bill's. I believe that to truly experience the benefits of medicine, we have to practice with our mind as well as our body. And so in picking a doctor and picking somebody to help maintain our health. And I also don't visit Dr. Bill when I need to see a doctor. I visit Dr. Bill so I don't have to see him too much. And so Dr. Bill, just share how important is the power of the mind? How important is Think and Grow Rich in your personal life, as well as with the community, please?
Well, thanks, Mo. I appreciate that. And Paul, that was excellent. I was listening to you. I'm like, oh my God, he's singing I'm just getting all vibed up over just listening to you. It was awesome. And Rex, always great to see you. The power of the mind, it's kind of sad for me. I when I do my talks or I'm educating around, I talk about physiology a lot, neural pathways, metabolic pathways, science stuff. And then I always kind of cap it off and said, but none of that matters if you can't control your thought patterns, because I treat under a stress model, which is physical, chemical, and emotional. And I could do the best things in the world. And when I was just first starting out, I thought if I could learn more, then my patients would get better. And, and I often joke, I said, I have more degrees than a thermometer, but it doesn't move the needle for the patient until we can get them to change their mindset, because until you get that mind in that directory, it's going to help you make the right decisions, which is going to help you do the right actions, and then you're going to get the results. So it really doesn't matter what I do physically to a person if they're not on board mentally. And that's why I like Rex's work with NLP from that standpoint, where we can get those people aligned. When your mind and your body are aligned with the same goal and you guys are yoked in the same direction, the world changes. The world will get out of your way for a man or woman with a made up mind. And in this world of stress, when there's, it's the economy, it's the Ukraine, it's Russia, it's whatever's going on, they're always throwing stress at us. And that's why the places like the LA Tribune, the whole network, brings people together to help that mindset, so that the news that you're getting fed into your brain, your conscious and your subconscious, is good stuff, and it's going to yoke you in the right direction. Mindset is everything, Mo.
Well, thank you for that, Dr. Bill. And in fact, statistics show that for every piece of positive news that could potentially empower someone, for every piece of content that a news company puts out that could help uplift someone, there are at least 17 that disempower. And so with the help of Paul Fink and Dr. Michelle and Kenyelle and Julie and everyone that's been a part of this, we're doing our part collectively. You're all part of the journey. Dr. Michelle, Kenyelle, Paul Fink, Dr. Bill, you guys are all part of the journey in helping make that number at least a little bit closer. Can we at least make it 3-1 and not 17-1? So let's all figure out a way to make it happen. So Dr. Michelle, you're somebody that, yeah, it's just a small little task. It's called a life purpose. So Dr. Michelle, Rex, please kick your dog out of the room. Thank you. Dr. Michelle, you are such an inspirational person. And the more I learn about you, the more I realize how incredible you are and such a hidden gem you are for the world, really. And I had a chance to learn more about you by speaking with Kenyelle, and I was just blown away with the work that you do. So I'd love to just give you the floor to give you an opportunity to truly shine and share your message with the world and just share what's in your heart. Please, Dr. Michelle.
Yes, thank you so much, Mo, for that. I am so grateful and I'm feeling great and wonderful that I am here. I really thank you, Dr. Beal, for what you just shared. I'm all about brain health. And I know when your brain works right, your life works so much better. And I've been formally trained under Dr. Daniel Amen when it comes to brain health. And we do formal assessments to see if your brain is working too hard or if it's not working hard enough for you. And with all of that being underscored, I believe that when we tell our brains what we want, it goes to work sorting out what we get. And so my mentor, another mentor of mine, which you will have on today, his name is Dr. Joseph McClendon III, and I am a founding member of the Neural Encoding Institute, and I'm sure he'll bring that up today. He has this little poem that says, as I think, so I feel, as I feel, so I do, as I do, so I have. And that poem, I say it every single day. And what's more about that, I always ask myself the question, what am I having today? And I answer myself, I'm having love, I'm having joy, I'm having success. And I say it's going to be a great day because your mind will go searching for what you want. And it's so important to ask yourself quality questions. A lot of people, they'll ask themselves, what's wrong with me? Well, guess what? Your mind is going to search for everything that's wrong with you. So instead, ask yourself, what's right with me? We learned also within our institute that celebration is the quickest way to encode yourself. You see, we rise and fall to the level of our training and our conditioning. I was listening to Rex earlier, and he talked about wanting to get that snowboard opposed to skiing, and he had not conditioned himself to rise to that occasion. So it's those predetermined habits, the things that we say to ourselves. How do we encode ourselves so that we can get the very best out of themselves? Besides Think and Grow Rich, one book that really resonated with me was As a Man Thinketh. Oh my God, when I was introduced to that book as well, and there was a quote in there by James Allen that said, that circumstance doesn't make the man, it reveals him to himself. And then another one, men do not get who they are. Men do not get what they want, they get who they are. So you got to condition yourself to get what you actually are. So I go to identity with that. So let me just shift to identity. Based on your identity, that is the results that you have in your life. I wrote a book called Be Successful for Life, and it teaches you how to elevate your thoughts, your words, your actions so that you can have better results in your life. When you look around at your results, that's a key indicator of your thinking. It's a key indicator of your core values. It's a key indicator of your beliefs. And so I understand that it takes a lot of work to get those beliefs that will get you flowing in the direction that you want your life to go. I have a show that is about elevating your life. And that show is really teaching people how to think at a higher level so that they can get more success and fulfillment in their life. And I'm just on a mission to help people improve the health of their brains. I'm on a mission to teach people how to kill those automatic negative thoughts because we are more prone to the negative versus the positive. And so I say, you want to create art. You want to create art with your thoughts. And so with that in mind, I see you coming back on screen. I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to you. And the last thing I want to say,
I don't know why people get afraid of me when I come back. That doesn't mean I want you to stop talking. I mean, am I that scary looking?
No, you're not. But I want to make sure that I impress upon one more thing, that thoughts create things. In the book Think and Grow Rich, it talks about thoughts are things, thoughts create things. And so don't also believe everything that you think. Question your thoughts and take 100% responsibility for your life because you are in charge of your thinking. And remember, if you want to change, you have to choose to change, and it takes time. Make that decision. and invest your time, resources, and energy and commit to it for the long haul. And so I'm going to turn it back over to you. I have so much more that I can say because I'm so passionate about helping people become more of who they desire to be.
That's awesome.
You're firing me up, Dr. Michelle. I'm so glad that you're here with us. And again, I think Dr. Michelle is one of the hidden gems, but not for long, because we at the Los Angeles Tribune are going to make sure that the world knows about all of the great work that you do. And speaking of great work, Kenyelle, you are also doing some incredible work building a global community of folks, helping them also tap into the power of their mind. And you have an incredible product, an incredible community, and you're also doing great work. And I'd love to give you the floor. Make sure you're unmuted, please. I want to give you the floor so you can also share some of your wisdom. Please, Kenyelle Ash, floor is yours.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mo, for sharing this platform. And I am so excited and elated to be here with so many thought leaders in this space. My name is Kenyelle Ash, and I am the founder and CEO of Millions in Progress, where my goal and mission is actually to help 1 million women launch the vision that they have for their life and get one step closer to their goals and their dreams. When I decided to launch the actual business, I used to do these meetups, and one of the meetups was centered around Think and Grow Rich. I love Think and Grow Rich. It's actually one of the first self-development books that I've read. And since I read that book over 20 years ago, I literally have been living out a lot of those principles. And one of those principles revolves around desire and imagination. And because of that book, it really inspired me to create the only vision board book that women and men can use it too will need for their vision board. Here, as you can see this book here that I actually put into a kit. And one of the reasons why I actually created that was because I wanted to be able to also indirectly impact people to visualize their dreams and go for their goals, because I understand the power of imagination. I understand the power of making your goals visual, writing it down, as well as being able to attract those things and people and places into your life. Yes, faith without works is dead. However, when you write those things down, we know that you will start attracting the people, the places, and things into your space, into your heart. And that's why I've been really passionate about helping others within the personal development space. I got into it by accident. I actually have been trained also by Dr. Michelle Green by default. So it is who I am naturally. I'm going to sleep to motivational things because I always want to make sure that I'm feeding my mind what it needs to know. I also want to make sure that I'm growing my mind. And I tell people all the time, for my students, I did a class yesterday on building your business or building your brand boot camp, to make sure that you're writing your goals and your dreams down, but you're also building that muscle to continue to go, get in the momentum, become persistent, become relentless towards your goals, because as you're going, you don't have to know the next step. You just have to take a step. The people and the plans will fall into place. So I'm really excited about being here today, listening to all of the thought leaders and sharing my vision and sharing who I am and what I've contributed. Again, I created the Visions in Progress brand under Millions in Progress. And again, we're doing classes, we're mentoring people, and we're making sure that they're able to successfully launch the vision that they have for their life. I've coined the term for vision to make sure that, one, you qualify yourself, make sure you live a life with vision, but also vividly imagine seeing yourself in possession of your future self and ideas now.
Very well said. Thank you so much for sharing. You know, there's this idea that I really want to touch on, and it's going back to what Dr. Michelle was saying about asking better questions. I think that it is so important because we get stuck in the why me, why is this happening, or just a negative question. If we ask a negative question, we're going to get a negative answer. You can't solve a problem or come up with a solution with the same thinking that got you into it. So I really like that idea. And Paul, I saw the finger, so I would love for you to share what you think about that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, better questions. I teach one particular question that it kind of goes for so many different scenarios, is to begin to ask yourself, how can I?
Yes.
So it's a future pacing question. It's a question about possibilities. And so whenever you're in a space where you're like, I don't know what I'm going to do, ask yourself, turn it around and ask yourself, how can I change the course of direction? How can I create another $5,000 in the next 30 days? How can I, and finish the sentence? The magnitude of power that'll give you, because your brain will absolutely come up with the answers. We have one of the best computers sitting on our shoulders that we travel with every single moment. And whether you recognize it or not, when you ask powerful questions, as Dr. Michelle Green was talking about, when you ask powerful questions, your computer brain goes to work. Whether you're sleeping or conscious or anything, it's going to work to answer. And who's ever woken up with the answer to the question that they've been struggling with for days, and all of a sudden they wake up going, I got it. Your brain's been working while you've been sleeping because you asked an effective question. How can I? Is one of the ones I use all the time.
That's beautiful. Dr. Bill, going back to what Kenyelle was saying about vision, and I love this idea because it's so important. And I remember back in my early days, I would be afraid to have clarity because I was afraid it would lock me into something and then I'd be stuck with that. And I just want to know, how do you think that people can move past that idea? Because I know I am not the only one who's ever thought that.
Move past the idea of being afraid of clarity?
Exactly. So yeah, like I was saying before about how if I say I want, say $5 million to make $5 million this year, for example, and then am I blocking out 10 million if I say I want 5, or does it have to look a certain way that I'm not aware of? How can people still have that clarity without being locked into maybe something less than?
So knowing that you are limitless as a human consciousness. Like, again, I'm a doctor, so I deal a lot in the meat suit, and I always call it the meat suit because that's just what goes on in it. But that's only part of our story, because we are infinitely beyond what's just inside of. We know that we're all connected. We know that, quantum physics is now proving that we are all over. We are energetic beings. So to answer your question, is the first thing is, if we're thinking inside of our meat suit, put yourself in a physiological state of movement. You ever notice if you're walking down the beach or you're exercising, you're thinking, everything else goes away. If you have problems, they get worse. If you're motivated, you move forward. If you just watching, like when Paul's talking, we're watching him move, and he's embellished, and so he's moving. His physiology is in line with his message. So you do the same thing for yourself, is you get in there and you move with it and you think exactly where you want, but knowing like 5 million is just a stepping stone to become 10 million, but you have to become the person that's able to generate or manifest or create 5 million in order for you to get 10 million. Because, and Rex can probably talk to this about how your subconscious mind is, and that's one of the reasons why I'm just not about sunshine, rainbows, and unicorns. Because just because we're like, if I'm dead ass broke and I got nothing, and I tell myself I'm a billionaire, my subconscious is telling you are not, you are a lying son bitch. It's not true. But as you start to build proof in yourself, that you're going to go, you know what? I had a nickel yesterday and I got a quarter today. I'm growing. And you're building on that, and you're building on your identity that Dr. Michelle was talking about. Exactly who you are and what your identity. It all starts with that. And your identity, you're not blocking out the ultimate goals that you have. You're just taking a stepping stone. Every journey begins with the first step, and that's how you get it. But your physiology, because you got to convince your meat suit to get you going, and you've got to change the brain. I'm a neuro guy too, so that's what I do. So a lot of that stuff, you got to start with the meat suit in your mind, and then take it on from there, and you will be so pleasantly surprised.
So I want to say something, because you mentioned me, and yes, I could talk for 6 weeks nonstop on any of these topics, and I have. and I do. But the one I wanted to bring back was because we've got a couple of doctors here, medical people who understand, and the rest of you are brilliant in your own area of expertise in the mind, is that way back in the 70s, there were just a handful of studies on the placebo, but one really important study that got me going in all of this was Travis Air Force Base took 157 cancer patients. And through the study, what they determined was that attitude toward the treatment was the number one predictor over and above the severity of the disease. So that if you thought it was going to help you, it was likely that it would help you. And the nocebo effect, obviously, is if you don't think it's going to help you, it probably isn't going to help you. So attitude is everything. It's the number one predictor for success in all areas of your life. And so when we talk about negative thoughts, we talk about stealing our mind, or we talk about asking questions, all of this stuff truly, truly matters. Now, today, all these years later, there's something like 50,000 studies demonstrating the power of our beliefs, of our attitude, of the placebo. And yet medically, it was dismissed for many years. Well, that's just a placebo, because they were thinking this. You have within you, and Dr. Bill and Dr. Michelle, and each of you who are speaking here, Kellyanne and Paul, talk about the immense, incredible power that we all have as human beings to transform ourselves and to take charge of our destiny. And you can ask questions, create movement. I mean, there's so many wonderful tips and suggestions here. My dogs are gonna go crazy, so I'm gonna stop and pass the mic over.
Amen.
Okay.
Amen.
I want to say.
I'm just gonna go ahead.
wanna
I'm
say
just gonna
one
go
other
ahead and
thing.
get rid of Rex.
Rex was saying some great things in this whole concept, and getting back to Julie's question about what do you do? And I had so many people tell me about writing down, that they're afraid to write down their goal because I don't want to limit myself.
Mm-hmm.
What I've learned is that every time you write something down, it's not carved in stone. You can actually change it. However, unless you have a target to hit, unless you have a finish line to the race, you're just running around in circles. You've got to be directive. You've got to be focused. And so put the line in the sand, recognizing that you can change it at a moment's notice. So as I want to be a billionaire. Well, let's start with 100,000, 200,000. And as you get closer to the line, don't wait till you pass it. My own recommendation, because when we pass it, we end up in this plateau because we accomplished our goal and then we pat ourselves on the back and we just sit there for a while. No. Move the goalpost as you're going down the field. So as you get to you want 1 million, as you get to 600,000-700,000, move it. You know what? I think 2 million, we could hit that, and move it so that you're constantly seeing that goal ahead of you. It's not far in the future that you go, yeah, it's ridiculous. It's just ahead of you, but recognize once you write it down, it doesn't mean that it's carved in stone. You can rip it up and rewrite. Rip it up and rewrite. Dare to keep rewriting your future.
Thank you
Just
for
my 2 cents.
Paul. I want to give all of our 4 panelists here a chance to shine. Absolutely. I want to give our 4 panelists a chance to shine and share some final words, final thoughts that they may have, starting with you, Dr. Michelle. Dr. Michelle, we're going to give you the full floor to share final words with our community, please.
Yes. So the final words that I have for you is, number 1, you must take ownership of your life. No one is going to come rescue you, and you are the only person who has the solutions for your life. I am a coach, and I help draw out what's already in people and help guide them to the direction that they want to truly go. And so it's about being a victor and not a victim. And the quickest way to victimhood, if you find yourself blaming, shaming, or complaining, you know that you are in victimhood. And so you talked about thoughts as well, or we talked about thoughts, if you will. And we know we have so many thoughts every day. Scientists say we have over 60,000 thoughts a day. And most of those thoughts are repetitive thoughts, negative thoughts. And so I say we got to program ourselves to get out of us what we so desire, and that is constant space repetition. I like to program my mind in the evening. The subconscious mind is so powerful at night when I'm going to sleep, before I do that, I actually write out the things that I'm grateful for, what I achieved for the day. And then I go to sleep telling myself positive things, things that I want to accomplish for the next day, reminding myself that I can do it, I can do it, I can do it. When unresourceful thoughts come up during the day for me, flipping to the next day, then I've already primed myself to flip that and reframe that and rephrase it to I can do it, I can do it, I can do it. So having a powerful morning routine, having a powerful evening routine is really healthy for your subconscious mind, because the magic truly is through the subconscious mind. 95% of who we are and what we do has been programmed in the subconscious mind. And I like to say our brain is a powerful tool. So we want to actually give it the things that it needs. So when it's time for those things, when we need them, if you will, then we're already programmed and they just automatically come out. You default to your best behavior. And that's what I love to teach people, is how do you default to your best behavior? And I want to say this last thing. Someone mentioned about smiling earlier. I want to say it was Tom, I'm not sure. And smiling does wonders for you. When you find yourself feeling sad, look up and smile. When you find yourself feeling, even if you're feeling a little depressed, play some music. When you find yourself feeling fearful, talk to yourself. Self-talk is so powerful. And I have trigger phrases that I go to. This too shall pass. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. So thank you again. It has been wonderful. And I look forward to the next time.
Thank you, Dr. Michelle. I think the next time will be sooner rather than later. Kenyelle, we're going to give you the full floor to hear your final words of wisdom for our community, please.
Absolutely. So I would just like to tell everyone, understand and know your power within. You have the power. You have everything inside of you. You have what it takes to achieve your dreams. Also, qualify yourself. Do not wait for someone to qualify you or give you permission to go towards your dreams and your goals. Whatever you want, write it down. Go for it. Take the steps to do it. And again, don't ask for permission. You take what's yours, and the right people will fall in place. If someone else is not giving you a platform, you create your own. So make sure that you don't disqualify yourself. You qualify yourself. You live a life with vision. You make it visual. You write it down. You make it plain. Keep your vision at the forefront. Let your life shine. And again, use your power, because you have it inside of you.
Mo, you're on mute.
Thank you, Julie. And Dr. Bill, floor is yours, please. And thank you, Kenyelle, for that remarkable closing. Dr. Bill.
It's amazing. You know what? I got not much to say. The LA Tribune always puts together an amazing group of people, and then the movement that Mo and the team have created is amazing. But on one hand, I think we're speaking to the choir. The people that come to LA Tribune, you're already of that mindset, and you're looking for that little push. You're looking for that little edge. And a lot of these messages you probably heard 100 times. Are you where you want to be? And if not, why not? And it's time to take those thoughts into action. We've heard this 100 times about believe in yourself and go. Pick one of these coaches that are out here. We got 1,000 coaches. I'm not a coach, but pick somebody that you're resonating with and follow them out. Reach out. Sign up with a course or class, or as you know, a mentee. Do something where you are physically going for it and not just talking. Been to a lot of these groups before where you see the same people always in the front row taking notes, and they're always in the same spots, months, years, decades. So go out and take the action. Follow these people and go confidently in the direction of your dreams.
Well said, Dr. Bill. Thank you so much. And Paul Fink, final words of wisdom. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much, Mo. Decide exactly what you want. Commit at a level 10. Believe in yourself wholeheartedly and take just massive action. And I'm going to jump off of what Dr. Bill was saying and talk about, so many people there, when we say take action, they hesitate, and they hesitate because they say to me, and this is what I hear, I'm not ready. I'm not ready to do that. I've got to do X, Y, I've got to do Z, I've got to go do this or that. I've got to clean up stuff in my life. I want you to know you are ready, because every day we live one life. It's not a compartmentalized business and personal. It's not, this decade of my life and next decade. You live one life. Use it and get into it immediately by doing all that you could dare to dream of today. The key component is jump long before you're ready. We talk about taking leaps of faith in your career, leaps of faith into your own power. Jump long before you believe you're ready, and have a group of people. I am a coach. Absolutely. Come reach out. I've got maverickoffer.com. You can spend some time with me. I may not be the perfect fit, but I can definitely help guide you to where might be.
Thank you for that, Paul. Thank you.
Here, there's so many people here that are just amazing. Leap, take the action. Thank you, Mo.
Thank you so much, Paul. Absolutely. And I appreciate everyone that was part of this panel. Thank you to Dr. Michelle, Kenyelle, Dr. Bill, Paul. And I'd like to ask my co-host to stick around for a couple minutes as we go into the next section. Specifically, I'm going to have Rex and Julie and Donna. You'll be joining us back momentarily. Rex, how excited are you for the next segment? And so far, just what are your thoughts on the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit, please?
Well, I think it's been a fabulous time, and we're learning from so many different people who are authorities in their own areas of expertise, and that may be many. So this is really a valuable opportunity for people. But I loved what Dr. Bill said. He said, maybe we're preaching to the choir. So you who are watching, people out there who could use this stuff and who should use this stuff. So invite them, share them, live, invite them to participate with you, or get them the replays, because without them finding out about it, they won't without you helping them find out about it, they may not find out about it. So
and I want to thank all, absolutely. And I want to thank all of the great folks in the virtual auditorium. We have multiple times best-selling author Dan Armstrong, who's been on the platform, who's a co-author of mine, who's a good friend. Thank you, Dan. I'm glad that we're pumping you up. I want to bring onto the floor Mr. Michael Silvers, who's also going to help lead the way here momentarily. So, Mr. Silvers, how have you felt so far about the program, and what can folks expect in the next segment, please?
Oh, here we go. It's been a great day, everybody. We're gonna talk a little bit about podcasting. We're gonna talk a little bit about how we really transition people and how we move people forward. And then we have two just amazing speakers coming up. So it's just going to be a great day. And I want to thank everybody for being on, and thank you for being part of what we do. And Sandy, come back up. We're going to talk a little podcasting now, and then we're going to bring up Joseph. So it's just been great. And Rex, thank you for that last section. It's just been awesome. Just awesome. So Sandy, it really is about how we create everything that we do. So I want everybody to know, first of all, very simply, right? This is a very simple little piece to do. Just share. Go on your Facebooks, go on your LinkedIn, go everywhere else, and go to growrich23.com. You want to share it with everybody you know, because you're taking the information and moving it forward. You're bringing it out to people you know, and you're also joining something that's a lot bigger. We created the mission of everything we're doing along with Think and Grow Rich, because it's your mindset and making a change, and how do I make a difference, and how is it going to be, that I can actually move this thing forward. And it's really staying solid at everything we do. It's becoming better at everything we do. Sandy, you want to just make sure our next speaker's coming up? I don't see anybody down there. So we have 5 minutes though. And it's making a difference all the time. And with that being said, we want you also to be able to connect with us. I know a lot of you are speakers, trainers, authors, thought leaders. And if you want to know what we're doing, and you want to see how to really be part of a mastermind, which is an integral part of everything with Think and Grow Rich, and you want to say, you know what, how can I join the mission, the spirit, and put myself out there more. I'm going to have all of you text something now. This is in the US for the moment, but we're going to make sure, just go to growrich23.com, register. You'll be part of it. We're going to have secondary calls. But with the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network, we're so excited to have all of you on. We're so excited that we're moving forward in every way that we are. And so what I'd like you to do is text the word, it's LA Pod, right? I don't know. It's just not locking in my brain. LA Pod, LA Pod, LAPOD. Take your phones out to 26786, LA Pod to 26786. What that's going to do is put you in touch with Sandy. We're looking for great podcasters, speakers, trainers, authors, those of you that want to move your mission forward, those of you making a difference, those of you who are being of service. And it's funny because a lot of people say, well, I don't have a message. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know I don't have anything to say. Yes, you do. You're all mentors. You're all trainers. You're all educators. You're not all life coaches. That's a whole story for another day, because I was in this for 25 years and everybody was a life coach. Everybody remember that 20 years ago? Everybody was a life coach. But you're really moving I know. You're moving your business forward every single day, and you need mentors. You need people, but you also want to create an extension of your business. It becomes an extension of your business to get your message out. It becomes an extension of your business to make yourself different. The reason you read Think and Grow Rich is so you don't stay where you are. You keep the message locked in, and you want to make sure that, very simply, you bring it out to the big world. Now, the next couple speakers, this is rock and roll time. We are going to be moving from somebody who was a platinum partner with Tony Robbins, to a gentleman that's businesses all around the world, to a gentleman that's spoken in, I don't even know, 40, 50, 60 countries. I don't even know what it is. And for the last 30 years, and had been in front of 3, 4, 5 million people. I just could do it because the numbers just keep building every year. And it's phenomenal what we're moving into. So you want to stay with us the whole time, because we are not going to take a second. It's like we take no prisoners, which is always just a crazy term to say. But we keep moving forward every single day. We make a difference with every single day, and we don't stop. We take a breath. We pause for a minute. We heard that, and then we really move forward and help people in their missions and their goals. So, Sandy, do we have somebody joining us here in a minute?
Yes, we do. He is joining us very shortly. And until then, we are so excited about the Los Angeles Tribune Global Podcast Network. It has been something that I never even dreamed would be in my realm of reality.
It's all how
and
you
I'm gonna
go ahead.
mute myself for a second to reach out to our next speaker.
No worries. It's really how you make a difference every day in life you do. So everybody write this down. Say, I am. Okay. So write it down, but say, I am ready for more. You're always ready for more. And you always ask yourself a question. Is everything I do, is it ecological? No harm to myself or others? If it is, say yes. Write that down. Say yes. As long as it's ecological, no harm to yourself or others. There's this tendency of wanting to shut off the world, or putting ourselves like in a stranglehold. And what happens is then it takes you years to come back out. For those of you who had no idea who I am, by the way, I am the LA Tribune Podcast Network, but I've been on stages for the last 25 years. One of my business partners was Tony Robbins' vice president for 18 years. I read Think and Grow Rich many years ago, and that changed my life, everything about it. I worked with T. Harv Eker. I was director of coaching, trainer, and ran our global mastermind for 9 years. Wow, time flies. I spent 5 years working off and on in training in Australia. We built the largest NLP division there. We had anywhere from 10,000 clients onwards every single month. We did large events. And it was really about we always started with, how do I be of service? And that will make a difference every single day. So you guys know what to text. You know how to join us. You know how to be here. This is, remember how it was the best looking guest moving forward? Well, here, look straight at us, Joseph. Here's one of the best looking guests we've had so far, though we've got Joseph McClendon coming up soon. You know what I'm saying, Joseph? So he'll be talking to me about that one. But, and this man, he looks a little tan. He looks a little relaxed. I won't tell you that he just got back from Italy and marriage and all that fun stuff. But, it's really how we make a difference in our life. So everybody give Joseph James a thunderous round of applause. He's glad you're here. Even though he's a Saints fan, but we don't say anything. So, Joseph, why don't you just give them 2 minutes about yourself and why you're here?
Hey, Michael, thank you so much. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you, Mo, and everybody there at the Los Angeles Tribune. And those that are watching, I'm just super excited to be here with you guys. And though I'm not Joseph McClendon, we do share the same first name. I'm a little lighter skinned version of him. But no, I'm just excited because today, just everybody's been really taking in the concepts and the principles and the mindset behind Think and Grow Rich. And I'm just going to share with you guys today on how it changed my life, very similar to Paul Fink's that he just shared his about his wife and cancer and how it changed his mindset, and how Think and Grow Rich and all the principles have changed mine.
Well, there goes my question. You just did that. So, it's the kind of thing, Joseph, that I think it does. It's an expansion of what they're doing out there. And really, it's how did it affect our lives, right? But what you've done, too, is you're starting to take the message out to, here's what happened in my life, but here's how I'm going to help you down the path. So talk about your story.
That's great, Michael. I grew up in a very abusive household. My dad was very physically and verbally abusive to not only to my mom, but also to my siblings and myself. And that began the atmosphere, the way I was influenced began to shape and mold my life. Rejection. I didn't like the word no, and nothing was ever good enough for my dad. And I remember a story that I tell everybody everywhere I go is about a time I ran outside and I was 8 years old. I shared a little test paper with my dad, and I was super excited because I made an A-. I thought that was great for me, but it wasn't great in my dad's eyes. And I remember the words that still echo in my life today is like, that's not good enough. You should have done better. And to an 8-year-old, that's destructive. That's torment, so to say, and that's how it was. And that began to be a predictor of how I looked at my life. Nothing was ever good enough. I'd start something. As soon as I felt it wasn't good enough, I'd move on to the next thing. And it shaped and molded how I viewed myself, how I viewed relationships. I would dodge. I'd be the one that wouldn't go up to a female and say, hey, you look pretty, because I was afraid she'd say, no, thank you. You're not attractive. And because I looked at no as rejection, not next opportunity. And that right there shaped me into even being an adult. I hated my dad growing up. I wished I was getting hateful just like him. And the mindset behind all of it, even though he was present in the home in terms of he was always there, but he wasn't there for me. And because it was always, as much as I was trying to seek my dad's approval and that love, I never got it. And I would do anything and everything I could just to get that from him. When my mom passed away when I was 27 years old, I just wished it was my dad. If I could have picked the two, I'm like, I love my mom more. I have a better relationship with her. Why couldn't it have been him instead of her? But fast forward 14 years through lots of forgiveness, changing my mindset, is my dad died my best friend. I went through a lot of pain during that time, but there was a lot of healing that took place prior to that. And that's why I can say and proudly say and honorably say that he passed away my best friend. But it didn't stop there, Michael. 22 days later, I lost my wife to cancer. And my whole world, I thought it would shook, but it's like, the analogy of like all the golf balls in the jar of glass, right? The glass jar, is it full or, and then you think it's full and then you put sand inside. Well, I thought my whole world had been rocked. And then it was like somebody just came along and shook it again. But I remember reading Think and Grow Rich and how it began to transform my mindset during that time. And I had read it prior to it, but my mindset wasn't there. My mindset looked at Think and Grow Rich as, man, I need to get out of debt. I need money in my life, but I had a different mindset at that time. And it's crazy because I think somebody had asked, it might've been Donna earlier, that had asked Paul, how often does he read Think and Grow Rich? And I actually have, it's a little, a real tiny version, condensed version of this that I travel with this book everywhere I go. And it's just like little tidbits of each principle and where I can go back and remind myself of, man, this is what I'm needing today. This is what I need to refresh my mind today. And I remember when I lost my dad and wife, that I went back and picked it up because I knew it wasn't about getting money in my moment in time right then and there, right? The get quick rich, what I was looking for to begin with when I first picked it up over 20 years ago. But this time it was different. I saw it different. And the words really began to jump out at my life. And, I know Paul talked about earlier, which is a phenomenal speaker, and so many great speakers have already spoke, is, when we change our mindset, we have the ability to change our world. And that's the concept. That's what I begin to live by. Change your mindset, change your world. Change your mindset, change your world. And I'll never forget, I ran across a video of a pastor one day, and he was talking, and it happened to be the night that my wife passed away. And he shared a scripture verse in Hebrews, and it says, "For we have not a high priest who can't be touched with the feeling of our infirmities." And he began to go on to say things that we go through life's pain so we can touch other people, so we can share with other people, so we can relate, we can feel what they're feeling. And that's what I've taken my whole life over the last 5 years. January will be 5 years since my late wife passed away and my dad passed away. But me, Michael, we've traveled together, and Sandy, we've traveled together. And that's my whole life now, is just sharing how I took pain and using the principles of Think and Grow Rich, using that scripture verse that I ran across, and completely changed my whole entire life.
That was so incredibly powerful, Joseph. And thank you so much for your vulnerability and for just throwing all of that out on the table for us. And, I was taking a few notes when you said, change your mindset, change your world. And it's on the surface, it's a very easy concept to kind of grab a hold of. However, you lose your dad as your best friend, and then you lose your wife. How did you find the strength to change your mindset so that your world could change? Because perception's a funny thing, right? I know you and I have talked about this many times, and it's a concept like, yeah, there's always two ways to see other things, but when you're in that deep pain and grief, how can you turn it around? What did you do?
I think it's the 3rd chapter, Napoleon Hill talks about autosuggestion. I had to start telling myself every single day. I had to start feeding myself that there was more to life than what I was thinking about. A lot of people go to, well, this has never happened to anybody else. Okay. I mean, let's think about this. Let's put this on a grand scheme of things. January the 5th of 2019, I lost my dad. 22 days later, I lost my wife, January 27th. Now, I could really probably fathom, okay, and then get this, 45 days later, I almost lost my 1-year-old, okay? So I can sit there and I can begin to say, there's nobody in this world that has gone through what I went through. And that's the things we begin to tell ourselves when we've gone through something traumatic, or we've gone through a loss, or, it's like nobody else can relate. There's 8.4 billion people in the world. You can't tell me that of all those people, that I'm the only one that's ever gone through that. And here's the crazy thing, is about a year later, I met a gentleman at our church that lost his mother and wife all in the same month.
Yeah.
And so it was just confirmation. And so it was the auto-suggestion. Instead of telling myself, I'm the only one that's ever gone through this, there's nobody else out there, is I believe that there's a higher purpose for what I went through. Who can I help find to help out during this? Because and you just mentioned it, Sandy, when you said, thank you for your vulnerability. I believe that when I'm vulnerable, it's my vulnerability that brings healing to me, but it's my transparency that brings healing to other people.
Yeah. And I think that's an important point. I'm going to jump in here, but so there's a lot of people sitting out there and they're thinking, and they're in pain, right? They're in pain, or they don't even know they're in pain, or life's taking some weird roads, and especially in relationships, it's like, okay, I'm not getting something, or something's doesn't seem compatible, or I'm in a lot of pain. Um, if I'm listening to this right now, what are a couple things I could do right now to help me? It's not always also getting out of the pain, right? There's a lot of learning, as you said. There's a lot of learning within like failure is, we always fear failure, but failure is feedback, and there is something within the pain, though it doesn't feel that way at the moment. What are a couple things they could do right now, this way, because this is where they're going to remember you.
Yeah.
Right, they won't remember your name, they might remember but it's that thing you're going to give them right now. What could they do?
Three things, Michael. And these are the very three things that I did that I didn't even realize I was doing until months of the same question. Joseph, why are you always smiling? How are you able to smile through the midst of so much of this? And when you hear people like Joseph McClendon, that's going to be coming up later, and Tony Robbins, Forbes Riley, Sharon Lecter, and everybody will say create goals, right? And we think 1 year, 3 year, 5 year. Well, I had to think smaller than that, because that was the first thing, is I had to create goals. And a goal for me simply was sit up in bed. That was it. I wasn't going to overwhelm myself, Michael, with getting out of bed and writing a book and writing journaling and all that. My mind couldn't take it at the time. What I love so much about this book right here is, in this particular one, it says 10 minutes a day. That's a small goal. And so it went for me from sitting up in bed to putting my feet on the floor to moving to a couch to moving to another bedroom. And I just continued to build upon that each and every day. It created movement. Number two, okay, is I had to take time to grieve. And I would do it in 15-minute increments. The reason why I came up with 15-minute increments was because, unbeknownst to myself, I was sharing our journey of pain and my wife's cancer on Facebook. And I would go on live, and I'd stay on for about 15, 20 minutes. I would cry, I would laugh, I would pray for people, I'd give people an update. And then I had to go back inside my house, and I had to put on a completely different a facade of being strong for my wife and being strong for three kids. One was an infant. One was just a month old at the time that she was diagnosed. But I had to take time to grieve, and then I would stop. A minute later, I might have been crying again. But that 1 minute eventually became 2, became 5, became 30, because it's like raining, Michael. You live in Washington, and it feels like when it's raining all the time, right? Puts you in this state of somber when it's drizzling outside, especially with cold weather. And if I were crying all day long, it would put me in a state of somber all day long. But if I had a little break in there, it was like the downpour and then the sun coming out. And then number 3 was this right here. And this is one of the most important ones right here, is I found someone else to help, and I helped them. They would tell me about their circumstance. I'd start sharing mine. I'd start giving them advice on what to do. And what I really found is not so much that I was helping them, even though I found I was helping myself, because it gave me an outlet to talk. It gave me an outlet to share my story. And all of a sudden I began to come up with answers, Michael, for myself, because I now took my thought process off of me and what I was going through and put it on somebody else and what they were going through. I went from being almost like in a sense of selfishness to selflessness by helping other people. And those 3 things will change your life.
I love it. And we've actually got it all down. There's another one popping up. We've been typing it the whole time, because it is, that's the thing. We have a tendency of either going too far or we don't go anywhere.
Yes.
And there's that simplicity within the just it's like the old, just follow the steps, right?
Right.
Just there is that part of moving forward. So we have just a couple minutes left. So you gave them steps to work with. You told them about your story. Where do you see what you're doing in 5 years from now?
Well, it's what I'm doing right now on an amplified version. And the amazing thing about the pain that I went through is, because of applying those 3 steps I just shared with you guys, is now I am happily married again. Okay. And I don't even know how to phrase that, but I'm now remarried and have a wonderful wife. We just came back from Italy on our honeymoon, but we are helping transform the lives of couples in the way they view marriage, live marriage, to go from that toxic, shattered relationships, the mindset of I want to hurry up and get out, what society has created. I call it the fast food mentality, right? We want it right now. Is I want to hurry up and get out, to being peaceful, being purposeful, and being passionate with each other. And we're doing that now, traveling the world, sharing how you can create a harmonious marriage, a faith-based biblical marriage, the way God created it to be for eternity, and live that way, because that's the way God created it. And I know I'll be doing this in 5 years. I'll just be doing it on a magnitude scale.
You know, and part of that too is I'll just say this: you're bringing this legacy out for your children.
Yes.
You're right. You're living and you're showing them this is a way to, because this is a way to do this. This is a way to honor other people. This is a way to love. This is a way to always be in integrity, but be of service, because everything you're creating is about being of service to your partner.
Absolutely, Michael. And that's not what I got when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
It's not what I got. So it's my job to break the mold and to create the legacy, because a leader is not about, hey, that's where you go. A leader is about picking that young person up and putting them on their shoulders and saying, I can't see above the wall, but I know that you can.
Yeah, that's right. Joseph, this has been off the chart. So first of all, everybody out there, this is Joseph James. And I know we're not giving out text opt-ins and all that, but Joseph, you can find him on Facebook and all of that. That is easy. For those of you that listen to this, you can feel the heart, you can feel the passion, and it's again rising through the pain, but have lived through the pain, but have had the pain and not ignored that. And look at him now. Look at this. I mean, just look at this. And he didn't invite any of us to Italy. We never told him about that. But and he sent pictures every day on Facebook. We all got to see that. But you're living a blessed life, and you do it for your children every day. I know they're so involved with everything you're doing, and I want to honor you for being here. For myself and Tribune and Think and Grow Rich and Sandy, we want to just give you a thunderous round of applause. You guys want to put applause? You can always put a 5 in the chat. We had a whole bunch of those coming, and we were trying to text things. They were flying everywhere. But this has been great, Joseph. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being part of the show. And you just have a blessed day.
Michael, thank you so much. Thank you, Sandy. Y'all have done
amazing
Joseph. Today. Thank you, Mo and Ava and Sherry. I love what you guys are doing, because you are taking the message. You're taking people's messages and putting it across the world, and you're changing lives. And thank you for that.
Awesome. Thank you so much. See, Sandy, now you can move him away. I'm kidding. So she's fast. She's quick on that trigger. Let me tell you
how I give blondes a bad name, but I own it. All right.
Yeah, you got it. It was good. All right, Joseph. Thank you so much.
Bye, Joseph.
Love you guys.
Bye,
Love y'all.
Joseph.
Love you.
I just want everybody to know before we transition that you're just good. If you can't have fun, right? If we can't have fun, make sure you share this. Make sure you share this show with everybody you know. GrowRich23.com. Go to, make sure you register. You get the special gifts. And those on Facebook, those on LinkedIn, those on Twitch, wherever you are, whatever channel you're on, keep sharing it around. This will go on our TV channels. There'll be replays, but you want to be on live now. You know why? Because all the speakers are on live. And because you can always ask a question. Don't forget about that. Sometimes we'll get to them, sometimes not. We'll work on it, or we'll take them for another time. But we are a live show. This is not pre-recorded. So you can ask a question and we'll get to it as best we can. And if we can't, we'll take care of you one way or the other, because we are about education, information, and moving this life forward. So our next, it's I always say amazing presenter, speaker. I'm just going to bring him up right now. But we are a family. The biggest thing that we're a family moving together and that we're trying to make a difference. And by the way, Preston, Mary says she's watching, so just letting you know. But it is about making a difference every single day. And I'm going to tell you guys a little bit about Preston. Then I'm going to let you tell them about yourself. But Preston Brown, With us today, I'm going to read it the way I won't do it the way exactly, but Preston Brown is a serial entrepreneur, and I've talked to him, by the way. He really rocks. Let me tell you right now. Multiple 8-figure business owner and expert in disruptive innovation and profitability, scaling in companies. Can you tell Sandy it's later in the day? With 18 successful businesses that generate over 200 million or more each year in gross revenues, Preston has advised hundreds of CEOs and entrepreneurs on how to grow and scale their companies. He is also a highly sought-after speaker with a passion for sharing his insights, expertise. Everybody, it's rock and roll time. Mr. Preston Brown.
Michael, how you doing, brother?
Really good. How you doing?
Man, any better? I'd have to be twins to fully enjoy myself. So glad to meet you, Sandy.
Oh,
So
you're
great to
great.
meet you, Preston.
Yeah, and Sandy's actually part of the, I've known her a long time. She's part of the Mentor Studio. She's part of the LA Tribune Podcast Network. She's one of our partners. And her podcast last month went over 70,000 downloads a month and is just growing like exponential. So she's just rocking and rolling. It's a good day.
I love it.
You know, Preston, why don't you just tell them from your perspective a little bit about you, and then we'll dive in.
Well, you know, let's skip the ending. The ending's always boring. Everybody loves to judge a story by the ending. And actually, I thought your previous speaker, Joseph, was amazing. I loved what he said because he's kind of the perfect pre-frame for me. So before I say anything, please go like this. Everybody go like this if you're watching. Now, you don't have virgin ears, and you can't be enslaved by being triggered because we can just tell the truth. So I love what Joseph was talking about. Problems are gifts, right? I remember being that kind of Jack Daniels Christian, and maybe before that the atheist, and now I'm the biggest fan of Jesus there is. But I think it's kind of fun on the problems or gifts. I used to always wonder, well, how come some of these people say they talk to God? You know, I'm coaching CEOs, talking to leaders, talking to this, and everything we're talking about is what you guys are talking about today, mindset. Well, why is it called mindset? Because you set it like you set your freaking watch, right? And what he was talking about, that vulnerability that becomes that credibility that really makes you who you are. I'm the broke kid from the trailer park. To go into a long story, make it real short, Dad got cheated, made me the entrepreneur. And that problem, when I was 7 years old and I got to watch him get robbed, it showed me a lie. It showed me a lie. It showed me that money was the meaning of life. I became a corporate a-hole, and I spent my life chasing money. I did that till 2019. I was a terrible husband, crap father, but a decent businessman. I learned formulas, learned how to go out and create wealth, and it's all I learned. I showed you pictures of me 5 years ago. I did not look good. I looked healthy. I looked sick. But look at me now.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll work out. But I got 8 down there, you know. Problems are gifts, and the problems are the way that I think God talks to you. You want to grow a flower. What you need to do is find a big patch of soil. There's another word for soil. You can call it crap. Plant the seed in there. Water it. Add a little water. 6 weeks later, ladies are leaning down, smelling that flower just about 6 inches above a pile of crap. So, I mean, everything he was talking about, I just loved it. And one of the main things I go into with all of my clients is ownership. We all think ownership is about possession. It's not. It's about responsibility. Ownership begets responsibility. Responsibility begets possession. And what possesses most people is exactly what you guys have been talking about today, the thoughts. Those thoughts that are the things that might be the demons possessing them, right? And if you want to understand God, I think he lives in a paradox. And that paradox is so beautiful. It's why we need faith. When you start looking at who he is, what he is, I mean, can God create a rock so big that God cannot lift the rock? No. And yes, there's always the paradox, right? And so what if the problems were the point? What if I became that corporate thug, that entrepreneur that was going out and chasing money? Also that in 2019, the best moment of my life and the worst moment of my life would happen on the same day, and I would lose that. He'd sit in his favorite chair, he'd go to sleep, but he wouldn't wake up. And on that day, I learned something. It took a few weeks. I didn't learn it in a day. That was the worst day of my life. It was also the best because it showed me I wasn't suffering because he was gone. I was suffering because I expected him to still be here. And I went to war with my expectations. I went through this manifestor journey and started worrying about how do I get out of being enslaved by these ideas that aren't even mine? How do I remove those thoughts that possess me? And then, you know, I had all the formulas for scaling. I had all the formulas for growing businesses. Then I started looking at, well, how do I spend my time with my family? How do I spend my time with my loved ones? I shifted my formulas from scaling to automating. You know what's amazing about automating? Freedom. Once you get freedom through automation, You don't have to worry about that one hand for money problems, one hand for life problems. You get both hands for life problems. And you actually get to control your life. You actually learn that, like, all of the things that you were blaming before, when you were giving away your responsibility, your ownership, blame, it's a good acronym, being lazy and making excuses, might have been the things that you should have been studying. I study my Bible, I study my life, I study my problems, I get close to them. I think that's how God talks to us. What if they were our gifts? What if they were our purpose? My story's simple. I'm a broke guy that went out and had a lot of problems, and then I fell in love with problems. You start falling in love and you realize it's not called controlled landing in love. It's called falling in love. And when you fall, stuff breaks, and it's not called a gentle ease through. It's called a breakthrough, right? And so the more you study these problems, the more you break through, the more you find out who you are. And I loved his vulnerability, credibility. I love that he brought God into it, because I had a buddy in a mastermind tell me, hey man, you're a weird part of the body of Christ. And I said, what does that mean? And I thought about it. I was like, well, yeah, you know what? If I am part of the body of Christ, I might be the middle finger. You know, I think I generally go to convention, I go to bad ideas, and I tell those to F off, right? Because I want to live my life. I want to live my purpose. Every CEO, every corporate exec I talk to, there's just people that have problems. They're people that have problems. And normally when we solve their real problems, their marriage issues, when we solve their belief issues, I mean, think about the word belief. You know where it comes from? Be love. In fact, can I get a little formula that I think will make everybody rich? If they take nothing out of today, which if you took nothing out of today, you've got a bigger problem, right? But if they take nothing out of today, they take this will make you successful in so many more ways than you can imagine, okay? Life is a simple staircase. Being, stillness, being gives you time. Becoming as you are making a decision. When you take that time to study your problem in being and you make a decision and you move into becoming, becoming gives you movement, which is measurable, right? Once you have becoming shifting, you start shifting believing. And believing, another gift. You had time. You had talent from movement. Next one, you get testimony. Facts tell, but stories sell. Your identity is nothing more than a story. It's also the prison of who you have to be. My identity is my prison. His identity is my freedom. What if being, becoming, believing gave me the ability to experience belonging? That gives truth. Guys, belonging gives you truth, and more importantly, it gives you treasure. But there's one more step, and that other step is blessing, because once you get to that level where you've gone being, becoming, believing, belonging, and blessing, you get trust. And that's where I don't see anyone that becomes successful in anything that is not a philanthropist in some way. They're all giving. Like I heard an amazing man the other day. He said, you know, religion is a great way of trying to avoid hell. Spirituality is going there and coming back victorious. When you fall in love with your problems and you have those breakthroughs and you come back victorious, there's nothing that can stop you. There's nothing you cannot become. You have this unlimited identity. I mean, what thoughts are possessing you? Simple hack. There's 5 cores to life. Only 4 are needs. One is, I think, a want everybody should have, but faith, energy received, family, energy expressed, fitness, health, well-being, vitality, finance, money. Money, somebody said earlier, it's stored energy. Wow. You know, if you're storing money, then you don't understand flow. You don't understand that when you are in flow, you are not just receiving, you are giving. Like a magical paradox I love. It's like, oh, are you a giver? Are you a matcher? Or are you a taker? I'm a taker. Guys, I learned how to be a taker. I learned that at 7 years old when Dad got cheated. I learned how to take. And now I get to take responsibility. The more responsibility you take, the more of a giver you get to become. Sometimes it's about giving. Sometimes it's about matching. If you are an honest, ethical person, then you should be taking. And that taking is a responsibility to lift somebody else up. There is no bad. There's only joyful and miserable. So my story, I'm the broke guy that became rich. I'm the guy that grew up in the trailer park. I'm the guy that found out that nothing was impossible. In fact, when you take impossible and you separate it, it's I'm possible. It's so magical. And things just start shifting. And it becomes this beautiful lesson in miracles, right? Like, did you guys know, Michael, Sandy, did you know there's something better than miracles? Not needing one. You know what's better than that? Getting one anyway. It's called a blessing. What if you get to be the blessing every freaking day of your life? I mean,
Right.
everything is free. I mean, it's people get stuck.
Wow.
They get stuck in these ideas. They're ideating on the wrong things, and they don't know that it's just holding them back from who they could be. Like the world, we're in such an interesting time. Economically, geopolitically, I think it's the best time we've ever lived in. It's the greatest shift of wealth we've ever seen. There's more opportunity that's going to come in the next year than I think has come in the previous 10 for anybody that can get out of their head and follow that simple process: being, becoming, believing, belonging, and blessing, and then taking their problems and studying them. Because if you take faith, family, fitness, finance, and progress equals happiness, where's the anchor? Oh, guess what? They're not the same thing, but they're tethered to one another, aren't they? And if you make everything, that last piece, fun. I like to say I put the FU in fun because it's always good to make sure that you're having fun. Like you said earlier, and I love that. Have fun.
Yeah. It's that. Right. It's in that fun. And I think there's always that piece too, that somebody says, well, you could be having fun and you're still being of service to the world. Right. Are you the solution or the problem? And look, not everybody's, we look at solutions. That doesn't mean that you solve all the world problems. That's not what it's about. But also don't be that person who, I always use the Debbie Downer, but right. Don't live life always on the other side. Take a look at, because everybody's watching you. You become the light. And you step out to be the light. And I know my grandkids are watching me, my kids are watching me, nieces, nephews, cousins. And so what is that? We talk about legacy a lot, and I'm going to ask you that question. We talk about how's that going to look like for Mary and I. Very much what we're doing now is our legacy. This is like, and I know grandkids, they watch the little videos and this and that. Can you talk a little bit about your legacy, what you like to leave?
What do I want to leave?
Uh-huh.
Most importantly, great kids.
Mm-hmm.
And a belief that anything's possible. I mean, when you take somebody and you just show them, hey, you know what? Maybe your big finance problem isn't a finance problem. Maybe you need to add some fun, solve a family problem. Because most people, like if you want your boat to rise to the surface, stop drilling holes. Right. Stop being possessed. Like think and grow rich. Like there's this word, it's a biblical word, ruach, right? And I think it means wind, and it means spirit. Wow. The legacy, if you're getting out and you're speaking it, those thoughts that are manifesting into words, that are manifesting into actions, then one guarantee, none of us are going to make it out of this thing alive, right? Like, we should all have some fun while we're here. Like, the legacy I want to leave, I want my kids to be more amazing than I am. And I want to be more amazing than I was yesterday. And I want to collaborate with amazing people all over the place and make people believe. Show them, because they don't realize. I mean, slavery didn't go away. It used to be around skin color. Now, if they own your thoughts, they own you. If they control what you think, they control you. Like, I love to teach people to live on purpose. To live on purpose is to live in purpose. Like, every bad emotion you've ever had is a wonderful indicator. Guilt is beautiful. If I feel guilty, I know, hey, I should go apologize. Shame is not beautiful. It's just guilt forever, right?
Right,
like,
right. That's right.
Hey, you know what? I feel guilty. This is a great indicator. I'm going to find a way to be a better person now. Hey, you know what? I'm angry. Why am I angry? What's in me, right? Like, proximity is power. Scarcity is powerful. Proximity is power. Like, if there's a knife here, it's not important. If it's here, it's a little more important, right? Like, maybe we remove the possession, get it out of us. Mm-hmm. It's the same with any type of pain. This is the majority of what everyone needs to become more, is they just have to get out of here. Like, entrepreneurs all follow 7 stages. I've now coached hundreds, probably thousands of business owners when we add up all the social media stuff and everything else. And everyone that's ever gotten to that next level, all they did was solve the problems at the lowest level, starting with the mindset problems, right? Like, and then they learned that one true key to success, which is efficiency. And as they learned that key to success, that key of efficiency, they figured, oh, well, efficiency as a startup is not necessarily the same thing as efficiency up here. And why do I start with entrepreneurs? Well, I like coaching entrepreneurs because I think they're our leaders. Christ came as a lamb last time. He's coming back as a lion. Well, who are the lions today? They're the entrepreneurs. They're the ones that take risk. There's the ones that go out and they give and they serve and they it's a blood sport, right? 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Your competitors want to put you out of business. You learn that being efficient as a startup is not about cutting expenses and maximizing margins. It's about getting really loud, getting out there, being known, right? And then once you have enough attention, money follows that attention, you can move into that operational entrepreneur phase. Oh, it's not a spectator sport. Maybe it's a team sport. I better train some folks. And when you teach them money and they start believing in just that little piece, oh, wow, I can do it. I can become more. I can get rich. Anyone can get rich. And yes, let me put this out there for all the people that are easily triggered. Go like this again. Okay, yes, money will not buy you happiness. But poverty is a really stupid idea. So let's not go the other route either, because dumb ideas don't get us anywhere. It's not think and grow rich with money, guys. It's think and grow rich with everything. Think and grow rich with everything. And when you show them that finance piece, when they move the needle, maybe it's being able to have a reliable car. Maybe it's being able to feed their family the meal they want. All of a sudden, they start listening in the other pieces. They fix their marriage. They fix their fitness. They fix their health. They lose weight. Like my office probably lost over 1,000 pounds in the last 90 days because of a speaker that came out 90 days ago. And just like what you're going to do, Michael, when you come out next month, change the way that we thought.
Yeah.
The things that we had, the greatest possessions that were right here in this little, well, I have a skinny head, so maybe 5 inches between my ears of gray matter. It's the best real estate in the world.
Yeah, I think it is that you just made a point there. It's like, because we're doing the Think and Grow Rich Institute, and it is the books we read. That it used to be the tapes we listened to, but the podcasts we've been streaming, and so I date myself all the time. But it is those things that we surround ourselves with, and the people we surround ourselves with, and it really is. And who are the mentors that we surround ourselves with? I think make a big difference every single time. Somebody asked a question here, and I think what they were trying to get is what's like one piece of advice to sort of get that out of your mind, right? I know you were talking about that, but she asked that again. I wanted to see, just you get those thoughts stuck in your mind. You get that. It just sits in there. How do you get it out of your mind?
So I would tell you, don't get it out of your mind. That's part of God living in the paradox, right? You don't want to get it in your mind. You want to bring it closer, right? Like if I've got you close, I can study you. I can understand you. I can figure out what are the patterns, right? Consciousness is what makes us human. Would you guys agree? Well, subconscious in that case, which is our patterns, does that make us subhuman? So if consciousness is what makes us human, and subconscious, which human beings are the dominant species on the planet because of patterns, but it's all about ownership. Do the patterns own us or do we own them? So when you take that time and that responsibility to study that problem, to bring it closer, to fully understand it, like let me deviate, right? Like I have so many friends that they come and they say, well, you know what, I'm not into money. I'm an entrepreneur. I want to give. I want to serve. But in my religion, Jesus says it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than a rich man to go into heaven. Okay, well. My buddy Jeremy Newsom, who I've got introduced to, he told me this, and it was brilliant. He was like, well, Jesus was pretty rich. And I said, what? Huh? So your religion, your rules are about money? What if there were 3 wise men in the good book that went to visit baby Jesus? What if those 3 wise men that went to visit baby Jesus came bearing gifts? Gold, frankincense, and myrrh. And if we look up the history, the mediocre king would receive a standard gift of 50 pounds. And if you were compelled by angels, you're probably not bringing a mediocre gift to that king, right? It wasn't money that was the problem, guys. It was the love of money. It was not understanding that money's about flow. And those 3 wise men, didn't they go to Herod first? And didn't Herod decide to kill all the young babies? They must have had some pretty nice gifts that scared the heck out of him, huh? Maybe making a rival king. Wow. What rules do you have? What do you not understand? And the word understand, I love the word, like understand. Reverse it. Stand under. The oceans are the single greatest bodies of water on the planet, and they stand under the rivers, lakes, and streams, and therefore everything flows into them. And as everything flows into them, they gain power. Responsibility begets possession. Possession begets power. Whoever is possessing your thoughts and has you thinking things that are not yours, they have power over you. Anything you truly know is not something you need to fight about. It's something you get to live. I don't have to fight with anyone on my beliefs. I get to live my beliefs. I get to become more. And hopefully, just hopefully, my legacy is maybe some folks follow. Maybe some folks look at that and say, hey, wow, maybe I can do more. Maybe I can be possessed by my own knowings, by my own beliefs. Be love. And if you need some relief, re-love from the beliefs that are toxic to your soul, relief has also got meaning. I love etymology. It means to lift up and over. for relove. Try it again. You have the wrong idea.
Love it. I love it. I love it. I can see Sandy bubbling down.
You know, I'm a podcaster. That's what I do for a living. And so I take notes. And you've talked a lot about taking responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, very early on in my journey, which was actually 34 years ago when I hit rock bottom in my life, I remember having the very first therapist ever say to me, when you're pointing the finger at somebody else, there's 3 fingers pointing right back at you, right? So that's just like ingrained in my brain. But here's the thing. When people are so consumed with what happened to them, right? Because if you're not taking responsibility, you're in that victim mentality. So what advice can you give? I know what I would say, but I want to hear what you would say, because I really believe that forgiveness is at the core. And many times people don't want to forgive because they feel like if they're going to forgive the other person, it's like letting them off the hook. Right. And it's not about that. It's about freeing your mind from that whole, you know, obsession over what happened to you so that they can get to the point. And here's the kicker. We want to get to the point where things happen for you, not to you. But that's really hard. And it's not an overnight flip the switch kind of thing.
So I found 2 things, right, that get anybody to break through. 1, forgiveness, 2, responsibility. And I was coaching a young lady. Oh, I call her a young lady. She's 56 years old, and she had been unfortunately abused horribly, sexually, by several members of her family when she was 6, and she couldn't start a business, and she couldn't find a way through. And there was no way that she could be responsible for the horrible actions that those people gave to her at that point. But that problem did become her gift, because sometimes responsibility is not something you are responsible for, but you still have the ability to respond. And she made it her mission to go out and help, to go out and serve, to go out and love other women that have been through similar situations. And it was funny because we never had another business coaching after that. And the woman in 56 years could not launch a business, could not start, could not get going. 1 year later, had a thriving business, became successful. And now that mission, that purpose, that love, that falling in love, and that having the ability to respond, if not the responsibility. Forgiveness is internal. You never forgive externally. You forgive internally. Attachment is what causes pain. Attachment is what causes pain. Forgiveness is a release of the attachment to the pain. That is all it is. So once you release the attachment, then you can give forward, and you're no longer giving that problem your identity. No longer does it own you. The word consumed means to be eaten. I will consume a steak later tonight. I will eat it. What is eating you? What is consuming you? You don't have to forgive the action. You need to forgive yourself for being part of it. You have to understand that no human being on this planet is ever doing something to hurt anyone else. They're doing something to meet their own needs, and their needs, sins of the Father, sins of the Son. It works for mothers and daughters. It works for fathers and daughters. It works for mothers and sons, right? So the action of understanding that our neuroplasticity prior to 7 years old was not consciously developed by us as our learnings. Like we got all of that from our environment, and those problems that came in, that pain that became part of our identity, became also our opportunity to heal. It became our mission. It became our purpose. It became our life. I mean, you know, God is infinite, right? Like, so God either sent us here to the finite because he didn't like us, or maybe we were here to learn something. Maybe the way he's speaking to you is by giving you your problems as gifts. Now, the word problem, I love it. It comes from the word emblem. Okay, and I'm going to answer your question in a second because I know I'm going around the bush, but I have to explain it fully. A stop sign is nothing more than an emblem. You blow past the stop sign, it can be a big problem, right? But once the problem becomes the emblem, it tends to fall away. And that's where spirituality becomes freedom. Like, you know, I'm very Christian. I'm very for Jesus. But Jesus was all about telling the Pharisees to F off and telling the Romans to F off and, you know, give it to God what's God's, give it to Caesar what's Caesar's, right? Like, he was very about telling all of them to go away and just do the right thing. And so there's kind of 4 stages of, I'm going to say, understanding and spirituality. And I've got to quote Michael Beckwith because I learned this from him a few weeks ago, and I got to spend time with a man who's beautiful. And he said, there's 4 levels. 1, victim. He says everybody starts at this level of victim, okay? And victim is, it is happening to me. But part of it's happening for me is what happened to you became part of you. And it became part of your mission journey, and you can overcome it. And once you learn that, you move to the next level. And it's the level that everybody looks for. But they're not even aiming high, okay? Like they're aiming just one step up, and that's manifester. Hey, I have the ability to go and create more, go and do more, go and impact my environment, go and impact my relationships, impact myself, whatever, right? But once you truly start believing, once you start setting your mind free, you move to the next levels and channeling. And that's where you can start feeling your environment, and you can start becoming more than you are. And even beyond that is what I would call, and I don't think anybody lives in this, but people get into this state of pure enlightenment. Okay. And that pure enlightenment, normally you'll see it with speakers on stages. I've seen it with a few of the speakers that have been on today. They've been amazing. And they go into this flow. And I'm sure on their worst day, they're not in that flow, but when they're on your stage, they seem to be in that flow. And so they step into that fourth level. Right? And you can find these significant clues around almost all successful people, and it's magic. But you have to listen to yourself and find out, okay, well, where am I victimized? Am I victim in faith, family, fitness, or finance? How can I take victim to victory? What needs to happen? What can I study about this problem? What can I impact? How can I become more lift up and over relief from the belief that caused it? Right? Because the belief, more often than not, that is causing you pain is completely untrue. Okay. And when you go and you just study it and oftentimes reverse it and just test the theory, like look at the scientific method, Isaac Newton, hypothesis tested, eventually, if it happens consistently, becomes a constant, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So and then you also have to understand, and this is another hack that I really want to make sure I give to you, Sandy, emotions. How many emotions do you all think there are? Oh, Sandy, you're muted, though.
I know. I just said a lot.
She is. Yeah.
Not a lot.
Preston, by the way, we've got about 2 minutes, but keep going.
Okay, cool. There's an infinite number of feelings. There's only 3 emotions, guys. There's only 3 emotions, okay? Finite, which we often consider negative. Infinite, which we often consider positive. And creation, okay? If you've ever been scared or excited, in both situations, you get butterflies in your stomach, tingle down your spine. So there's energy centers in the body. The heart, love. The mind, finite. I need to live in a finite reality. And then creation, which is kind of your core, your sacral regions, right? And when you align all of these other emotional centers and project it out into your reality, you get to manifest the feelings and channel and become more. I hope that answered your question.
Oh, that was Preston. It's been a pleasure. It's been a godsend to have you on here. You know, you're taking your time. You don't need to be here. You know, I mean, there's always but you wanted to be here, and you're changing the world one person at a time, one step at a time, but you're actually putting on events that are affecting many more lives. And, you know, for myself and Think and Grow Rich Institute and the LA Tribune and Sandy, we want to thank you for being on. And it's just been a blessed day.
Thank you for having me, guys.
It's been a blessed day. So, and Mr. Joseph down there, are you ready? Because I'm going to just bring you up to say hi to Preston for a second, and then we're good to go. Let me see if here we go. I'm going to add you to the stage. I know. Let's see if he's ready. Joseph.
Yeah, I'm here. Oh.
Yeah, there we go.
What's up, brother?
Hey, Preston, how you doing? Hang on, let me change my camera. Don't know.
It's all good. I wanted him just to say hi, and then we're going to watch the power I have. Hey, Preston, it's been great. We'll see you later.
Have an amazing day on purpose.
Yeah, I love it. Thank you, Preston. Everybody give Preston a round of applause out there, audience. You guys, you can put 5s in there, and you've been best. And Preston, I'll be seeing you soon. There we go. Sandy's quick. Hey, Joseph, look at that.
There you go. I had to change my other camera. It was the one on my computer. First off, Preston, if you're still there, you're absolutely freaking amazing. I love you, man. Good to see you again.
Yeah, he's watching you. That's awesome. So, everybody, it's really transition time, and this is my honor and pleasure. And Sandy's going to be with me on this. And I don't know if you've met her yet. I don't think so. Sandy's part of the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. She has her own podcast, which actually last month just hit 70,000 downloads and growing fast.
Wow.
Yep.
Congratulations.
And she's just brilliant and been our industry and life for a long time. She's a big part of the Mentor Studio, but and Mary knows her very well too. Joseph, I'm honored to have you here. I'm going to do the intro, and then we're just going to, all 3 of us are going to chat for the next 45, 50 minutes. World out there. get ready to rock and roll, because here we
And by
go.
the way, where is Mary? I saw her text me, but is she out there somewhere? Hi,
Yeah,
Mary. I love
she's
you.
watching the show, and she
Oh,
said
good.
she's going to send you notes. No, I'm kidding. So-
Good. I love her dearly. She's absolutely amazing. My dear friend for almost better than 3 decades now.
3 decades. It's amazing. And us all being 21, I don't know how this all works.
I know.
Something very strange here, but all right. Formal introduction, and then we know we're just going to rock and roll with this. So Joseph McClendon III is an international businessman and one of the most sought after ultimate performance specialists on the planet. He was a professor at UCLA. She put UCLA in there. Did you see this?
It is.
I think we had the other one last time, if you
Yes,
know what I
yes.
mean.
Uh-huh.
For 7 years, a best-selling author of 6 books, senior head trainer for Anthony Robbins International, has worked with Tony for 26 years. He owns and runs 5 businesses, one of which has exceeded 24 million US dollars. He holds a doctorate in neuropsychology, and he is here to show us the critical skill of excellent in personal effectiveness. Let's give a thunderous round of applause to Mr. Joseph McClendon. And look at that. They're putting 55555s in there. They're excited to have you. And by the way, Joseph is live right now. That's right. We no recordings today.
Yeah.
This has all been, so if you have any questions, pop them in. We'll do our best to get into there. But we're gonna just turn Joseph loose. That's what we always do. Joseph, tell us a little bit about you and something we should all know.
Well, outside of all the things that you said, those numbers have changed through time. But outside of everything else that you said, and just so we can, just in the interest of as much time spent as possible sharing with the gifts that I've been given and I've been taught, I will just say that my outcome with everything that I do these days is to provide process to produce results. And what that means is that, because there was a question that was asked earlier and Preston answered it absolutely brilliantly. And the question was about how to get out of our heads. And there's an old saying, it was Joe Frazier that I love this saying. And the saying is, between the promise and the payoff is always process. And so in my world, and what I bring to the table is the process of being able to shift, like he said, that 5-6 inches of real estate between our ears, the most valuable thing between our ears. By profession, I'm a psychologist, a neuropsychologist, and I had a practice in Los Angeles where I help people get over fears and phobias and emotional challenges and things that hinder their lives. And by trade, I'm an ultimate performance specialist, as you said, and I have the privilege of coaching and mentoring Academy Award-winning movie stars and Grammy winners and major sports figures and millionaires, billionaires, and everything in between. And I say that not to brag or to boast, but that is my pedigree, if you will, that gives me, I guess, the right to be talking about what I'm talking about. And I don't use myself as some shining example of the way that things should be. I do, however, use myself as an example of what is possible, because I was homeless once in my life. And I was homeless because when I was 17 and a half years old, 3 grown men tried to take my life because of the color of my skin. And it wasn't so much what they did to me physically as much as what they said to me, because that shifted a well-trained youngster into the most pessimistic and suicidal and, in my opinion, worthless human being on the planet. And as a result, I became homeless. And what changed my life, full circle, is the title of this thing here was somebody gave me the book, Think and Grow Rich. And I read the book, and here's the clincher, is I did what the book said. I was homeless. I didn't have anything. And I did what the book said. And my life turned around and it changed everything. And there were some very specific things that I paid attention to. But I share that with you because and this kind of dovetails on what Preston was saying about having a giving heart and being that type of person that gives. When I went back to the person that gave me the book and I asked him, I said, how do I repay you? What he said is, he goes, Joseph, you do the same thing that I've done for you, for as many people as you can for the rest of your life. And that's why I get to be talking to you right now. And so in short, everything that I do is process. I do believe, it's not just that I believe, I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that we can change how we think. And you can change it so that it becomes your default. And I'm a bit unorthodox in the way that I do things, as you know. If you come into my office and you get a fear of dogs, take a guess what's going to be in my office. And at the end of that half hour, 45 minutes, you're not only going to be holding and loving this dog and free of what you had before, those terrifying thoughts, but I'm going to give you something to do when you leave so that geometrically grows and spreads throughout your life as well. So it's all about process. Long answer to your question, but that's who I am.
Yeah, but that was great. That was perfect. It's always, and by the way, Joseph, you'll see Sandy starts percolating. I always know she has a question, right? She's a podcaster. She's done 300 shows. There's always questions.
You don't scare me, Sandy. Bring it
I know.
on.
There, Sandy, go ahead.
Actually, I wasn't percolating. I was just taking it all in. But one of the things, and thank you, Preston, or I'm sorry, Joseph, we switched gears. Thank you, Joseph, for your vulnerability. I was thinking about the other guests who shared their vulnerabilities as well. My brother was homeless for many, many years. So I have that, very deep empathy toward that. And as a matter of fact, where I live, there's a creek that backs, and there's a homeless man in a tent behind our house right now. How did you, or what would you say to somebody who's in that situation to help them make that switch? Because that's such a overwhelming place to be in. And so how did you go from homelessness to where you are now?
Two different questions. I'm going to answer your first one first, because my situation was different. I think at least how I went from A to B is different than the answer to your question about what would I say to somebody that is in that position now.
Right.
As much as I would, there's a process, if you will, of how to say what to say to a certain person without trying to teach them. Because if you go tell a person, hey, pull yourself up by the bootstraps, you can do this, and you just try to motivate that person, their mind, their psychology in that moment, it cannot hear that. It's not that it doesn't want to, it cannot. And so through something I call neuroencoding, there is a way to find through that individual person to be able to talk to that person in a way that not only serves them, but causes them to go, okay. And as soon as that happens, then we've got that scotoma in that brain, and then we can insert something. And so I'm going to, if you don't mind, I'm going to share with everybody something, sort of a formula that I would do with everybody across the board, but it's what I would say to this person. So to answer that question is I would find a way to talk to that person in the way that he or she needs to be talked to in that moment, so that they will be open to not just a suggestion, but hearing it from themselves of what to do. In neuroencoding, I call it I don't call it, but it's based on something called the Socratic methodology of problem solving. And that is from Socrates. Instead of me solving your problem, let me help you solve your own problem. Because if I tell you something, you might believe me. But if you tell you, you will believe you. And so my job is to help you tell you. And that's when the shift comes. And so that's the answer to that question. For myself, it was a series of things that I didn't even know was going. I didn't know that I was practicing what Think and Grow Rich was preparing me to learn. I didn't know that. I didn't know that I was attracting into my life what I wanted, which was that kind individual who didn't even know me, who brought the book to me. And so when that did happen to me, fortunately, it was a huge, huge pattern interrupt in my life, because it was that night before I got the book, I was suicidal. I actually tried on my motorcycle. The only thing I had was an old 1937 Harley Davidson motorcycle, and like $6 in my pocket. And I tried to cross the double yellow line and head on somebody. But the only thing that stopped me was the words of my mom. She goes, "You never hurt another person." And I knew that if I head on somebody, I'd hurt somebody else. And I realized in that moment, I was at the bottom of my life, and I didn't know what to do. And when you don't know what to do, and this is really important for everybody to know, that when you don't know what to do, you know what to do, and change is getting ready to happen. And when you, as Preston was saying, surrender that piece of you and forgive yourself, not somebody else. Forgiving does not mean condoning. I think I heard you say that. Forgiving just means that you are for giving up, trying to change the past by rethinking those stupid thoughts over and over again. And if you're for that, and then somebody can give you a process of being able to do that, then is when you're on that journey. Then is when you can start to change. Then is when you can start to change.
I just want to repeat what you just said, because I want to make sure that the audience really gets this. And if somebody can put it in the chat, that would be great. You said forgiving, it's forgiving up changing the past.
Yeah, is that you are for giving up trying to change.
Yes.
Trying to change the past by telling the story over and over again, because that's all it is. I got hurt. This happened to me. This, I, and just telling that story over and over again instead of telling another story. You know, I heard you and Preston both say that, you know, things happen for us and not to us. Well, yeah, that's an easy one to say, but it's not one that it's very, very hard for a person when they're in that position. It's hard for them to go, yeah, that's right. I agree with that. They gotta feel it. They gotta tell it to themselves, and they gotta hear it in a way that makes them go, this is what the benefit that I got from this, or that's that, and this is this, and now what will I do? Not what can I do, what will I do?
That was so beautifully said, Joseph. And now Rex just hopped on because he has a question he would like to ask you.
Hey, Rex. You got to unmute yourself.
Rex, you need to unmute.
Well, I'm unmuted, but thank you. Joseph, you're fabulous. Thank you so much for being here. And I have a question based on what you said earlier about, reading Think and Grow Rich and your life changed. Be real candid. A lot of people say that, and for some it's true and for some it isn't. What did you do?
Okay, that's
when you said I did what the book said.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to answer that question by answering and telling you a question that I got asked a couple of days ago. It was just brilliant. And that is, why do so many people read the book? Why do so many people go to seminars? Why do so many people get coaching and do that and don't do anything with it? Right. And the answer is simple. It's three things. Number one, those across the board, the relationship between you and your success is directly proportionate to the relationship. The relationship between you, how long you stay in the game. The people that succeed are the ones that stay in the game. The book said in the very beginning, it said, read this book and read it all the way through and do what the book says. Well, guess what? I didn't just read it once. I read that book every day, every single day. And by the way, I read the book every single year from the time I was 19 years old until I was 35 years ago. Or 35, yeah, it's almost 35 years ago now, until I was 35. So when you stay in the game, whether it's seminars, I call it ABT, and this is across the board to anybody listening. If you're interested in being an entrepreneur, what I call a megapreneur, I'll tell you what that is in here in a second. Stay in the game. You're doing it right now. You're in the game by learning. ABT, always be training. I don't know one professional sports player or one professional, anybody that does not continue to train. You have to. I literally have spent well over $250,000 in my own education and seminars and so on and so forth. But the difference between me but I've earned in terms of money, just in terms of money, easily 20 times that much back, or more than that, as well as my own personal growth, because every time you do, from listening to Preston, to listen to anybody that you have right now, you're growing. But guess what? When you go away from it, it's Netflix or scrolling or whatever else, and you get distracted. And so if you don't have something to remind you to keep on coming back to the game and stay in the game, then you're going to be like everybody else. And that's why people go to seminars, do so on and so forth, and follow. That's number one. Number two, it's something that I call the 60-20-20 rule. And for those of you that are listening, you might want to write this down, because this is the rule that in terms of this is my interpretation of what I got from the book. Okay. Before I tell you that, let me tell you this. Like I said, the level of your success, and this is sort of a different take on what Jim Rohn taught me. And Jim says that your level of success will never exceed your level of personal development. Well, what the hell does that mean? Most of us don't even know what personal development is. It's like, this big amorphic thing that we don't think about. Well, listen, I put it this way. And not that mine is any better. I just think that I like simplicity. Your level of success will never exceed your skill level of being able to shift and change your own psychology, not just your thoughts, your psychology. And simply put, our psychology is just that. The thoughts that we have about ourselves, consciously and unconsciously, the thoughts that we have about other people, and the thoughts that we have about our environment. Those are what control our lives. Having said that, with all of that stuff, how that gets done is the 60-20-20 rule. 60% of any success, achievement, whether it is being wealthy, by the way, and when I say wealthy, I mean wealthy means to be healthy, happy, and financially abundant. That's what everybody wants. See, there's not a human being that can step in front. I hope this doesn't sound arrogant. There's not a human being that can step in front of me and go, I don't know what I want. I know what they want. They want to be healthy, happy, and financially abundant. And if you guys are responding, respond back, to Michael and let us know if that's what you want. I know that's a broad picture, but everything fits underneath there. And so changing our psychology is 60% of everything. When you can change how you think about yourself, and that'll change what you think about other people. And then that will change about what you think about the world around you. And then that's what made the book start to work. Stuff started to show up. It wasn't just the laws of attraction. Stuff started to show up, but it was because I was changing, not because I was necessarily changing everything all around, which I'm going to contradict myself here in a second. 20% is energy. And I'm not just talking about the get up and go energy and, run around energy. I'm talking about the electricity that flows through every cell in your body. And the reason I say that is that everything on the planet is made of the same stuff. Electrons, protons, and neutrons. Electrons are what excite things. Electrons are what attract things. Electrons are what make us, get up early, stay up late, and do that. The more of that you have, the faster you'll go. The more you'll stay in the game. The more you'll be more focused on what you want. I'm going through this really, really fast, but I want to make sure that I'm respectful of the time here.
Keep rocking and rolling.
And then the third thing is 20% magnetism, not just the laws of attraction, magnetism. The laws of attraction are only one of the 21 immutable laws of magnetism. You see, in case you guys don't know, I'm sure everybody knows this by now, but the book, The Secret and the Laws of Attraction, came from Think and Grow Rich. Matter of fact, when you read the book, doesn't it say somewhere in the beginning, I have a secret, and you got to figure it out. But as you said, Michael, I taught at UCLA for several years, and I taught to engineers who are the smartest people on the planet. They're way smarter than I. So I couldn't go in there and talk to them about unicorns and crystals and rainbows. I had to have science behind everything. And this was before the internet. So I had to bring them science. And I want to show you guys something. I actually came prepared to show you guys this. And that is this, that the laws of attraction presuppose that you're attracting something to you. And that's true. Through our thoughts and through our actions and things like that, we're attracting things to them. But what if you got a crappy psychology, which most of us do, and we're aided by, social media and television and everything else. We're aided by all the crap that's telling us we're not good enough, we're too fat, we're too white, we're too black, we're too this, we're too that. Okay? So if you have that, then guess what happens? You sabotage yourself. And there's not a person on here that doesn't sabotage themselves. And like I said before, I'm going to go all the way back to psychology, that there's 10 things. I call them the thieves of our dreams. I'm going to go through them really fast. And until you learn how to manage those things, then you're going to be at the mercy of a crappy psychology. Here's what they are. Procrastination. Matter of fact, I'm going to ask everybody here, type of 1 or whatever you do, if any of these things affect your life. Procrastination, hesitation, fear of failure, fear of success, self-doubt, self-loathing, imposter syndrome, fear of rejection, stress, and overwhelm. All of them. If you're human, they all do. And all they are is they begin and live in us with a psychology. In other words, our thoughts, our constant thoughts, and we can change those. I'll talk about it in a second. But what I want to say is this. So we sabotage ourselves, and we've all done that. Listen, people that want to lose weight, they know how to lose weight. Quit putting so much food in this hole and move your body and you'll lose weight. That's it. It's not that they don't know what to do. It's they don't do what they know because their psychology holds them in place. So if you want to change, and so that you are not just attracting stuff to you, but you towards it as well. You got to turn yourself into a magnet, because that's how you magnetize other things. Now I have my trusty magnets here. Watch this. Now, these are very, very strong magnets. Now watch, when I hold this here, it's going to pull it to it. Not sometimes, not most of the time, all of the time, because they're two magnets. And guess what magnets do? They attract each other better. But I have an ink pen here, and this ink pen has a little metal clip on it. Okay, now watch this. If I hold it here, it's not going to attract it to it. It's not going to do it. I can bring the pin to it and it'll stick to it, but I can shake it off. It won't stick. I can distract it. Now I'm going to switch my cameras here for a second. I hope this works. Okay. Yeah, there it goes. So now watch this. Here's these two magnets. Okay. Now watch this. If I put those together, what I want you to notice is it's not just the one magnet move. It's both of them moving. They're moving towards each other. Okay. Watch that. But watch this. Here's where the rub is with people. Watch this. If I take this magnet and I flip it over, watch what happens. It's going to push it away. You flip the polarity back over, it'll go towards it. You flip it back over and you push it away. Now, the reason I say that, the reason I share that is because that's what we as human beings, the equivalent of flipping the polarity in the magnet, we push stuff away by not being able to control our psychology. And that, whether it's distraction or whether it is self-loathing or any of those things that I just said, all of those things are doing. Having said all of that, because to answer your question, I'm so sorry it took me so long to get to this point. How I did it is very, very simple. It's a process, and the process is simple. Practice snapping the hell out of it. And what I mean by that is this. I know it's oversimplified, but listen, that's the way that it is. I call it human physics. Anything a human being does over and over again, they'll get better at it. And so if you're really good at procrastinating, it's because you've done it a lot of times. If you're really good at eating cake, and gaining weight, it's because you've done it over and over again. If you want to get good at something that serves you, get good at snapping out of it and into something that serves you. And there's 4 simple steps. It's one of the basis of neuroencoding. Number 1, feel bad on purpose, meaning don't wait for it to show up. Don't wait for the depression or anything to show up. Make yourself feel depressed. And when you do, number 2, interrupt the pattern. That means snap out of it. Stand up, shake yourself out. There's a longer discussion about this, but as soon as you do, you created that scotoma inside your brain, that blank spot, and it's a vacuum, and it's begging for something. It's begging you to give me something. Here's how that works. Watch this. How much time do I have here? Make sure you shut me the hell up, because
don't worry about it. Somebody asked for number 2 again. Just what is number 2 again, and then go ahead and talk about it.
Number 2 is to interrupt the pattern. I'm going to share with you what that means. Is this? What that means is this. Everybody has done something like this. You're sitting in your house and you're watching television, right? And all of a sudden you go, "Hey, I need to go in the kitchen and get an ink pen to write something down." And you stand up and you go into the kitchen, and there you are in the kitchen, and you're going, "What the hell did I come in here for?" Okay. We've all done that. What you did in that moment was interrupted your pattern of thought. When you're on the couch, you're thinking ink pen, kitchen, all that stuff. You're focused on that. Your body is that way and everything. You're focused on that. And then as soon as you stand up, you create a blank spot on your brain. And that blank spot is a vacuum. And you're no longer there anymore. No matter what you were thinking before, you're no longer there anymore. And all of a sudden your brain is going, "Give me something. Give me something." And that is your opportunity to give it something. So step number 2 is interrupt your pattern. And all you got to do generally just stand up or shake yourself out for a second. Because even if it's just for a second, the brain is going, "Is this working? Is Joseph full of crap? Is this what?" But you're no longer what you were. And in that moment, while you're asking those questions, fill it up with number 3. And number 3 is feel good. Number 1, feel bad on purpose. Number 2, interrupt that pattern. Number 3, while that scotoma, while that blank spot is there, fill it up with something that feels good. You want to see how to feel good? Watch, because it's real complicated. I'll see if I can do it. And not everybody can do this. So I know I'm special, so not everybody can do this. Watch. Want to see it again? Watch. Yeah, smile, raise your eyebrows. That's all you got to do. You are a mechanical being. And what that means is as soon as you smile, your brain has to release dopamine, oxytocins, and endorphins that make you feel good. And so the brain, as soon as that happens, the brain goes, well, what just happened that we feel good? And it says, we snapped ourselves out of it. And so it says, let's do it again. And then the last step, step number 4, is praise yourself for having done it. Go, I did this. I did it. And then it's just like anything, just like when you're training a puppy, what do? You praise it. You do that. Oh, I know I went through that fast, but you do that over and over again. Here's what you'll get good at: snapping yourself out of it. So long answer to your question, young man, but
it's so we've known each other, a couple of years now, and you've known my business partner Mary for
yes
100 years. And the greatest thing about this, and really what you're creating, is there's this power within. Because we get into our story, and you talk about this too. I know we get into our story, we get into our drama, and we start to live in that. And what you're doing here is it takes you out of that. And I think it's that shift. Can you talk about that? Because we hear about that all the time, but people just live in that, and it's years go by.
Yeah, we all are living in some story. We're all living in some rendition of who we are, who they are, and what the world is, constantly. And unfortunately, and this is my pet peeve, and I will wave this flag at the top of the mountain for the rest of my life. We were never, as human beings, never designed to be entertained all the time. Never. But guess what's being put in front of us all the time? Entertainment of some sort. Now, be honest, everybody that's out there listening. How many of you bring your cell phone into the toilet with you? Okay. If you say no, I know you lie about other things as well, because we all do. That's how addicted we are to it. But listen, when we're being entertained, guess what we're not doing? We're not thinking for ourselves. And we're not thinking for ourselves, then that's just another form of distraction. And if we're distracted, then we're not on our purpose for what we want for ourselves, to be healthy, happy, and financially abundant. And so, the processes that I bring, and that's just one of them. And again, I call this neuro encoding, and it's what I train people to do, because I'm at this stage in my career, which, by the way, let me share something else that I'm so unbelievably amazed at how much I love to share this now. And that is this, because I do seminars all the time. And you know what the number one question I get asked now is, what are you doing that keeps you so youthful? Because, wait for it. Well, what's today's date? Today is the
14th.
14th. Okay, so in 18 days, I'm going to be 70 years old. 70 years old. Oh, stop it. Come on, stop. Now, I say that not to brag or to boast, and I'm healthy, I'm happy, and I'm financially abundant. And what I'm doing is everything that I teach. And at this stage in my career, and it hasn't been. It's been since that man gave me that book and I asked him what to do. This is what I do. I want others to have this. I want others to do this. This is why, and thank you so much for allowing me to share this with your audience, is that's what I want. I want to teach people. I want to train people to do what I do. Because that's the other question I get. Joseph, how do I do what you do? And I love what I do, by the way. And as Preston said earlier, and I believe this to my core, and that is that your level of giving determines your level of receiving. And so everybody, we want to help other people. We want to change people's lives. We'd love to do that. And so, I love to share what I do. My level of success in this, doesn't come because it comes from the things that I teach. I don't practice. I don't teach theory.
Yeah. We know what it's like to be on stage. Okay. And the energy, and you're not talking just you're speaking for an hour or 2 or 3, right? This is a whole different story. And there are always those questions of, because you live it, right? And you're living for it. But when you just said that, I know people are going, wait, I've seen this man on stage for 12 hours. I've seen this man go days. Can you talk? And I know the interest comes up. This came up last time. It's a question we never got to, actually. what is your routine during the day to keep you not only the mentally set, but physically set? What have you created in that realm for yourself? And is there a couple things people could take away right now and start doing today?
Yes, I'm going to give you my morning rituals, if you will.
Right. Yeah.
And what it allows, at the risk of sounding arrogant, it allows me to be in a constant state of readiness, a constant state. Because, I go places and I'll be somewhere and go, something, hey, there's Joseph in the audience. Joseph, come up here and say a few words. And so I don't have time to prepare myself or put myself in state. It just happens automatically. It's called, again, neuro encoding is the ability to program yourself so that you automatically default to your chosen best behavior, best belief. And so that's what I've done. So I'm going to give you my morning ritual, what I do that allows me to do that. First thing in the morning, and this is going to help so many people, and I promise you, like most people are not morning people. And the snooze button is Satan, okay? Stop it. So the first thing that you do is what you do before you go to sleep. There's a couple things I go to sleep. Number one, before I go to sleep, I read through what my goals are and what my outcomes are and what the things that I'm looking forward to make happen, okay? So that's the last thing that's on my mind. The other thing that I do before I go to sleep is I put a big glass of water on my nightstand. Why? Because as soon as I wake up in the morning, and this is what I want you to do, I dare you to try this and then tell me it doesn't work. Get that glass of water while you're still groggy and drink that glass of water, the whole thing. Because a few things happen. Number one, water conducts what? Electricity. Remember, 20%. And you start to feel energized right then and there. Okay. The second thing that happens, the second thing that I do when I drink that glass of water, and you can't go back to sleep. You'll try, but you won't be able to. The second thing that I do is I'll sit up and I'll stretch. I'll start to move my body. And you'll want to. I can't touch my toes right away, but when I do that, you're getting the blood flowing through your system. And by the way, where does the oxygen go first when you start to breathe? To your brain. That's the thing that needs to wake up, and then your body. And then the third, which is probably the greatest part about it, you got to get out of bed because you got to pee. And then once you're out of bed, the blood is flowing and everything. And then next, go to the mirror and look yourself in the eyes and say the magic words. I and your name love you. Put a smile on your face for the reason I said before, and then get on about your day. Now, there's other things, how I eat and things like that. But those 4 things I just told you right there, freaking change your life. That's the ritual. So that's my daily routine. With regard to speaking, I'm going to ask everybody this because and I want everybody to be, because your level of success, again, is going to be tied to your ability to communicate to other people. But if you had 10,000 people, and thanks to Mary, I've been in front of 10,000, 20, 30,000 people before as well. If you had 10,000 people hanging on your every word right now, and you had the opportunity to go out there and give them a message and say something to them, what would you say? What would be your message? What would you teach them? What would be the first thing that you say? What would you do before you walked onto the stage? What would you ask them to do? How would you ask them to do it? Those questions are questions that most people never answer, if they even know to ask themselves that. And that is why, like I said, and I keep on saying it because it is my legacy. And by the way, legacy just means when I walk out of the room, not when I'm dead and gone. Is the whole neuroencoding side of it. That's what I provide people with. What to say, when to say it, how to say it, even all the stuff so that you're able to walk out there and give some message. See, one of the biggest challenges with people is they feel like they got to make up their own stuff before they can get out there and do stuff. You didn't learn how to ride a bicycle in the very beginning on your own. You watched and saw somebody else do it, and you did what they did. You didn't learn how to play a song by only just playing your own songs, and that's what I got to be honest with you. Guess what I taught in the very beginning is ain't going to be a surprise to anybody. I taught what I learned in Think and Grow Rich. I literally taught that. That's how I got out there, and I used the process of getting over my stage fright and all that stuff as well. So again, long answer to your question, but you asked.
And I love to. Sandy, you're bouncing.
It's because I decided to stand tonight so that because I've been sitting all day.
Go ahead.
I love everything that you just said because it really is the recipe for longevity. And I'm floored that you're turning 70 and happy birthday to you. That's absolutely incredible. let's bring this full circle back, because a lot of what we've been talking about is mindset. And I really believe that we can stay youthful and looking with your skin and everything, right? Because I just turned 29 yesterday for the 29th
Congratulations.
time,
Happy birthday.
right?
Happy
For the
birthday.
29th time, which is hysterical. But like, you know, the mindset, it's that mind, body, spirit connection. What else? Is there anything that
Yeah.
you haven't said
Look
about
at who you're
mindset,
talking to.
about
Yeah.
longevity? Because
Consider who you're talking to. First off, and this is certainly not to cast any aspersions or any shade on anybody that uses the term mindset. Continue to use it. I'm saying add to it, because mindset, in my personal opinion, is exactly what it says. Your mind is set on a specific way of thinking about whatever that you're after. But listen, you got to have an open mind, and you got to have an open mind about, because challenges are going to happen, aren't they? And if your mind is set that it should be this way, has to be this way, has to be that way, and you get one of these going on, you're not attracting that's bad into your life. You're pushing away what you want, like the magnets that I just showed you. Okay. And that, by the way, let me segue out and then I'll come back to answer your question. People always ask me all the time, well, gosh, Joseph, if I'm thinking negative thoughts, aren't I attracting those into my life? No. We all want something. All you're doing is pushing what you want away. That's all. Okay. So mindset is this. And instead of mindset, I'd like to add to that. Okay. It's not get rid of it. And that is, use the word psychology. And psychology is just what you think about because this is the shortcut. This goes right to the root. This goes right to the core, versus you have to go, because most people would say, okay, a mindset about money. How do I get that? How do I get that mindset of money that somebody like you or somebody like Tony or somebody like that how do I get that? Well, the shortcut is change your psychology. Change what you think about yourself. Change what you think about and that'll change what you think about other people, and then that'll change what you think about the world. And guess what? You are a vessel. It'll flow to you. It'll flow through you. You know, one of the greatest examples of that was years after I read Think and Grow Rich. I read, matter of fact, I saw an interview in black and white of Napoleon Hill. And the interviewer, in those days, those were the early podcasters, yeah? The interviewer asked him, how did you come up with the name? And he laughed out loud and he said, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but the original name of the book was something like, use your noodle to get the caboodle, or something like that. And what he said was, he goes, I told myself before I went to sleep that night that I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning with the greatest title ever. Now, this is the shortest version of it, but he went to sleep and he woke up and boom, there it was right in his mind. Okay. Now, think about the statement that he said, I, which implies I, Napoleon Hill in that case, am going to wake up with this greatest title that is going to do what? The greatest title ever. What's it's going to do? It's going to impact other people. That's his psychology, right? And that's going to impact the world. So he literally, in that simple statement, it was a statement of who, it was what I call an I am statement of who he is, what he's going to do, what he believes, and what's going to happen. That's psychology. That's not a mindset. And guess what? His mind was open, and we went to sleep. And it doesn't have to be when you go to sleep. Stuff flows through you. Everybody, all of us. How many of you have done something like this? You go, oh, what's her name? I can't remember her name. What the hell's her name? Okay. And then you forget about it. And then an hour later you go, Sandra. Okay. It happens to all of us. And it's the same process, because in that moment you have a mindset. Your mind is set that you don't know her name. But as soon as you let it go and you go, and by the way, you can expedite the process just by going, okay, it'll come. And it always does, doesn't it? You forget about it, and later on, here it comes. So your psychology opens up, because in that, you don't have to literally go through and go, I think this about myself, although that does help. As soon as you go, I'm gonna let it rest, and it's gonna come to me. You're saying I, and it, and the world is. Boom, there it is.
Incredible.
You know,
Michael.
Yeah, no, I I hit the wrong button again. It's not an age thing. So, you know, it's really it's that it's always I love the way you do it because it's clear and concise. I love the way you do it because you're actually living it. And I think that's a really big piece as we move forward of how I live the things that I do and live it every single day. And I wanted to thank you so much for being on here. And with just a couple minutes that we have left, um, what is one thing that again you're going to let this audience go with or impart? And I have so many notes here. I always do with you. It's always great. But again, we're walking away. We've heard the steps. We've had a lot of things, and I'm going to let Mo ask you a question too. Mo wanted to say hi, so he
Hi,
jumped
Mo.
on. There we go. But just what is one thing you want this audience to know? If I just jumped on right now, what is just one thing I should know? And I'm going to turn it over
Oh,
to Mo.
that's such an unfair question to ask
I know it
me.
is. I
Okay.
know, and I know that. And Mary
I
told me. No,
will
I'm
say
kidding.
this. Is it okay if I invite people to do something with me?
Yes, please.
On the 19th, which is, I believe, next Thursday. Yeah, nope, today. Yeah, on the 19th, I have something called the Get Wealthy Now Challenge. It's absolutely free, totally free. And I'm going to go into more detail about what it is. And it's not just going to be me, it's going to be me and people like Jay Abraham and Les Brown and a bunch of people. And just like I told you here, I'm going to break it down to everything. It's absolutely free. If you go to getwealthynowchallenge.com. It's absolutely free. It's my gift to you. And it's like I said, this is my stage in my life where I get to bring people to you. And so there's that, or you can go to my Instagram, which is my name. I am Joseph McClendon, and just click on there. It's there as well. And to answer your question, before Mo asks his question, the answer to your question is the last thing. That one thing that I want to say to everybody is that, like I said earlier, and that is that your level of success, and I didn't say this, your level of becoming what I call a megapreneur, not just an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs are anybody who chooses to and actively engages in creating income and lifestyle through means other than the traditional employer-employee relationship. But a megapreneurs are those entrepreneurs that operate in that upper 3 to 5% of everybody. At the risk of sounding arrogant, in all of the fields that I'm in and have been, I operate at that level. And it ain't because I'm so cute. It's because I have a system. I have a process. And when you know the process and when you do the process, not just for yourself, but for other people as well, then the world, I always forget the exact wording of this, but it's something like when man or woman sets forth to do something, heaven and earth conspire together to bring you what you want. And I believe that to the core of my heart. And so when you go after it, when you go after, changing other people's lives and changing your life, then the world will show up. And then lastly, I'll say this, that life is always exactly what you dare to make it. And fortune favors the bold. So boldly stay in the freaking game and learn how to snap the hell out of it.
I'm going to give this thing over to Mo, and he wants to chat with you for a second. But I want to say, you've been amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Don't go anywhere yet. And Mary she loves you, and
I love Mary. Is
30 years together of stages,
yeah.
and you always show up
all over the world.
There. All over the world, yeah. I know, and there are stories, but and there's you always show up. You're always there for your audience. You came on for us today. You don't need to be here. You don't need to do this. And you said, how can I make a difference in their lives? And you just showed up. Mo, over to you.
Well, thank you, Michael. Thank you, Rex. Thank you, Sandy. I don't have a question. Just wanted to chime in very briefly. And thank you, Joseph, for always being so generous with our community, with your time, allowing us to use your likeness, your name, your wisdom for our community. I sincerely appreciate it. I just wanted to thank you for the gift you provided our community. These programs are, of course, free of charge for the global community. We've had dozens of people, we've had dozens of different countries register for this event, so we are making a global impact. Thanks to the technologies available through AI, we're able to now translate at rates that previously were impossible to do without dozens of translators working simultaneously. And so I wanted to just thank you for your time. I'm looking forward to speaking with you in the future. And if you have any parting words, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
First off, Mo, it's my pleasure to be here. And again, you all are aiding and abetting me in my outcome, which is to impact as many people as I possibly can in a positive way. So I love you. I thank you. And I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate your trust. And, let's keep on doing what we're doing and making a difference in people's lives. This platform that you have is doing that. I didn't realize you were translating in so many different words and so many different languages, but that's how we change the world. Yeah. Here's my parting words, that those of us that dare to dream while the rest of the world is having a nightmare, and they should be living under a rock, they are. Those of us that dare to dream, we're not only going to create the abundance and wealthiness and all the things that we want. And remember, wealthy is healthy, happy, and financially abundant. We're not only going to be able to create that for ourselves, but we're going to be shining examples of possibility for others. And that's what you're doing here, is you're showing that anybody can do this. My mom used to always say, Joseph, you're special, just like everybody else. There's nothing special about me other than I stayed in the game. So I thank you so much. I appreciate you. And anything that I can ever do, please do not hesitate. Do not hesitate. I look forward to seeing everybody at the top.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you. Ladies
thank
and gentlemen, one of the world's foremost experts in all things personal development, human potential, Joseph McClendon III. We had the pleasure of spending time with him. In my opinion, perhaps the most underrated figure in all of personal development, but history will be on his side. Joseph McClendon III, thank you so much, sir. Always a pleasure to have you on the Los Angeles Tribune. We appreciate you.
My pleasure. Joseph. I love you.
Right, there we go.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you. Didn't mean to cut you off there, Joseph. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And
it's
so,
a great
Michael,
day.
just
because what he was doing, because
go ahead, Michael.
Joseph was just, and Mary was watching Joseph. I know he's still hearing this, and just it's what they created and what they did, and they're watching us, and I'm getting comments like, "Thank you," because we are bringing this out to so many countries. We're bringing this out to people who don't have this access, and if we do nothing else for the rest of our lives, that's all that counts. And that's the text I'm getting for these people who've done 82 countries, who did all these live events, who've done in front of 27,000 people and 100. It's you're just taking it out to the world and making a difference. So I'm going to turn it back to you, Mo. You guys are amazing. Rex, thank you so much. Sandy, thank you so much. And back to you, Mo.
Well, thank you so much, Michael and Rex, Sandy. I mean, I just wanted to real quick hear your thoughts, Rex, on what were your takeaways from Joseph before we go into the next final panel of the day and of day one of the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. Rex, please.
Well, it should be that if Joseph could do it, anyone can do it. So you can do it. So make it happen for yourself. Put into action what he told you to put into action, what he did. Follow his thinking about it, and you can do it too. I mean, it's so clear that if one can do it, all can do it. I love his energy, love his beauty, love his message. He's a good guy.
Thank you for that. And Sherry, did you have any comments you wanted to make before we start our next panel, please?
It's about changing your psychology and staying in the game. And that really goes back to what I've been saying throughout today, living in the present moment and really having that willingness tapped into your heart to declare and claim what it is you really want and stay focused in that. So I enjoyed every single thing. I mean, that I related to every word he said because I too have walked on the street. So
absolutely. And Sherry, Donna, Julie, Rex, the four of you are thought leaders in your own right. And I wanted to thank the four of you for helping co-host this program. And all four of you are mentors in your own right. But your humility in edifying other people for this 4-day program is really awe-inspiring. Donna, please, I want to hear your thoughts as well.
Yes, absolutely. You can really tell the character of a person because it's not only what they say, it's what they do. And are they willing to walk their talk? And I see that every time I listen to Joseph McClendon III speak because he lives everything he talks about. And then, of course, teaches it to everybody else saying, you can have this too. And I think that's a takeaway from today. You can have this too. So much gratitude, Joseph.
Yes.
Julie.
Thank you, Mo. So I'm going to say a lot of the same things that Donna said, because I think it's really important. There's so many people out there that maybe are starting out on their journey and think, who am I to have this? Who am I? Who are you not to? Remember, we were talking about asking better questions earlier before. Why don't you deserve it? Of course you do. And I loved how Joseph was sharing about how his mom would say about how he was special just like everyone else, because there's so much truth to that. There isn't anything that isn't in me that isn't in everyone else, yet we're all special in our own right. So thank you.
Yeah, and what I will just chime in and why I love listening to Joseph speak is very simply because he can take ideas that are sometimes complicated to articulate and simplify them, right? And allow them to be digestible in a capsule. And so I can appreciate that. And it's always a pleasure to have him on the platform. And we're looking forward to having him on again. Now, we're about to roll into the next panel here momentarily. We have a very exciting panel. I have good news for you, Rex. Somebody in the virtual auditorium said here, left a comment, I'm trying to pull it up here, that they're actually going to be purchasing your book. So congratulations, Rex. You have one person that's buying your book because you did such a good job co-hosting. Please remember to send me my commission check, Rex. If you sell anything on this platform, you need to give me my commission. Just an FYI. Okay,
Well,
so I'm expecting a check in the mail, Rex.
So if you're expecting a check, then let's invite everybody to buy 20, 30, or 100 books, and you'll get a big
Let's go
check.
ahead. Let's go ahead. And with that being said, I want to bring in this next panel. We have 3 unique thought leaders that are all making an active impact in the world. Ryan, Renee, Christina, and we're going to go ahead and bring them in. And I'm so excited to share the wisdom and experience of these 3 thought leaders with this audience as we close out, wrap up day 1 of the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit that we're doing in partnership with the official Think and Grow Rich Institute. Renee, of course, is a multiple-time best-selling author. Her new book has been featured in media platforms all over the world. Super excited to talk to you about your book in a moment, Renee. And Ryan, I know that you are doing great things. One of our mutual friends, Carissa Johnson, has spoken so highly of you. And of course, Christina is a regular here on the Los Angeles Tribune. The folks in this community already know her, so I'm not even going to bother wasting time introducing her because everyone here already knows Christina. Let's kick it off with you, though, Ryan. We want to encourage you to share with our audience here in opening for this new panel that my colleagues here will help moderate. What are some things that you've learned in your experience with either Think and Grow Rich or in your experience in developing the power of the mind that has helped you in a positive way that you can share with our audience? Ryan, please, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. Hi, everybody. It's great to see all of you here. It's interesting the way that you frame that question because some of my background, so I used to be a mechanical engineer until I made a huge life transition and shifted into being a coach and doing something much more aligned with my true being, my true calling, and my true heart. And so you talk about the mindset shift, but my biggest breakthrough, and one that I see is so needed throughout the entire world, excuse me, my breakthrough is actually shifting from head into heart and actually being someone who's able to feel and get into the body. You know, my brain was so powerful. I came from the mind all the time, logical, pragmatic, analytical, planning, implementing. And it kept me away from what I was truly meant to do and what I was truly capable of. You know, those are amazing skills to have. They're very powerful in business. But when it comes to all of life, when it comes to your purpose, your passion, your personal relationships, your personal well-being, your personal peace, it takes actually being able to get out of the mind and into the body. And I know there's a lot of viewers out there doing well in business, wanting to do good in business, wanting to make money, wanting to succeed. And unfortunately, in this world, I believe we've been trained to learn how to be in our heads and be disconnected from our full selves. And so that's my recommendation. That's been my biggest breakthrough. That's something that I got from Think and Grow Rich. It was hard for me to dream. It was hard for me to imagine. It was hard for me to know that things were here now, even though they weren't, because in my analytical brain, it's like, that's not true. That's inauthentic. That doesn't feel right. I'm just lying to myself. This isn't real. How can I trust it? And it's because we're so tied in the brain. We're so rigid in our thinking. We need to actually learn to relax our minds, relax our bodies, allow ourselves to start to imagine, allow ourselves to be playful, allow ourselves to play in imagination. And when you can relax and allow yourself to go there, now you're starting to enter into the space that's going to really allow for what's meant to unfold outside of the rigidity and the fear and the tightness. So that's my little small intro. That's my answer to the Mo's question. Yeah, thank you so much.
I love that. You spoke my language. We all tend to forget the importance of play and creativity. And I'm like you, I come from a science background. So I was trained to just think, and that was it, and not think, feel. I wasn't allowed to do any of that in my line of work. So I can appreciate you saying that idea of, connecting into the body again. Renee, what are your thoughts?
So Ryan, everything you said resonated deeply with me. I have a very analytical mind as well. And that actually was the catalyst for me going and finding all of the tools that I could so that I could calm down my mind and my brain and be more in my body. And I wrote 22 chapters of things that happened to me, and then the tools that I use to slow down my brain, to calm my nervous system. So many people don't understand. They'll grab a glass of wine or go on a run, which is fabulous. But there are hundreds of other tools that can help us to be more in our body and less in our mind. So I love everything you said. It resonated deeply. Now we just need to get all the coping tools out there to the world.
Yeah.
And I absolutely love with what you're sharing, because oftentimes, and I do say this, all healing is a matter of the heart. And it's about a shift from the mentalism or the mental to the emotional here. And so Renee, Christina, can you guys chime in? Was there something within your life where there was a catalyst for the change, where it shifted from the mind into that heart space? Christina?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm loving everything that everyone's sharing, Ryan, especially around, getting into the heart. And when it comes to getting in touch with our emotions and getting in touch with our body, I definitely think that the heart, especially if we can tune into gratitude, is one of the keys to channeling that energy and amplifying our energy and opening our awareness and our perspective of what's available. And that's something that really stood out to me in the Think and Grow Rich principles, just of how that there are a lot of principles drawing us back to our faith and our desire and those inspired feelings that come from within, and bridging that into our actions. And I really do think that that is a big part of healing. That is a big part of creating. It's taking it beyond logic, beyond mind, beyond concept, into embodiment, into manifesting into reality. So I love everything that is being said right now. Thank you for asking, Dawn.
Christina, I love that you just talked about tapping into that heart the way that you did, because what all three of you are saying is what I'm hearing you say is that the heart vibrates at a frequency that gives out this energy that's so powerful, and it draws back into each of us what I like to call good and greater good. What do each of you use? Do you use breathing techniques to strengthen and develop resiliency in the heart, coherency?
So I'm sorry, you want to go, Ryan?
No, go ahead, Renee.
Okay. So my number one tool is binaural beats. Have you all heard of that? So there are two different frequencies that go into each ear. So you have to wear stereo headphones, and it produces a third frequency. And there are frequencies that will calm you down, put you to sleep, energize you, help you focus, help you get into your heart. And that is my favorite tool.
What about you, Ryan?
Yeah, for me, there's so many different tools out there that are available, and it sounds like Renee, you wrote 22 chapters or or something like that on all these different mechanisms. And for me, to be honest, what really opens my heart and drops me into my heart is slowing down. It's so important just to slow down and learn to be with self. And so that's the first step. And then the second step is to actually honor what are all the emotions that I'm feeling that are painful, that are hurtful, that are scared. What are all the emotions that I'm having that we're trained to disassociate from, that we're trained to not allow for? That's real. That is information. That is inspiration. And so when I actually allow myself to go there in myself, I now start to get to connect it. I remember all the different things that I've gone through, all the different things that I know people in my life have gone through, all the different things people have gone through in the past, all the things people will continue to go through in the future, and how much pain actually exists in each and every one of us all around the world. And the moment that I feel that, now my heart is open. Now I'm not about myself. When I'm about myself, I'm in my own crap. I'm in my own stuff. My world is small. I don't do anything. But when I'm actually connected to things outside of myself and I get outside of me, now I'm open. Now I'm called. Now I'm showing up on purpose. And so there's a quote, I don't remember who said it, but it's something that really resonates with me, is that a true leader must lead with a broken heart, or their leadership is untrustable. And so that's my come from in what I do, is there's people suffering out there. There's people that get to be supported when they're ready and wanting to be supported. And that's all I'm here to do.
Nice. What about you, Christina? What tools you use?
Yeah, so I love both these shares and these tools. Definitely binaural beats are amazing, and getting in touch and validating our pain and our emotions. Definitely, that's a great one too for me. Similar to what has already been shared, I think the first step is getting in touch with our breath. I think it is so common in our culture to disconnect from our breath as soon as we experience something uncomfortable. So I think that that's something that anybody could do at any moment. And then in terms of longer term, like how to open the heart, I believe it starts with knowing thyself, knowing what triggers us, knowing what we love, knowing what our boundaries are, really starting to know ourselves so that we can really be connected in that centered space and in our heart. And the thing that comes to mind as well is allow ourselves to feel, because it can be, similar to wanting to shut off from our breath. We can want to put up walls when something is difficult to feel. And that limits our capacity to experience joy, to experience love. And so just embrace those feelings and know that that's creating greater depth for more light, for more joy, for more love, even in the contrast. And so that's something that has really helped me in terms of, on top of, just taking simple breaths, on top of something that's really helped me as well, a process called, some people call it body scanning. There's different names for this modality, but it's essentially scanning your body, starting with your toes and just scanning slowly up your whole body, feeling those emotions that are there. And you can also set an intention of the type of energy that you want to send yourself. So that can be a little bit more of an embodied meditation for those who struggle with the silent kind of just more mental meditation. Yeah.
Love it. Love it. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I kind of want to go back to this idea of play, because we've been talking about different tools to connect with ourselves on a deeper level and be with the feelings that we're feeling, if we, the ones that we're trying to ignore or sort of overlook and move past without experiencing and letting it slide through us. But there are times where, especially as entrepreneurs, we're go, hustle, the grind, all of these ideas. But I don't know about you. I have had the best ideas when I am having the most fun and I'm just relaxed and I'm just being, instead of trying to do and be busy and, check off my to-do list. What do you think about that, Ryan?
Well, I say that in this day and age, for adults, play needs to be an intentional practice we really get to relearn how to actually do it, because we have been so shut down, and it is so important. And there's even so many people that reject it as being, let's say, immature or ungrounded or unrealistic. And that's just, it's so horrible. It's debilitating. And so, yes, I think play is extremely important. I practice today with my partner. We went out, there was an eclipse today, so we went out to nature. We even had a little tea ceremony. We got up and we, danced. We invited hikers that were coming by to join us and to see. We were connecting with others. Like, yes, play is essential. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
And even though it's essential, it needs to be an intentional practice, like going to the gym. Our bodies, our nervous system, our chemical system, it's not designed to be happy. We're designed to survive. So if you're not happy, know that that's okay and that's normal. You just get to practice it, okay? Because we're not designed to be happy. We're designed to survive. So let's go and practice, and it's okay to.
And I love what you're saying about playing and having fun and making it intentional, because there's a principle in the Think and Grow Rich book that often is overlooked. And it talks about, yes, a little bit about the law of attraction, a little bit about the law of magnetism, but it's really this concept of charisma. And I often think, how do you really create that charisma to attract through magnetism people and places and opportunities to come to you? And I personally believe having fun, play, having wonder, awe, we've heard the word curiosity throughout today, creates that magnetism, to create that charisma, to attract people back to you, and you attracting to other people. And it's this element of play. Renee, share with us some of your thoughts on this topic.
I couldn't agree more. So I think the number one thing that we can do to change the world is to be joy and spread joy. Just imagine if everybody was happy and joyful. There would be no war. There would be no problem. So I think start with joy, and play is a really big part of being joyful. I think we get so serious, sometimes feeling that we need to be responsible, but I think it's our responsibility to be joy, to spread joy, to be kind, to spread kindness. If we all did that, it would be a completely different world.
I absolutely agree. Christina, your thoughts?
So what's coming up for me around this is so much of what we desire in life tends to go back to how we think that's going to make us feel. And if we can incorporate things and activities and experiences into our life that help to enhance those feelings, I mean, that brings us to that state of wholeness, that state of presence, that state of connection, alignment, that those things that we're all wanting. And in terms of play, I do think that it's important to give ourselves to have something to look forward to, or time to just do something that we're inspired to do. And there's also some studies that talk about how much quicker we can implement new habits and new routines through play, that the incorporation of like the emotions and the actions and all the different processes that it incorporates, like help us to learn new habits faster that way. So I thought that was really interesting. And I think also, through life, we can go through different experiences that cause us to either let go of parts of ourselves because of maybe different priorities, or, maybe conform because of judgments or different things that we go through. And it's important to reflect, what is it that really lights me up? What is it that really I want to bring back into my life, or add into my life, or try, or, with curiosity, like I'm curious about this, just to give ourselves that sense of wonder, growth, awe, and an opportunity to connect with ourselves. Yeah.
I absolutely love this. And I love the direction that we're going with play, because I always call myself over the top. And so I wanted to ask the question, Ryan, was there a moment in your life where you really realized, I'm willing to go out there into the world and I'm going to model this maybe over the top play in yourself, or whatever that is for you? How do you use that to be an example to others so that they can too tap into that in themselves?
Well, what I'll say is where I come from in that is, first and foremost, I do it for me. I do it because the more that I am actually authentically light, authentically joyful, authentically present, and authentically connecting, now it just radiates. Now it just has that impact where the intention isn't to be that way to support others. It's to be that way just authentically, and then it intrinsically supports others. I think we can all be familiar with different leaders or people in different positions, and like this constant need to show up a certain way, to be likable, to be bright, to be fun, to I don't know, because we want to, but it's not authentic inside, and that is suffering, and that's not sustainable. And there's an essence to that other people can really pick up on if you slow down and really connect with someone and look in their eyes. And so my commitment is to my practice, to my own freedom, because when I just commit to that and come from that space, everything magnetizes. Like Donna said, everything magnetizes and spreads. So that's where I come from in that.
I love it. I love it. What about you, Renee? What kind of modeled behavior do you take out into the world of your playful self?
Well, I agree completely with Ryan that if you're trying to be joyful for somebody else, they can see it, they can feel it. We're all energy. People can tell after a very short period of time that it's not authentic and it doesn't help them. So I think the number one thing you do is you get over yourself and stop being self-conscious. And, I used to be pretty self-conscious and I was supposed to behave a certain way. Now I have my windows rolled down and I'm singing at the top of my lungs, looking just ridiculous. And I've watched that joy. At first people are kind of shocked and then they just start laughing and the joy, it spreads, and it's not trying anymore, it's just being. And same with dancing, there's no reserved dance moves, it's just and people feel it. They feel that she's not trying to look good, or she's having fun. And that gives them the freedom to have fun and to just be themselves as well.
Awesome. What about you, Christina? What's your playful side of yourself that you take out into the world?
So, interesting. This question's coming at a good time because I was leading a group where one of the reflection questions was, what is something that you used to enjoy to do, like even back in childhood? And so I was reflecting on that. And I feel like that's so important for me, self-reflection of just what do I want to add back into my life, whether it be just, I just want to draw for no reason or do this for no reason. And I agree with what Renee and Ryan were saying. It is more so about being authentic, and that authenticity invites people into expressing their authentic selves. I think another thing for me is just being really present with the other person too. Like I think it comes back to the I see you, I feel you, I hear you type of thing that a lot of us are craving, and just being in that space and allowing the experience that wants to unfold and without expectations.
Yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you.
So something that I wanted to mention we have Mo. Go ahead, Mo.
Well, no, thank you, Julie. I've been just in the back taking notes. I've really enjoyed listening to this panel so far. I think Renee, Christina, Ryan all come from different walks, they're different experiences, but they're all saying very similar things. And of course, earlier we were talking about how content is overwhelmingly negative. In fact, for every one piece of positive news that can empower and uplift someone, there's at least 17 that are disempowering individuals, negative news. And so part of our mission here at the Los Angeles Tribune, and part of why we've invited 100 speakers to join us over 4 days, is to help make that number a little bit less and put more pieces of positive content out in the world. And that's our mission and purpose. And Renee, I know you are also very much aligned in that mission and purpose. And your new book has been just blowing up all over the world. It's been multiple times bestseller internationally. You've been featured in so many media platforms. We want to give you the floor Renee to share your final words of wisdom. We're going to actually give you the full screen, and then we're going to give Christina and Ryan the full screen so they can also share their final words of wisdom. Please, Renee, floor is yours.
So kind of back to what I was saying before, that it's very important for us to be joyful and to spread that joy. And I feel that this is truly how we change the world, kindness and joy. And I've gone out now, and if I'm in a bad mood, I give myself a time limit. If something sad happened, I don't suppress the emotion. It's important to process your emotion, but I do put a time limit on it. And then when I go out in the public, I'm different. I am authentic. I am actually joyful, because not that I'm always joyful, because there are moments where we're all human, right? And there are moments when something horrible happens and you're not happy. But I feel that it's our responsibility to process that as alone as we can. And then when we go out in the world, to not be spewing that negativity on everybody else. And I think so many people live by their circumstances, and they feel that they have the right to go out and complain and spread their sadness and their pain and their bad moods on one another. And I feel that it's our responsibility to process our negative feelings when we are alone, or with a loved one who's willing to support you, but not to take it out to the world. So those are my final words.
So beautifully said. Thank you so much, Renee. I love this idea of honoring our feelings, but also not putting it out there for everyone.
Thank you for that, Renee. And we'll be hearing more from Renee Dutton on the Los Angeles Tribune. In fact, you're going to hear a lot from her book, her movement in the coming months and years, because we believe that the work she's doing is very important. Thank you, Renee, for taking time to be with us. Ryan, what are the final words you'd like to share with our audience? And thank you so much for being a part of this program. And hopefully this is the first of many times that we'll have you on this platform. Ryan, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mo. And Renee, thank you for what you shared, because what I feel called, there's so many things that we can all share in this moment. And what I really feel called to share is to double down on what Renee is talking about, and to add my own dimension to that. What I typically see, where for people to truly begin in their personal transformation journey, to really shift not only their own experience of themselves and their life, but then from there, that's what's actually going to change the things inside your life, in your relationships, in your business, in your money. And it comes down to the processing and the allowing of those emotions. And so what I'll share here, typically in this world, we're raised that there's good emotions. Feel good, feel happy, feel strong, feel confident. Yay. Oh no, don't feel sad. Don't feel angry. Don't feel resentful. Don't feel scared. Don't do that. That's not good. Good emotions and bad emotions, right? And the truth is, as human beings, if you only allow yourself to actually authentically feel some sadness or some anger or anything else, that is the amount that you're actually able to authentically experience joy and happiness. So like Renee was setting, you want to set containers for yourself to actually allow yourself to fully start to feel the big F word, the scary F word, feelings, and allow yourself to move them through, process the anger, process this, go all the way into the depths, because now, as she was saying, whoa, now you're authentically free. Now you're authentically joyful. Now you're authentically powerful, because it's mirrored on the other side. And if you're avoiding those emotions, that scary place to go, you're limiting yourself from your actual full freedom and your full power. And so this is some of the scariest work to do, but it is the most fundamental work to do. And so thank you, Renee, for introducing that. I just wanted to double and triple and quadruple down on that, because that is the source of our full freedom.
Thank you so much, Ryan. I appreciate that. And I agree with you that Renee really does have a tremendous amount of wisdom. I don't think it's an accident. Her book has just been blowing up the past week or two. And I want to acknowledge someone special in the virtual auditorium, NCAA champion Parisa Rose. Yes, Donna Campbell bought me pencils, Parisa. Just an FYI, in case you were wondering. Donna Campbell did buy me pencils because I'm known for taking so many notes with all of these incredible speakers. Now, Christina, last but not least on this panel, final words. Of course, our audience is very familiar with Christina. She's been a host on our red carpets at the LA Tribune. She's hosted some of our programs. She's written in our newspaper. Christina, please, final words of wisdom you'd like to share. Floor is yours.
Thank you. So what's coming up around this topic for me is one of the principles of Think and Grow Rich, and that's transmutation. So the last final thoughts and words that I would like to share, just remember your ability to transform energy, to transform your life, to transform a situation, and allow yourself to remember that power in that choice that you have. And I think more than ever, the message that's feeling really present to share right now is to really enhance those energies, qualities, values that you want to see in your life and in those lives around you. Like really just think about the impact and inspired way that you want to show up just in anywhere that you're going. And I really feel like love, self-compassion, compassion for others is a really present message that I want to bring up. Continue to allow yourself to fully live.
Thank you for that, Christina. What a beautiful message. See, at the end, it all comes down to love. That's the message of the program. 8 hours in, what's the final message? The message is love, because really that, no matter what you do in life, that's where we end up, right? So thank you, Christina, for just simplifying it, getting to the point. We appreciate you, Christina, Ryan, and Renee. And I'm going to close out with my colleagues here momentarily. Rex Sykes will also be joining us briefly here. I want to, first of all, just acknowledge all of the folks in the virtual auditorium that have been here all day. Many folks have been here all day, and it's just hard to believe we're just barely 25% done with this incredible journey. The mission, the vision, 100 speakers from all over the world joining us in one Socratic conversation that lasts 4 days. Can you really Think and Grow Rich? Is it possible? That's what we're discovering thanks to the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. And so I want to close out, first of all, by acknowledging these incredible folks on the screen with me that are all thought leaders in their own right, all seasoned entrepreneurs, seasoned leaders in their own right, and yet they have so generously taken their time, taken their energy to help make this possible. And before we acknowledge the three of them, and I want to just hear closing thoughts from Julie, Donna, Sherry, Rex may join us momentarily, I want to acknowledge the editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune, Ava Manuel. There would be no Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit without her work, period. So thank you, Ava Manuel, for all that you do behind the scenes. In fact, you're busy working behind the scenes as we speak, which is why you're not able to be on here. But Julie, I just want to give you the floor to share some final thoughts on what you'd like to share with our audience as a thought leader yourself, please. And we'll bring Mr. Rex Sykes, who does owe me a commission check. Julie, please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mo. So we've learned so many wonderful things today and reiterated a bunch of different amazing ways that we can increase the amazingness of our lives, creating our lives rather than just responding to what's happening to us. And I just wanted to say too, when we were talking about this play, this idea of play, there's a difference between play and checking out. There's a huge difference between sitting down and drinking a bunch and like just watching TV mindlessly. That's not what we're referring to when we say play. And I know that it's so important to keep our minds alive and awake so that we can create something even bigger and better for ourselves. So that's just my final thought for the day. I just wanted everybody.
Thank you, Julie. I appreciate all of that you do for the Tribune. And I love that distinction between play and checking out. I think it's important. Sometimes people think they're playing, but they're checking out. And I also want to thank Rex for chewing on camera. Thank you, sir, for doing that. We appreciate it. It's a nice touch. You're adding some color to the program. Donna, please, closing words.
I absolutely love it. Today has been such an amazing day. I really do take notes. I write in pen. If anyone would like to send me some pens, that'd be nice. But yes, going back to the concept of play, I had a medicine woman tell me once that, life can be incredibly serious. And if there really is a life review at the end of your life, you might as well, have a comedy and go out with a bang and have some fun. along the way. And that's really what we should be doing as business owners, entrepreneurs, having fun on our way to the riches, because that's what really enriches your life.
Mr. Rex Sykes, what
Well, I
are
want to
your
thank you
final
for
words,
bringing.
please?
I want to thank you for bringing me up in the middle of chewing. So that was very thoughtful of you, and you just lost your commission, but we as kids, as the humans, we learn more through play than anything else. Through dancing, singing, playing games, and going outside and skipping and chasing butterflies. Then they put us in desks, tell us to sit down and remember all sorts of facts and figures, and that's not natural learning. That's just memorization, and some are good and some aren't. Play, 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 play. The key to being a successful human being is to play all of your life and to enjoy all of your life and to be thrilled and to be captivated, to be fascinated and be curious and to be delighted. And that's what they don't want us to do. They distract us with entertainment. They distract us with bad news. They distract us. Get out of your head and get into the grass and out in the yard and out in the sprinkler and play, for goodness sakes.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rex.
On camera.
Yes. And again, I want to remind the folks watching, we have so many incredible speakers that are contributing to this conversation that you'll hear in the following 3 days. Folks like Mark Victor Hansen and Les Brown and Sharon Lecter and so many other incredible thought leaders. And again, I'll say it again, there would be no Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit without the incredible work of our editor-in-chief, Ava Manuel, and the team that she runs. So we want to thank her again. In fact, right now she's busy working behind the scenes. So thank you to, let's all give a round of applause, please. Julie, Donna, Sherry, join me. Let's show some love to Ava Manuel, our editor-in-chief. Thank you for helping make it possible. And close us out, Sherry, final words before we'll wrap up. And again, we'll be back here tomorrow morning to continue with our mission of 100 speakers from around the world in 4 days at the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit. And of course, thanks to Satish Verma, the CEO of the Think and Grow Rich Institute, who joined us graciously in the beginning. And we'll see a lot more of him in the following 3 days. And we love the relationship we have with the Think and Grow Rich Institute. We believe that it's the greatest institute when it comes to all things personal development. Sherry Gideons, close us out. And then when Sherry's done, we're wrapping up the program. Sherry, please.
Thank you. Ditto to what everyone has said. And yes, indeed, we do have a life review. And, I want to leave you with this. I want to ask you a question. How would you play full out through the moments of today as if today was your last day? I want to leave you with that because I'm going to play full out.
Thank you, Sherry. And on that note, we will see you back here, same time, same place, tomorrow morning for day 2 of the Think and Grow Rich Institute Summit.